Settle in. Pull your blanket a little closer. Let your shoulders drop. Take one long, slow breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the tension of your day begin to dissolve. Tonight, we're going somewhere together. We're going back, all the way back, 250 years, to a world before electricity, before running water, before anything you'd recognize as comfort. You're about to wake up inside a colonial American home on a cold November morning in 1776. And I promise you, before this chapter is over, you will feel a deep, quiet gratitude for the mattress beneath you right now. So get comfortable. Let your eyes close. Let the modern world grow soft and distant. Here we go. You open your eyes, and for a moment you don't understand what you're seeing. Nothing. Absolute nothing. The darkness surrounding you isn't the familiar half-dark of a modern bedroom, that ambient glow from a streetlight filtering through thin curtains, the faint pulse of a charging indicator, the soft numerical red of a clock on the nightstand. This darkness is something else entirely. It is thick, dense, almost textured, the way deep water feels when you sink beneath the surface. You could reach out your hand and feel like you might touch it. And then the sounds come. Breathing. Not just yours. Several sets of lungs rising and falling in the dark around you. The slow, unconscious rhythms of deep sleep. Somewhere very close, a body shifts, and the straw beneath it hisses and crinkles. A dog twitches and sighs at the foot of the bed. Near the hearth across the room, a baby murmurs in its cradle, not quite awake, not quite settled, hovering in that soft, warm place between. You are not alone. You have never been alone in this bed. And on a night like this, in November, in 1776, that is not a complaint. That is a mercy. There are 2, maybe 3 of your siblings beside you. Your bodies are pressed together, not out of particular affection, but out of pure, practical necessity. The fire has burned down to embers. Without the warmth of other bodies, the cold would have found you hours ago and settled into your bones like an uninvited guest who has no intention of leaving. In 1776, other people are not just family. They are insulation. They are the difference between a bearable night and a dangerous one. Your body knows its time before your mind does. There is no clock to consult. Or rather, there might be a clock on the mantel downstairs, a heavy wooden thing with a painted face that runs fast or slow depending on its mood, and which nobody entirely trusts. Time in 1776 is not the precise, segmented, scheduled thing you are used to. It is approximate, seasonal, bodily. Your internal clock, trained by years and years of this same rhythm, tells you it is somewhere around 4 in the morning, maybe 4:30. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, but he will. You lie still for just a moment longer, because some ancient animal part of you knows that the instant you move, the day begins. And the day in 1776 does not end until well after dark. It is long and physical and relentless in ways that are genuinely difficult to imagine from inside the softness of the 21st century. So you take this last still moment. The darkness holds you. The warmth holds you. Your breath rises and disappears above your face like a small ghost. Because yes, even inside, you can see your breath this morning. That is November in colonial America. The bed beneath you tells its own story. It is a wooden frame, rough-hewn from local timber, strung across its length and width with ropes. Those ropes hold the mattress, a large fabric sack stuffed with straw, corn husks, and if your family has had a particularly fortunate year, perhaps a modest blessing of feathers somewhere near the center. The ropes sag in the middle. They always sag. The weight of sleeping bodies pulls them lower and lower as the weeks pass, until the mattress has formed a hammock-shaped hollow that curls your spine and aches your hips. The solution is simple. Tighten the ropes. Pull them taut again. Lace them back through the frame. You need to do this every few weeks. This, historians believe, is almost certainly where the old bedtime phrase comes from. Sleep tight. Tighten the ropes. Otherwise, you'll sink all night. The mattress crinkles beneath you as you breathe. Something small moves near your hip. You register it the way you register the cold and the dark and the smoke that permanently hangs in the air, as simply part of the texture of existence. Bedbugs are not a crisis in 1776. They are a fact. They live in the straw, in the seams of the fabric ticking, in the cracks of the wooden frame. Fleas travel freely between you and your siblings and the dog sleeping at your feet. You have never known a night without them. You probably never will. The human capacity for adaptation is extraordinary, and you are living proof of it. The cold is what finally moves you. Even beneath the rough wool blanket, even pressed between warm bodies, you can feel the chill now that the fire has gone low. Your breath is visible, small white clouds that appear and dissolve above your face in the dark. You push the blanket back, and the cold air hits your arms and shoulders like stepping into a river. You swing your legs over the side of the bed. Your bare feet drop toward the floor, and when they touch the wooden planks, ice. Absolute, bone-deep ice. In the coldest weeks of winter, there is sometimes a literal frost on the floor, a thin white crust that crunches softly underfoot. This morning it is not quite that bad, but it is close enough. You fumble in the dark for your shoes. They are where you left them, on the floor beside the bed, as stiff and unyielding as they were when you took them off last night. They are made of heavy leather, shaped by a cobbler who looked at your foot and did his best, because standardized shoe sizing does not exist in 1776. There is no left shoe. There is no right shoe. There are simply shoes, identical in shape, designed for neither foot specifically, and therefore fitting both feet poorly. Over years of wear, your particular pair has molded itself vaguely to the contours of your feet, the way a saddle eventually shapes itself to a horse. This is the best you can hope for. They pinch. They always pinch. You will stand in these shoes for the next 16 hours or more. You will walk in them, work in them, kneel in them, climb in them. The blisters on your heels and the balls of your feet became calluses long ago. Thick, hard patches that serve as your body's own makeshift insoles. You stopped feeling the pinch in quite the same sharp way years ago. Now it is simply background, just another instrument in the daily orchestra of discomfort that you have learned to conduct without complaint. Someone across the room grunts. The baby in the cradle near the hearth has moved from murmuring to fussing, and the sound cuts through the dark with its own quiet urgency. Your mother, or perhaps an older sister, rises to tend it. You hear the soft shuffle of feet on cold floorboards, a gentle creak, the small organizing sounds of a woman who is already, before the sun has even considered rising, assembling the work of the day in her mind. Your father sits up in the bed. His joints make sounds like green wood splitting. He is not old, perhaps mid-30s or early 40s if he has been fortunate, but his body carries the accumulated record of a life lived entirely through physical labor. You share this room with your entire family, and in many homes, this room is the entire house. Not a bedroom with a hallway leading somewhere else, just the room. One space where everything happens. Sleeping, eating, cooking, arguing, grieving, celebrating, being born, dying. The hearth on one wall, the rough table in the center, the beds along the other walls. Everything your family owns is in this room or in the small loft above it. Privacy, as you understand it in the 21st century, does not exist for ordinary colonial Americans. The wealthy have private rooms. For everyone else, the farmers, the craftsmen, the laborers, the vast middle mass of colonial life, this is it. One room, one life, shared entirely. But before you eat, before you pray, before you pull on your many layers of linen and wool, there is something that must be done first. The fire. The fire is not a comfort in 1776. It is life itself. It is your heat, your light, your means of cooking, your protection against the cold that would otherwise claim you by January. Letting the fire go completely out is a genuine practical emergency, because relighting it means taking out the flint and steel, striking sparks onto charcloth, coaxing a fragile glow into something that can sustain itself. The process works. It simply takes time you cannot afford. You cross the room on cold feet, moving through the dark with the confidence of someone who has memorized every floorboard, which ones creak, which ones hold steady, where the cradle sits, where your youngest sibling leaves their shoes. You reach the hearth and kneel. The embers glow orange-red in the ash, still alive, still warm. You reach for the kindling kept in a pile beside the hearth, thin, dry sticks, a few dried corn cobs, and you lay them gently over the embers. You blow, slow and steady. The smoke rises. Some of it travels up the chimney. Some of it does not. Colonial chimneys are not efficient machines. They are stone or brick funnels that do their best, and their best involves a permanent low haze of wood smoke hanging in the room at roughly head height. Your eyes are accustomed to the sting. Your lungs are accustomed to it too, though accustomed does not mean unaffected. Historians who study colonial health records estimate that the indoor air quality of an 18th century home was comparable to standing over a campfire for the better part of your entire life. You don't know this. You just know that your chest rattles sometimes when you take a deep breath, and that your grandmother's cough was with her for decades. This is simply how chests work. The kindling catches. A small tongue of flame appears, then another, then a third. The fire begins to build, and it pushes back the dark with warm, unsteady orange light. The room comes into focus around you. The rough-hewn table, the sleeping forms in the beds, the cradle rocking gently, the bundles of dried herbs hanging from the low ceiling beams, the iron pot waiting at the hearth to be filled for breakfast. The room is yours for just this quiet moment, warm and slowly brightening. Outside, through the oiled paper window, the first gray suggestion of dawn is beginning to show. Not light yet, not really, but a lightening of the dark, a softening at the edges of the world. Somewhere in the yard, the rooster stirs, and then, finally, announces himself to a world that was already awake without him. Dogs bark in the distance. A cow lows from the direction of the barn. The neighbor's chimney, visible through the gap in the window covering, sends up its own thin line of smoke into the cold morning air. 1776 is waking up all around you. You stay kneeling at the hearth for just a moment longer, letting the warmth reach your face. The flames have settled into a steady rhythm, unhurried and reliable, the way good things often are once they've found their footing. The cold is still in the room, still pressing in from the corners and the gaps in the walls, but it is losing ground, slowly, the way cold always loses to fire, given enough time and enough tending. Your family is waking all around you. Small sounds, small movements. Another ordinary morning in a life made entirely of ordinary mornings, each one requiring the same patient effort, the same rekindling, the same first steps in the cold before the warmth arrives. Let that settle over you now. The fire is crackling softly. The room is slowly warming. Outside, the world is gray and cold and vast, and somewhere out there, history is being made. Battles and proclamations, and the enormous grinding machinery of a revolution in its most uncertain hour. But in here, in this small room, lit by firelight and nothing else, the only history being made is this: a family rising together, beginning again. That is enough for tonight. Let your breathing slow. Let your body sink a little heavier into wherever you're lying right now. The fire is tending itself. The morning can wait. You've done enough. Rest. Welcome back. Before we go any further, take a moment to settle yourself. Shift into whatever position feels most comfortable. Let your jaw unclench. Let your hands go soft. Tonight we're returning to that cold November morning in 1776. And if you were here for Chapter 1, you already know where we are. You're standing in a one-room colonial farmhouse, barefoot on ice-cold floorboards, watching the fire breathe its last few orange breaths in the hearth. The darkness is beginning to soften at the edges. The world outside is gray and frozen and waiting. And everything, absolutely everything, depends on what you do next. The fire cannot go out. This is not a preference. This is not a matter of comfort. This is the central, non-negotiable fact around which your entire morning, your entire life really, is organized. Fire is the only thing standing between your family and genuine danger. It is your heat in a house with no insulation, no glass windows, and no other source of warmth. It is your light in a world where darkness is absolute and candles are expensive enough to be rationed carefully. It is your stove, your oven, your kettle, your forge. Without fire, breakfast does not happen. Without fire, the baby in the cradle grows cold. Without fire, the water in the bucket near the door freezes solid before you can use it. Fire is not a feature of your home in 1776. Fire is the home. You kneel at the hearth. Your knees press into the floor. And if you are in a more modest household, that floor is not wood, but hard-packed earth. Dirt, tamped down by decades of foot traffic until it is nearly as hard as stone, swept daily, sometimes covered with a scattering of straw or dried herbs, but fundamentally and simply dirt. Wooden floors exist in 1776. They are an upgrade. They require planks to be cut, dried, and laid, and that costs money and time that not every family has managed to accumulate. So you kneel on earth, the same earth your grandparents knelt on, and you look at what the night has left you. What the night has left you, if you were careful before bed, is a bed of embers. Not flames. Flames require fuel, and you learned long ago not to pile the fire high before sleeping, because an unattended fire is a house fire waiting to happen. Wooden homes with low ceilings and dried herbs hanging from the rafters and straw on the floor are extraordinarily flammable. Colonial America loses houses to fire with terrible regularity. The entire city of Boston saw devastating fires. Smaller towns and individual homesteads are consumed routinely, taking with them everything a family owns: their furniture, their food stores, their tools, their clothing, their entire economic existence in the space of an hour. So you bank the fire before sleeping. You push the larger logs together, cover the coals with a layer of ash to slow their burning, and hope. You always hope. This morning, the hope paid off. The embers are still there, a cluster of orange-red coals buried in a soft gray nest of ash, glowing steadily, patiently, like something that has been waiting for you. You lean closer and feel the warmth rise against your face, and it is the first real warmth you have felt since you pushed back the blanket 5 minutes ago. You hold your hands near them for just a moment, not long, there is no time for indulgence, and let the heat travel up your fingers and into your wrists. Then you reach for the kindling. The kindling pile lives beside every colonial hearth, replenished constantly because it is consumed constantly. It is a collection of thin, dry sticks, split wood no thicker than your thumb, dried corn cobs, perhaps a handful of pine needles or bark. These are the fire's breakfast, the lightest, most willing fuel, the material that catches quickly and gives the heavier logs something to work with. You lay the kindling carefully over the embers, not smothering them, but cradling them, giving them air and fuel in the right balance. Too much wood too fast, and you'll choke the embers before they have a chance to breathe. Too little, and the flame will stutter and die before it takes hold. This is a skill. You learned it the way colonial children learn most things, by watching adults, by making mistakes that had real consequences, and by doing it again and again and again, until your hands knew what to do without asking your brain. You lower your face close to the embers and blow. Not a sharp gust that would scatter the ash and possibly send a cloud of it into your eyes, which you know from painful experience. A long, slow, controlled breath directed just at the base of the kindling where it rests on the coals. You watch the embers respond. They brighten from dull orange to vivid red to nearly white at their centers. A tiny curl of smoke appears, then a flicker, then the smallest possible flame, no bigger than a candle, reaching upward through the kindling like a question looking for an answer. You sit back on your heels and watch it. There is something that never gets old about this moment, even after years of doing it every single morning. The moment the fire decides to live. It is not guaranteed. There have been mornings, in the deep cold of January, when the wood was damp from snow that came through the gaps in the walls, when the embers were almost nothing, when the fire did not catch, when you struck the flint and steel for 20 frustrating minutes, hunched over a handful of charcloth, blowing on sparks that refused to become anything more than sparks. Those mornings are the kind that carve themselves into your memory. This morning is not one of those mornings. This morning, the fire catches. The flint and steel. Let's talk about them, because they represent something important about life in 1776. The way that tasks we now accomplish in a fraction of a second required skill, patience, and physical effort. Your fire starting kit lives on the mantel or in a small box near the hearth. It contains a piece of flint, a hard, sharp-edged stone that strikes sparks when hit against steel. It contains a C-shaped piece of hardened steel called a fire steel or striker. And it contains charcloth, small squares of blackened linen or cotton that have been partially burned in a sealed container to make them highly combustible. When you strike the flint against the steel, sparks fly.
If a spark lands on the char cloth, it creates a glowing ember called a coal. You then fold the char cloth around a bundle of dry tinder, dried grass, cattail fluff, shredded bark, and blow until the coal ignites the tinder into flame. The whole process, done well, takes perhaps 2 or 3 minutes. Done badly, or in the cold, or with damp materials, it can take much longer. Much, much longer.
This is why the fire must never go out. Not just for warmth, but because relighting it is work. Every task in 1776 is work in a way that is difficult to fully appreciate from the 21st century, where work has largely been outsourced to machines and electricity and infrastructure that functions invisibly in the background of your life. In 1776, there is no background. Everything is foreground. Every drop of warm water required fire to heat it. Every cooked meal required fire to prepare it. Every hour of light after dark required fire or a candle or a lamp burning precious oil. Energy is not something that flows invisibly through the walls into your home. It is something you create, maintain, and guard every single day with your own hands. The fire is building steadily now. The kindling has caught fully, and you begin to add slightly larger pieces of wood, split logs the length of your forearm, dry and pale on the cut end where the axe went through them. These go on carefully, leaned against each other at an angle to allow airflow between them. The fire climbs through them eagerly. The hearth, which 5 minutes ago was a dying thing, is now fully alive, crackling and popping as the wood gives up its moisture and begins to burn in earnest. The sound fills the room. It is one of the most comforting sounds in human history. The sound of fire caught, of cold retreating, of the day truly beginning. Smoke curls upward, and most of it finds its way into the chimney, but not all of it. The chimney in your home is a stone or brick channel built into the wall, narrowing as it rises to create the draft that pulls smoke upward and out, in theory. In practice, colonial chimneys are imperfect instruments. They draw well on some days and poorly on others, depending on wind direction, atmospheric pressure, the moisture content of the wood, and a dozen other variables that nobody in 1776 fully understands. What they do understand is that some days the smoke goes up, and some days it comes back in. On the bad days, the room fills with a haze that stings the eyes and catches in the throat. You learn to simply work through it. Your eyes water, you blink, you continue. The permanent wood smoke haze of a colonial home is something modern visitors struggle to understand because we have so thoroughly engineered smoke out of our indoor lives. We have sealed fireplaces and dampers and exhaust systems. Our candles are decorative. Our kitchens vent to the outside. But in 1776, smoke is simply part of the indoor atmosphere, a visible layer hanging at roughly ceiling height on good days, descending lower on bad ones. Over the years, it stains the ceiling and the upper walls a deep amber brown. It coats the dried herbs hanging from the rafters with a fine dark resin. It permeates every piece of fabric in the house. Your clothes smell of smoke, your hair smells of smoke, your skin smells of smoke. You do not notice, any more than a fish notices the water. While the fire establishes itself, you feed it carefully with a rhythm that your body knows by heart. A little more wood. Check the draft by watching where the smoke goes. Adjust the position of a log. There is an art to maintaining a colonial fire, not just lighting it, but managing it throughout the day for different purposes. A cooking fire needs to burn down to a steady bed of coals rather than open flame, because you cannot control the temperature of an open flame the way you can coals. A heating fire needs to burn long and slow, consuming wood steadily over hours. A fire for heating water needs heat quickly. You learn to read the fire the way sailors read the sky, as a living system with moods and tendencies, not a simple machine with an on and off switch. Firewood itself is not a given. It is a season-long project. Late summer and autumn are when the serious woodcutting happens, felling trees, splitting logs, stacking cord after cord of wood in covered piles to dry before winter arrives. A colonial family burns an astonishing amount of wood. Estimates suggest that a single household might consume 20 to 40 cords of wood per year for heating and cooking. A cord being a stack of logs 4 feet wide, 4 feet tall, and 8 feet long. That is an enormous quantity of wood to cut, split, haul, and stack. Men and older boys spend weeks of their year on nothing but firewood. And even with careful planning, some families run short before spring arrives. Running out of firewood in January in colonial New England is not an inconvenience, it is a crisis. The iron pot hanging from the crane over the fire is your next concern. The crane is a hinged iron arm mounted in the side of the fireplace that allows you to swing the pot over the fire or away from it, one of the more genuinely clever pieces of kitchen technology available to you in 1776. You can control heat by swinging the pot closer to or further from the flames. You can add ingredients without burning your hands on the edge of the firebox. The crane is not universal. Poorer households simply set pots directly on the coals using iron trivets or hang them from a fixed hook. But if your family has a crane, it is one of your most valued possessions. You check the pot now. Yesterday's cornmeal porridge sits cold and congealed inside it, waiting to be reheated for breakfast. You swing it over the growing fire and let the heat begin its slow work. Candles. With the fire going, you have enough light to work by near the hearth, but the corners of the room are still deep in shadow. If there are tasks to be done away from the fire, and there always are, you may need a candle. Candles in 1776 are not the decorative, aromatic luxury items you know from modern shops. They are functional tools that cost real money and are used carefully. Tallow candles, made from rendered animal fat, are the common variety. They burn unevenly, drip constantly, smoke visibly, and produce a smell that is exactly what you would expect from burning animal fat. Beeswax candles burn cleaner and brighter, but cost significantly more. Candles are budgeted. You know approximately how many your family has and how long they need to last. You do not burn a candle for pleasure. You burn one because you cannot see without it, and you extinguish it the moment you no longer need it. The fire is fully established now. The room has crossed that invisible threshold from cold to merely cool. You can feel it in your face. The air is still sharp, still carrying the bite of November, but the deep bone cold of the first minutes after rising is softening. The baby has settled back to sleep. Your mother is moving quietly near the table, organizing the morning's tasks with the efficient silence of someone who has done this 10,000 times and needs no instructions and no encouragement. Your father has pulled on his heavy coat and moved toward the door. He will go to the barn first. The animals need feeding and watering before the humans do, because the animals cannot wait and cannot understand waiting. You watch him go, and you feel the cold air rush in from the door. And then the door closes, and the room is yours again. In the warming room, you allow yourself one more moment at the hearth. The flames are steady and strong now, burning with the easy confidence of something well established. They push their orange light into every corner, softening the rough edges of the room, making the familiar objects, the table, the cradle, the hanging herbs, the shelf with its few ceramic jars, glow warmly. This is the hour in 1776 that perhaps comes closest to the quiet morning ritual you know from your own life, that first moment of warmth, that first sense of the day organizing itself around you. No phone to check, no news to scroll, No notifications demanding your attention. Just fire and family and the slow brightening of a winter morning through an oiled paper window. The porridge is beginning to warm in the pot. You can see the faintest curl of steam rising from its surface. The fire crackles and settles into its working rhythm. Outside, your father's boots crunch across the frost toward the barn. A rooster calls one final time, satisfied at last that the day has been properly announced. The cold is still out there, vast and patient, waiting for the fire to falter. But the fire is not going to falter. Not today. Not on your watch. You rise from your crouch at the hearth, brushing ash from your knees, and turn to face the room. The morning is here. It is cold and gray and full of work, and it is yours. Let that thought carry you now, wherever you are tonight, into the softest, quietest part of sleep. The fire is burning. Everything is as it should be. Rest now. Here we are again. Come back, settle in, let the day fall away from you like a coat sliding off your shoulders. Take one slow breath. Let your body sink into wherever you're resting tonight. If you are here for the last 2 chapters, you already know where we are. A cold November morning in 1776, a one-room colonial farmhouse, the fire now burning steadily in the hearth, the pale gray light of dawn just beginning to press against the oiled paper window. The room is warming. The family is stirring. And now comes the part of the morning that nobody in the history books ever quite wants to discuss, but which tells us more about daily life in colonial America than almost anything else. Tonight, we talk about what happened before there was plumbing. There's a container beneath your bed. You have known it was there your entire life. Every household in colonial America has one, or several, depending on the size of the family. It is called a chamber pot, and it is exactly what it sounds like, a pot kept in the chamber, meaning the room where you sleep, serving as your toilet from the moment the sun goes down until the moment circumstances allow you to venture outside to the privy. It is made of ceramic or pewter or simple iron, depending on what your family could afford. It has a handle on one side and a wide open top, and it sits beneath the bed or in the corner of the room, partially covered with a wooden lid or a piece of cloth, performing its quiet and essential function without complaint. You use it now. There is no alternative. It is not yet light enough to navigate safely to the outhouse, and the cold outside the door is the kind of cold that punishes unnecessary ventures. You crouch in the dim firelight, your family members around you, either genuinely asleep or performing the well-practiced colonial art of pretending to be asleep, the same courtesy extended to everyone in a household where privacy does not exist, and human dignity requires a certain collective willingness to look away. This is one of the unspoken social contracts of 1776. You do not acknowledge certain sounds. You do not acknowledge certain smells. You simply extend to others the same gracious inattention you hope they extend to you. There is no toilet paper. This is perhaps the single fact about colonial life that provokes the strongest reaction in modern listeners. More than the bed bugs, more than the dental extractions, more than the bloodletting. No toilet paper. The soft, quilted, 2-ply cushion tissue that you have never once in your life thought to be grateful for does not exist. What exists instead is a practical assortment of alternatives, and colonial Americans were nothing if not practical. Scraps of fabric, old linen worn too thin to repair, cut into small squares and kept near the chamber pot for exactly this purpose. Pages torn from last year's almanac, the paper soft from handling and plentiful enough to spare. Dried corn cobs, which are more effective than they sound due to their textured surface. Moss in rural areas where it was abundant. Leaves in the warmer months. The wealthy had better options. In well-appointed homes in Philadelphia or Boston or Charleston, households might stock what was called paper for the necessary, rough paper cut into squares and kept in a small box near the chamber pot. Some accounts mention the use of wool, which was soft but expensive. George Washington's household, with its considerable resources, maintained standards of hygiene that were extraordinary by colonial norms, though even Mount Vernon, with all its elegance and staff, operated without running water or flush toilets. The privy at Mount Vernon was a fine wooden structure, well maintained and positioned with some thought for discretion, but it was still, fundamentally, a hole in the ground. Even for the father of a nation, that was simply the reality of the 18th century. The chamber pot will sit where it is until someone decides, or is assigned, the task of emptying it. In winter, this may not happen until mid-morning, when the worst of the cold has softened slightly and the trip to the privy seems survivable. The pot accumulates contributions from the entire household through the night and early morning. Your parents, your siblings, the baby, whose cloth diapers, yes, cloth, washed and reused endlessly, add their own dimension to the domestic atmosphere. By the time someone carries the pot outside, it is a full and pungent record of the night. The carrying is done carefully, very carefully. A spilled chamber pot in the house is a catastrophe that requires hauling water, scrubbing floorboards, and airing out the entire space in weather that makes airing out anything a genuine ordeal. Outside, the contents of the chamber pot are disposed of in one of several ways, depending on circumstances and energy. The proper method is to carry it to the privy, the outhouse, and empty it into the pit. The privy stands some distance from the house, close enough to reach in an emergency, but far enough, in theory, to keep its particular atmosphere from dominating the homestead. A well-constructed privy is a small wooden building over a deep pit, with a plank seat and 1 or 2 holes of varying sizes. It offers minimal privacy, a door that latches from the inside, walls that stop at about shoulder height in many cases, gaps in the boards that admit wind in winter with shocking enthusiasm. It is not comfortable, it is not pleasant, but it is functional, and in 1776, functional is the highest available standard. The privy pit fills slowly over months and years. When it becomes full, or nearly full, the pit must be dug out, or the entire structure moved to a new location over a freshly dug pit. The old pit is covered with earth and left to decompose. This job, the emptying of privies, was in colonial cities performed by men called night soil collectors, who came after dark to remove the contents of urban privies and cesspools by hand, hauling it away in carts to be sold as fertilizer for surrounding farmland. It was among the least desirable occupations available, performed at night to spare city residents the full sensory experience. Night soil collectors in colonial Philadelphia and New York occupied the very bottom rung of the free labor market. They were paid accordingly. They did the work anyway, because someone had to, and because even the worst job was better than none. In cities, the sanitation situation was dramatically worse than in the countryside. Urban colonial America, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Charleston, was dense, crowded, and almost entirely without formal waste management infrastructure. Chamber pots were commonly emptied not into privies, but directly out of upper-story windows into the street below, sometimes with a shouted warning and sometimes without. The warning, when it was given, was a phrase in French that has been loosely translated as "watch out below," a remnant of European urban customs imported along with everything else. The streets of colonial cities ran with a mixture of wastewater, animal manure from the horses and cattle that crowded every thoroughfare, garbage thrown from windows, and the general runoff of thousands of people living at close quarters without sanitation systems. The smell of a colonial city on a warm day was, by all contemporary accounts, extraordinary. And yet people lived there, thrived there even. Markets bustled, coffee houses filled with argument and laughter. Churches held full congregations. Lovers courted in those same streets. Children played in alleyways that would make a modern parent faint. Human beings are deeply, almost stubbornly adaptable creatures, and the colonial city resident had calibrated their senses to an environment that would overwhelm a modern visitor within the hour. This is something historians return to again and again, not just the hardships of colonial life, but the remarkable human capacity to establish normalcy within those hardships, to find joy, community, beauty, and meaning in a world that offered none of the physical comforts we now consider the minimum requirement for a decent life. Back in your farmhouse, morning hygiene beyond the chamber pot is a similarly minimal affair by modern standards. There is water in a bucket near the door, drawn yesterday from the well or the stream and carried into the house by hand. It is cold. It is always cold in November, cold enough that a thin skim of ice has formed on its surface overnight. You break through the ice with your fingers and scoop a handful of water to splash on your face. The shock of cold water against your skin is sharp and clarifying, the kind of sensation that cannot be ignored or slept through. It is, in its way, the colonial equivalent of your morning coffee, a jolt to the system that announces with authority that the day has begun. Washing your face and hands in the morning is one of the few hygienic rituals that colonial Americans performed with some regularity. The face and hands, the visible parts, the parts that other people see, were attended to. The rest of the body was another matter. A full bath, meaning the complete immersion of your entire body in water, was an infrequent event, perhaps a few times a year for most people. More often for the wealthier classes, who had servants to heat and haul the enormous quantities of water required to fill a tub. The popular belief that frequent full bathing was medically dangerous, that water entered the pores and carried disease into the body, gave many people excellent philosophical cover for a practice they would have found impractical regardless. It was cold, water was heavy, heating water took time and firewood. And so people washed the parts that showed and managed the rest with clothing, which absorbed and concealed the evidence of a body living its life. Soap exists in 1776, and many colonial households made their own. Lye soap, produced by combining rendered animal fat with lye, a caustic substance leached from wood ash, was a common homemade product. Making it was an unpleasant, time-consuming process that involved boiling fat, preparing lye water, combining them at the right temperature, and then waiting for the mixture to saponify into something solid enough to cut and use. The resulting soap was effective but harsh. It cleaned well, but it was rough on skin, leaving hands red and cracked with regular use. Soap was used for laundry, for scrubbing surfaces, and occasionally for personal washing, though it was considered somewhat harsh for the face. Some people used a mixture of oatmeal and water, or simply cold water alone for facial washing. Gentler soap existed, but was imported and expensive. Your teeth get attention now too, or what passes for attention in 1776. You have no toothbrush as you understand it, though toothbrushes, small brushes with bone handles and animal hair bristles, do exist for those who can afford and obtain them. More commonly, you use a rough cloth or your finger, rubbed with a small amount of powdered charcoal, chalk, salt, or a mixture of all three. You scrub at your teeth with this for a few moments, working it between them as best you can. The results are modest. There is no fluoride in your water. There is no understanding of bacterial plaque or the mechanism by which cavities form. You are essentially performing a ritual whose connection to actual dental health is tenuous, but which leaves your mouth feeling cleaner and your breath marginally more acceptable. You are in this moment doing your best with what you have. That is perhaps the defining characteristic of life in 1776. Hair is its own project, though perhaps not this morning. Hair washing, like full-body bathing, is an infrequent event. Women's hair, worn long and typically pinned or covered, might be washed once a month or less. Men's hair, whether worn naturally or powdered in the fashion of the upper classes, gets similar treatment. Between washings, hair is brushed and combed daily to distribute natural oils, remove debris, and manage whatever small creatures might have taken up residence. Lice were common enough in colonial America that dedicated lice combs, fine-toothed metal combs designed to drag nits from the hair shaft, were standard household items. Finding lice in a child's hair was not cause for alarm or shame. It was cause for combing, for washing the bedding if you had the resources, and for moving on with your day. The water you use to wash your face cannot be reused for drinking, but it cannot simply be discarded without thought either. Water is a resource in 1776 that requires effort to obtain. The nearest water source, a well, a stream, a spring, might be steps away, or might be a quarter-mile down a frozen path. Hauling water is a daily chore, performed in all weather, requiring the carrying of heavy wooden buckets that slosh and spill and make the path to the well a treacherous, muddy track by midwinter. A household uses water for drinking, cooking, washing, watering animals, and a dozen other purposes, and every single drop must be brought in by human effort. There are no pipes, there are no taps. There is a bucket, and there is someone willing to carry it, and there is the distance between the house and the water. Used wash water, gray and murky, is thrown outside, sometimes into the kitchen garden, where the slight nutrients in it benefit the soil, sometimes simply into the yard. Nothing is treated as waste if it can be repurposed. The fat skimmed from boiling meat becomes tallow for candles. The ash from the fireplace becomes lye for soap. The vegetable scraps that are too old to eat become food for the pig. The pig, in turn, becomes food for the family. Colonial households operate with a circular economy of necessity that modern sustainability advocates would find admirable, were it not driven entirely by the bone-deep fear of shortage. Waste is not a philosophical position in 1776. Waste is a mistake you cannot afford to make. The chamber pot, finally emptied and rinsed with a little of that precious cold water, goes back to its place beneath the bed. It will need to be there tonight. It will need to be there every night for the rest of your life, because there is no alternative on the horizon, no plumbing being planned, no sewage system under construction in your township. Indoor plumbing, the flush toilet, the flowing tap, the drain that carries everything away to somewhere you never have to think about, is nearly a century away for most Americans. The version of it that exists in your lifetime is exactly this: a ceramic pot under a rope bed, emptied each morning by hand. It is humble, it is unglamorous, it does its job without complaint, and so do you. There is something quietly profound about this, if you sit with it for a moment. Every convenience you have tonight, the bathroom down the hall, the flushing toilet, the hot water from the tap, the soap in its clean dispenser, represents not just technology, but accumulated centuries of human effort, problem-solving, trial and error, investment and ingenuity. None of it appeared fully formed. All of it was built on the foundation of mornings exactly like this one, when someone crouched in the cold with a chamber pot and thought, there must be a better way. And slowly, over generations, a better way was found. You are the beneficiary of all that accumulated striving. Tonight, in your warm house with its invisible, effortless plumbing, you are the end result of 250 years of people trying to make this particular morning easier. The fire is burning steadily. The chamber pot is tended to. The room smells of wood smoke and morning, and the particular intimacy of a family sharing one small space. Outside, the frost is still thick on the ground, and the day is only just beginning to consider arriving. Your father is in the barn. Your mother is at the hearth. The baby has settled. And you have done the first unglamorous, absolutely necessary work of the morning. Now let all of that go. Let 1776 grow soft and distant behind you. Let the firelight blur and the cold recede, and the sounds of that colonial morning fade to a quiet hum somewhere at the edge of your awareness. Your body is warm. Your breathing is slowing. The morning can continue without you for a little while. There is nothing left for you tonight but rest. So rest. Let yourself go soft. Let sleep come. It is here, and it is patient, and it has been waiting for you all along. Welcome back, friend. Settle in wherever you are. Let your pillow find the right angle. Let your blanket find its weight. Take one long breath in, and let it go, slowly. Tonight, we return to that cold November morning in 1776, where the fire is now burning, the chamber pot has been tended to, and the pale gray light of dawn is slowly filling the room. The hardest parts of waking up in colonial America are behind you for now. But before the day truly begins, before the porridge and the animals and the endless physical labor, your body has something to say. It always has something to say in 1776. Tonight, we listen to it. Your body hurts this morning. This is not news. Your body hurts every morning. It has hurt every morning for as long as you can remember. A low, constant symphony of aches that begins the moment you swing your legs over the side of the bed and does not fully resolve until you fall back into unconsciousness at night. A dull throb in the lower back from years of bending, lifting, hauling. A stiffness in the knees that takes several minutes of movement to loosen. A persistent ache in the shoulders from the repetitive motions of chopping, grinding, carrying. These pains are not remarkable. They are not symptoms of something wrong. They are simply the body's honest record of a life lived entirely through physical effort, written in the language of soreness and wear. Modern researchers who study colonial skeletons, and yes, this is a real and fascinating field of historical forensics, can read an entire life story in bone and joint. They find evidence of repetitive stress injuries in nearly every adult skeleton recovered from 18th century sites. Women's spines show the particular curvature of years spent bent over hearths and spinning wheels. Men's shoulders and forearms carry the bone density and stress fractures of constant heavy labor. Knees, hips, and lower vertebrae tell the story of a body used as a machine from childhood onward. Without rest days, without ergonomic tools, without any of the stretching and recovery practices that modern physical therapists prescribe. The colonial body was a working body in a way that is almost impossible to fully appreciate from inside a modern life. Your teeth are part of the morning's discomfort, too. There is a persistent ache in the back of your jaw, a molar that has been announcing its unhappiness for several weeks now, flaring up when you eat anything cold, anything sweet, anything too hard. You have been managing it with willow bark tea, which your mother prepares when the pain is bad, and which does genuinely help. She doesn't know why it helps. She knows only that it does, because her mother knew, and her mother's mother before her. What the willow bark contains, salicylic acid, the active compound in aspirin, will not be identified by science for another 100 years, but the knowledge that it works has traveled through generations of women's wisdom, passed hand to hand in the absence of any formal medical education. Dental health in colonial America is, without exaggeration, one of the most uncomfortable topics in the entire history of the body. By the time you are in your mid-20s, you have likely already lost at least one tooth, perhaps 2 or 3. By your 30s, if you reach them, multiple gaps have appeared where teeth once were. By your 40s and 50s, the survivors cling to swollen, inflamed gums like the last guests refusing to leave a party that ended hours ago. There is no fluoride in your water, no understanding of bacterial plaque, no dental x-rays, no preventive care of any kind. You clean your teeth as best you can with salt and cloth and the occasional frayed twig. It is not enough. It was never going to be enough. When a tooth becomes unbearable, past the point where willow bark tea can manage it, past the point where you can chew on that side or sleep without waking, your options are limited and uniformly terrible. The most accessible option is the local barber surgeon. In 1776, the professions of barber and surgeon have not yet fully separated, and many small towns have a single individual who cuts hair, pulls teeth, sets broken bones, and performs basic surgical procedures with the same set of tools, cleaned with varying degrees of thoroughness between uses. His tooth-pulling forceps are iron, designed for grip rather than gentleness. You sit in a chair, you grip the armrests, he grips the tooth, and then there is a moment, brief but absolutely comprehensive in its unpleasantness, and then the tooth is out. There is no anesthesia beyond perhaps a few swallows of whiskey beforehand, which dulls the edges without removing them. The extraction is, in many cases, the beginning of a new problem rather than the end of the old one. The socket left behind is an open wound in a mouth full of bacteria, in a body without antibiotics, in an era when infection is the leading cause of death from what should be minor injuries. A dental abscess, an infected tooth or socket, can spread to the jaw, to the lymph nodes, to the blood, to the brain. People die from toothaches in 1776. Not commonly, and not every time, but often enough that the death of someone from a tooth infection is not shocking. It is sad, and it is noted, and then the next person with a toothache sits in the barber's chair and hopes for better luck. This is the calculus of medical risk in colonial America, always a negotiation between the known pain of the present and the uncertain dangers of intervention. George Washington understood this calculus intimately. He suffered from dental problems his entire adult life, a fact that shaped his appearance, his diet, his mood, and ultimately the historical record, since a man in constant dental pain is not a man at ease. His famous dentures, popularly described as wooden, which they were not, were actually constructed from a combination of hippopotamus ivory, human teeth sourced from various donors, including possibly enslaved people at Mount Vernon, and cow and horse teeth, all held together by metal springs that pushed the jaws apart rather than pulling them together. Washington had to actively clench his jaw muscles to keep his mouth closed. Every portrait painted of him shows the characteristic tightness of that effort, the slightly clenched jaw, the controlled expression. What history read as commanding dignity was in part just a man working very hard not to let his teeth fall out. Beyond teeth, your body carries the accumulated record of a lifetime without modern medicine in dozens of smaller ways. Your vision is not quite right in one eye, slightly blurred, slightly off, the result of an astigmatism or early myopia that has never been corrected, because corrective lenses, while they exist in 1776, are expensive, crudely made, and ground to standard prescriptions rather than individual needs. You have adapted to the imprecision, tilting your hand slightly to use your stronger eye, squinting at things that are too far away to resolve clearly. Historians note that poor vision was so common in colonial America as to be unremarkable, and that the loss of sharp sight as one aged was simply accepted as the natural order, rather than a correctable inconvenience. The cut on your right hand from 3 weeks ago, a slip of the scythe during the last of the autumn harvest, healed, but it healed imperfectly. The skin knit back together in a slightly raised scar that pulls oddly when you grip things a certain way, reducing the strength of your right hand's pinch and making certain tools harder to manage than they used to be. In a modern hospital, that wound would have been cleaned with antiseptic solution, closed with sutures or surgical glue, covered with a sterile dressing, and given a course of antibiotics as a precaution. Here, your mother cleaned it with honey, which is, as it happens, a genuinely effective antibacterial treatment, though she has no language for why, wrapped it in clean linen, and watched it carefully for the red streaks that would mean infection was traveling up your arm. This time the red streaks did not come. This time you were lucky. Luck is a significant medical variable in 1776. Two people can sustain identical injuries and have entirely different outcomes based on nothing more than the particular bacteria present on the object that wounded them, the state of their immune system that day, and whether the infection, if it comes, travels fast or slow. There is no way to predict it and no reliable way to prevent it. You wash wounds when you can, cover them when you can, and watch them with the focused attention of someone who understands that an infected cut is not a minor inconvenience, but a genuine threat. Sepsis, the body's overwhelming inflammatory response to infection, kills people in 1776, who today would be treated with a few days of intravenous antibiotics and sent home. The infection doesn't know it's preventable. It just does what it does. For pain management beyond willow bark tea, the colonial medicine cabinet offers a limited and sometimes alarming selection. Laudanum is available, a mixture of opium dissolved in alcohol, sold by apothecaries and used for everything from severe pain to coughs to sleeplessness in children. It is effective, and dangerous is unclear, and varies by body weight, tolerance, and the particular batch's strength. Overdoses happen, and they are attributed to God's will rather than pharmaceutical error, because the concept of pharmaceutical error does not yet exist in any systematic way. Mercury is another staple of the colonial medical arsenal, prescribed by trained physicians for an astonishing range of conditions, including syphilis, constipation, fevers, and skin conditions. Mercury treatments cause the patient to salivate heavily and profusely, which physicians interpret as the body expelling harmful substances, purging the bad humors that ancient Greek medical theory identified as the source of all illness. The logic is internally consistent given the framework. The patient is producing enormous quantities of saliva. Clearly, something is being expelled. Clearly, the treatment is working. What is actually happening is heavy metal poisoning, accumulating in the tissues, causing the teeth to loosen, the gums to recede, the nervous system to slowly sustain damage. But in 1776, this is medicine. This is care. This is a doctor doing their genuine best with the knowledge available. Bloodletting sits at the center of colonial medical practice, endorsed by virtually every trained physician and rooted in 2,000 years of accumulated wrong-headedness dating back to ancient Greece. The theory is elegant in its simplicity. Illness results from imbalances among the body's 4 humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Remove some blood, restore the balance, cure the patient. It is performed with a small blade called a lancet, opened at the elbow or the wrist, allowing blood to flow into a bowl until the physician judges that enough has been removed. Leeches offer a more targeted version of the same principle, applied directly to swollen or inflamed areas. The patient reliably feels worse during and immediately after bloodletting, which physicians explain as the healing process, the body struggling as it adjusts to its restored balance. Some patients do recover. They would likely have recovered without the bloodletting, and faster. Your family has its own medical knowledge, separate from and often more effective than the formal medicine of trained physicians. Your grandmother, or perhaps your mother, depending on your age, carries in her head a pharmacopoeia of plant-based treatments accumulated over decades of observation and passed down knowledge. Willow bark for pain and fever, garlic poultices for infected wounds, chamomile tea for upset stomachs and sleeplessness, ginger for nausea, elderberry preparations for colds, plantain leaves, the common weed, pressed against bee stings and minor wounds to reduce inflammation. Some of these work through mechanisms that modern science has since confirmed. Some are purely ritual, providing comfort and the sense of being cared for, which has its own genuine healing value. All of them are offered with love, which is never, in any century, entirely without effect. When sickness becomes serious, a high fever that does not break, a cough that turns bloody, a swelling that spreads, the treatment is prayer and presence. You take to the bed, the same bed shared with siblings who will almost certainly catch whatever you have, and you are tended. Broth is brought if there is broth to spare. Someone sits through the night. A minister may come to pray and to prepare with gentle pastoral skill for whatever outcome arrives. Death is woven so thoroughly into the fabric of daily colonial life that this preparation carries no particular additional weight of terror. You have watched people die. You know what it looks like. You know what comes after, in the theological framework that organizes your understanding of existence. This is not comfort exactly, but it is familiarity, and familiarity has its own quiet power. Life expectancy in colonial America is a complicated number. The commonly cited figure, somewhere around 35 to 40 years, is deeply misleading if taken as the age at which the average person died. It is pulled dramatically downward by catastrophic rates of infant and child mortality. If a child in 1776 survived to their 5th birthday, their odds of reaching adulthood improved dramatically. If they survived to adulthood, many lived into their 50s, 60s, and beyond, though those later years carried the accumulated physical cost of everything we have discussed tonight. The elderly in colonial America were genuinely old in their bodies in ways that modern 60-year-olds rarely are. Bent spines, missing teeth, clouded eyes, stiff joints, the markers of age arrived earlier and settled more permanently. But they arrived, people reached them, and they kept going with the same patient endurance that characterized every other aspect of colonial existence. You roll your neck slowly, feeling it crack and release. You press your palms into the small of your back and stretch, arching slightly toward the fire's warmth. Your knees protest as you straighten from your crouch at the hearth. All of this is familiar, automatic, unremarkable. You are not thinking about your body's history as you stretch. You are not cataloging your injuries or contemplating your life expectancy. You are simply a person, waking up on a cold morning, moving through the habitual small adjustments that make the body workable for another day. This is the extraordinary ordinariness of human resilience, that even within conditions we would find devastating, life organizes itself around continuation, around the next task, the next meal, the next fire to be tended. The fire is burning warmly now. The room has crossed into genuine comfort. Not the climate-controlled, thermostat-precise comfort of the 21st century, but the older, realer comfort of a space that has been warmed by effort and is now holding that warmth. Your body, despite its morning complaints, is loosening as the heat reaches it. The iron pot over the fire is beginning to show the first wisps of steam from the porridge inside. Outside, the gray dawn is brightening almost imperceptibly toward something that might, in an hour or two, become actual morning light. And you have survived another waking, another cold floor, another stiff back, another inventory of the body's grievances. You have done what colonial Americans did every morning of their lives. You have simply continued. Let all of that settle over you now, like a warm blanket lowered slowly from above. The aches and the cold and the hard facts of 1776 are softening, growing distant, dissolving into the quiet hum of the fire and the dark. You are warm tonight. You are safe tonight. Whatever your body carries, whatever tiredness or tension has followed you into this hour, let it be, for now, at rest. In 1776, rest was earned through labor that most of us will never know. Tonight, you have earned yours simply by being here, by letting the story carry you this far. The fire is burning. The morning can wait. Your breathing is slow and your body is heavy, and the darkness behind your eyes is soft and welcoming. Go there now. Sleep well. Welcome back. Take a slow breath and let your body settle. Feel the weight of your blanket, the softness beneath you, the warmth of wherever you are tonight. Let the modern world go quiet for a little while. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776. The fire is burning well. The room is slowly warming. The porridge is heating in the iron pot, and your body has made its usual morning complaints and been duly ignored. Now comes something that sounds simple, something you do every single morning of your life without giving it a second thought. Tonight, in 1776, getting dressed is going to take considerably more effort than you are used to. Pull your blanket a little closer, settle in, and let's begin. You are already wearing something. This is the first thing to understand about getting dressed in colonial America. You did not go to bed in nothing. Stripping down to bare skin before sleep would be cold, impractical, and by the social standards of 1776, faintly scandalous even within the privacy of your own household. If you are a woman, you slept in your shift, a long, loose garment of undyed linen that falls somewhere between a nightgown and an underdress, reaching to somewhere below the knee, with simple ties at the neck and wrists. If you are a man, you slept in your shirt, a long linen garment that serves simultaneously as underwear, sleepwear, and the innermost layer of your daily clothing. These are not two garments. They are one garment doing three jobs, which is very colonial of them. The shift or shirt is the most intimate garment you own, and also the most frequently worn. You have perhaps 2 or 3 of them. Washing them is a significant undertaking. Hauling water, heating it over the fire, scrubbing the fabric against a washboard until your knuckles ache, wringing it out by hand, and hanging it to dry somewhere it might freeze solid in November before it has a chance to do anything useful. So you wear each shift until the smell becomes truly impossible to manage, even by 1776 standards, and then you wash it and rotate to the next. This is not laziness. This is a rational response to the labor cost of laundry in a world without washing machines, hot running water, or anything resembling a dryer. The shift does its job. You wear it until it can't. The shift matters for another reason too. Outer garments, the coats, waistcoats, breeches, skirts, and bodices that make up your visible public clothing are almost never fully washed. The wool and heavy linen and leather that compose these pieces would be damaged, shrunk, or destroyed by the kind of aggressive washing that keeps inner garments clean. Instead, outer garments are aired, brushed, spot cleaned, and turned. The shift or shirt acts as a barrier, absorbing the sweat, body oils, and general evidence of human existence, protecting the investment pieces from the inside out. When historians examine surviving colonial garments, they often find the outer layers in surprisingly good condition, because the shift did its job faithfully, absorbing everything, wearing out first so the coat could survive. Now the layers begin. If you are a woman, the next piece is the stays. Not the tightly laced, wasp-waisted Victorian corset that popular imagination tends to supply when it hears. Colonial stays are something different. They are a structured, boned garment, reinforced with strips of whalebone or wood sewn into vertical channels, designed to support the bust, flatten and smooth the torso, and create the fashionable conical silhouette of the 18th century. They are, by historical standards, not unreasonable to work in. You can bend in them, you can kneel, carry, reach, and nurse a baby in them. But they must be laced up the back, and this means you need help every single morning. You cannot dress yourself in the most fundamental sense without another person present. Privacy, in 1776, is simply not a thing that ordinary mornings offer. Men have their own layering sequence, equally involved. Over the long linen shirt comes the waistcoat, a fitted garment that buttons up the front, providing warmth and a degree of formality. It is the layer most likely to be seen when a coat is removed, and so it is often the nicest piece an ordinary man owns, perhaps dyed a simple color or made from a slightly finer cloth than everything else. Over the waistcoat comes the coat, longer, heavier, with the distinctive wide cuffs and broad skirts you have seen in historical paintings. Beneath everything, breeches, knee-length trousers that fasten at the waist with ties or a fall front, and close just below the knee with buckles or more ties. There are no elastic waistbands, there are no zippers, there are no quick release mechanisms of any kind. Everything is tied, pinned, buckled, or buttoned, and everything must be done in the right order. Buttons deserve a moment of attention because they are a minor luxury that speaks volumes about economic status. Ordinary working people often use hooks and eyes, ties, and straight pins rather than buttons. Buttons must be manufactured by skilled craftsmen or imported, and both options cost money. If your coat has buttons, they are likely made of wood, bone, horn, or base metal. Brass buttons signal middling prosperity. Silver buttons are wealth on display, a visible announcement worn on the body every day. The fineness of the weave, the richness of the dye, the quality of the fastenings, every element of colonial clothing is a sentence in a language of social and economic status that everyone around you reads fluently and automatically. You cannot step outside without communicating your place in the world through what covers your body. The colors of your clothing tell their own story. You are almost certainly wearing brown, or gray, or a faded, indeterminate color that began its life as something more intentional, but has been beaten by sun, smoke, and repeated washing into a kind of dignified surrender. Bright colors require expensive dyes, derived from insects, minerals, and imported plants. Cochineal, harvested from scale insects in Central America, produces vivid reds and pinks. Indigo, grown primarily in colonial South Carolina on plantations worked by enslaved people, creates deep blue. Weld produces yellow. These dyes command premium prices that working families cannot casually afford. Your everyday clothing is the natural color of the fiber itself, the creams and warm grays of undyed wool, the off-white of unbleached linen. You may own one piece in a brighter color, carefully preserved for Sundays and occasions. Daily wear is honestly, practically drab.
Stockings come next for both men and women. These are knitted tubes of wool or linen, not tights, not leggings, but simple tubes that you pull up over your calves and secure just below the knee with garters, strips of fabric or ribbon tied in a knot or bow to hold the stocking up. This sounds straightforward. It is, mostly, except that wool stockings are knitted rather than elasticated, and they have a tendency to sag and slide downward throughout the day with the persistence of something that has given up on life. You will pull your stockings up several times before noon. By afternoon, you will have largely stopped caring. By evening, the left one will be bunched around your ankle, and you will be pretending this is not happening.
Then the shoes. We have discussed them briefly before, but they deserve their full moment here, because they are perhaps the single most uncomfortable element of the colonial wardrobe, and you will spend 16 waking hours in them. They are leather, thick, stiff, heavy leather, shaped by a cobbler who has done his best with the tools and understanding available to him. There is no left shoe and no right shoe. Both shoes are identical, straight-lasted, meaning they are built on a straight form that accommodates either foot without accommodating either foot particularly well. Over months and years of wear, leather does mold and soften somewhat to the particular contours of your foot, which is why inheriting someone's shoes is genuinely less useful than it sounds. Their shape is their foot, not yours. The shoes fasten with buckles if your family can afford buckles, or with ties if they cannot. Buckles are a small luxury that also serve as a social signal. A larger and shinier the buckle, the higher the wearer's pretensions. At the height of 18th century fashion, buckles grew so large and elaborate that satirists mocked men whose buckles were wider than their feet. Practical working people wear small, plain buckles, or ties, and do not spend much time thinking about it either way. What they do think about are the blisters, the inevitable, predictable blisters that form wherever the stiff leather meets the skin of a foot not yet calloused enough to be indifferent. New shoes are an ordeal. Even old familiar shoes have their pressure points. You have learned to predict exactly where today's pain will settle. In November, more layers go on over everything. A heavy wool cloak or greatcoat for outdoor work, a garment that wraps around everything else and fastens at the throat, providing a windbreak that is genuinely essential when you step outside into a morning that is cold enough to frost the grass and freeze the water bucket. Mittens or rough work gloves for the hands. Bare hands on metal tools or cold wood in November become painful very quickly, the skin cracking and bleeding at the knuckles in ways that sting sharply and heal slowly. A hat. Always a hat. Men's hats in 1776 have those distinctive wide brims, the tricorn style familiar from Revolutionary War imagery, providing shade in summer, some rain protection year-round, and a significant reduction in body heat loss from the head. Women wear caps indoors at almost all times and add hoods or broader coverings for outdoor wear. Women's caps are worth pausing on because they are one of the most visible and socially loaded elements of colonial female dress. A white linen cap, gathered, ruffled, tied under the chin, is worn by virtually every adult woman in colonial America, indoors and out, at work and at leisure, from early morning until she prepares for sleep. Going without a cap indoors is slightly casual. Going without one outdoors is unusual enough to attract notice and comment. The cap keeps hair contained and clean, or rather less dirty than it would otherwise become from the constant presence of wood smoke, cooking grease, and general household atmosphere. It also signals respectability and adult female status. A young unmarried woman might wear a simpler cap. A married woman's cap might be more elaborate.
A widow might wear black ribbons on hers. The cap speaks to anyone who knows the language before a word is said.
Pockets present one of the most charming and frustrating details of colonial women's fashion. Women's outer garments in 1776 have no built-in pockets, none. Instead, a woman wears a separate pocket, a fabric pouch, often homemade and sometimes embroidered with small decorative details, tied around the waist beneath the outer skirt. To access it, she reaches through a vertical slit in the outer skirt and digs around in this hidden bag for whatever she needs: her handkerchief, her few coins, her small sewing tools, a letter folded small. The system works after a fashion. It also means that a woman's most personal possessions are always slightly inconvenient to reach, always slightly vulnerable to the practiced hands of pickpockets who know exactly where to find the slit in the skirt. Men's breeches and coats have pockets, real, built-in, easily accessible pockets, and have had them for decades. No one in 1776 finds this arrangement particularly strange. It will take approximately 2 more centuries to fully resolve. The entire process of getting dressed, from the moment you push back the blanket to the moment you are fully clothed and ready to step outside, takes somewhere between 15 and 25 minutes. Longer if the lacing on the stays is being uncooperative, longer still if the buckle on the left shoe has stiffened in the cold and needs coaxing. This is not dramatically different from the time a modern person spends getting dressed, except that at no point in those 15 minutes are you comfortable. The linen is cold against your skin until your body warms it. The stays compress your ribs with the brisk authority of something designed for a different century's idea of a functional torso. The wool itches. The shoes pinch from the first moment. You put all of this on deliberately, methodically, because the cold outside is worse than any of it, and because there is simply no alternative. There is a deeply communal dimension to colonial dressing that is easy to overlook. You need help, not metaphorically, literally. The stays must be laced by someone standing behind you. The back of your clothing needs to be checked and smoothed by another set of eyes. Your cap needs to be adjusted by someone who can see it properly. In a household where everyone shares one room, this is not inconvenient. Help is always immediately present, and the act of helping each other dress is as automatic and unremarkable as passing the porridge bowl. But it means that true physical independence, the ability to fully prepare yourself for the world without another person's assistance, is not available to most colonial women at any point in their lives. You are dressed by your mother as a child, by a sister or servant as a young woman, by a daughter as you age. The body's presentation to the world is from beginning to end a collaborative project. Laundry, the maintenance of all these garments, is one of the most physically demanding tasks in the colonial household, and it falls almost entirely to women. Washing day is not a daily event. It is a weekly or bi-weekly ordeal that consumes most of a day and the labor of every capable person in the household. Water must be hauled and heated, enormous quantities of it, because a family's worth of shifts, shirts, stockings, aprons, and linen table coverings requires multiple tubs full. Lye soap must be prepared or obtained. Each garment is scrubbed on a washboard, wrung out by hand. Wringing heavy, water-saturated wool is a task that builds forearm strength very efficiently, and hung to dry on lines or bushes or fences. In November, wet laundry may freeze before it dries, requiring it to be brought inside and dried near the fire, filling the already smoky room with the particular humid warmth of damp wool slowly releasing its water. Mending is the constant companion of colonial clothing. Nothing is thrown away while it retains any usefulness at all. A shirt with a worn collar has the collar turned and reattached. A stocking with a hole is darned, the hole filled with a careful weave of new thread, drawn across the gap and back in a grid pattern until the fabric is whole again. A coat with thinning elbows gets leather patches. A shift worn beyond repair becomes rags.
For cleaning, for wrapping wounds, for the chamber pot corner, for whatever purpose an old piece of linen can serve. Sewing is not a hobby in 1776. It is a domestic skill as essential as cooking, practiced by virtually every woman from childhood, with needles and thread kept always within reach in a small sewing basket or a pocket. The needle is technology. The thread is infrastructure. The ability to repair a garment is the difference between having clothes and not having them.
You are dressed now. It has taken time, effort, and the assistance of at least one other person. You are wearing more layers than you are accustomed to, and none of them feel the way you wish they felt. The linen is warming from your skin now. The wool has stopped being cold and started being merely rough. The shoes have not improved and will not improve. But you are clothed against the November morning, armored in the way of your time, and the fire is warm at your back, and the porridge is steaming in the pot, and outside the pale light is strengthening towards something that will eventually be day. You take a breath and feel the stays hold your ribs in their firm, familiar embrace. You roll your shoulders back. You are ready. In the specific, modest, entirely practical way that 1776 understands readiness, you are ready.
Let all of that settle now. Let the layers of linen and wool and leather dissolve into the warm dark behind your closed eyes. Let the morning of 1776 grow soft and quiet and distant. You are warm tonight in a way that required no effort, no fire to tend, no water to haul, no shoes to wrestle with in the cold. The warmth around you is effortless and complete, and you did nothing to earn it, except exist in the right century, which is the very best kind of luck. Let your body go heavy. Let your breathing slow to something long and unhurried. The colonial morning is continuing without you, doing what it has always done, persisting, enduring, getting on with it. You don't need to go with it tonight. Tonight you can simply stay here, warm and still, while the 18th century carries on without you. Sleep well. You've earned it.
Welcome back. Settle in. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw go soft. Let the day release its grip on you, one breath at a time. You know the rhythm now. Slow in, slow out, and then we go back together. Back to that cold November morning in 1776, where the fire is burning, the porridge is warming, and you are now fully dressed in your many layers of linen and wool and leather. The room is alive with the sounds of a family beginning its day. But tonight, before we follow you out into the morning's work, we are going to pause here in this colonial farmhouse and pay attention to something that every history book glosses over, something that would hit a time traveler harder than almost anything else the 18th century had to offer. Tonight, we talk about what 1776 smelled like.
Your nose has been doing something remarkable your entire life. It has been quietly, continuously calibrating itself to the environment you inhabit, deciding what is normal, what is background, what does not need to be registered consciously because it is simply always there. This process, called olfactory adaptation, is one of the most powerful and least appreciated features of human perception. It is why you stop noticing the smell of your own home within minutes of entering it, while a visitor notices it immediately. It is why people who work with animals stop smelling the barn. It is why you, in 1776, do not spend your days gagging and retching at an atmosphere that would send a modern person stumbling for the door within 30 seconds of arrival.
You have adapted completely, thoroughly. The smell of your world is simply the smell of the world.
Let's begin with the chamber pot, because we would be dishonest not to. We discussed it last chapter in practical terms, what it is, how it is used, how it is emptied, but we did not fully account for its contribution to the sensory atmosphere of a colonial home, and it deserves that accounting. It sits in the corner, or beneath the bed, partially covered, doing its work. In winter, when trips outside are minimized, it may go several hours between emptyings. It receives contributions from every member of the household, adults, children, the baby in the cradle, whose cloth nappies have their own dimension to add to the conversation. The ammonia sharpness of urine is the top note. Beneath it, other deeper, darker registers. A visitor from the 21st century would identify this smell in an instant and find it overwhelming. You simply live in it, the way fish live in water, the way you live in air.
The human body itself is the second layer of the morning scent inventory. Nobody in your household has bathed recently. Not you, not your parents, not your siblings, not the neighbors you will see later today. The concept of daily bathing does not exist in 1776, and more than that, it is actively discouraged by the medical thinking of the era, which holds that immersing the body in water opens the pores and invites disease. You might wash your face and hands with cold water in the morning, as you did an hour ago. You might splash water under your arms if the situation demands it. But a full bath, enough hot water to cover the whole body, in a tub, for the purpose of cleaning rather than medicinal treatment, is an event that happens perhaps a handful of times in a year, if that. Every body in 1776 carries the honest, accumulating record of its own physical life, and the collective effect of a household of such bodies in a small, poorly ventilated space is comprehensive.
Wood smoke is the third element, and in some ways it is the most forgiving, the one smell of 1776 that modern people actually find pleasant in small doses. The crackle of a fireplace, the drift of wood smoke on a cold morning, the warm campfire quality of it. But you are not experiencing it in small doses. You are experiencing it all day, every day, from the moment you wake until the moment you sleep, and through the night as the banked fire breathes slowly in the dark. It is in your clothes, your hair, your skin, the fabric of every piece of linen and wool you own. The ceiling above you is stained a deep amber brown from years of smoke accumulation. Your lungs have processed smoke continuously since the day you were born in this room. You do not find it romantic. You do not find it anything. It is simply the air. Animals contribute their own essential notes to the ambient atmosphere of colonial life, and they contribute them generously and without apology. If your family keeps livestock, and most colonial families do, because livestock is survival, those animals live in very close proximity to you. The barn may be attached to the house, or separated by only a few steps. Chickens wander freely through the yard, and sometimes into the house itself, leaving their small calling cards wherever they please. The family pig, if you have one, occupies a pen near the back of the property and generates a smell that travels considerable distances with enthusiasm. Cows and horses produce enormous quantities of manure daily, warm, pungent, impossible to ignore if you are visiting from the future, entirely unremarkable if you have grown up with it. The smell of your farm is inseparable from the farm itself. Food in various stages of preparation, preservation, and, let us be honest, early decay adds another layer to the colonial home's complex aromatic landscape. Meat hangs in the chimney to smoke and cure, dripping fat into the fire below with an irregular sizzle. Onions and garlic and bundles of dried herbs hang from the ceiling beams, releasing their oils slowly into the air. A ceramic crock of pickled vegetables sits on the shelf, its brine sharp and vinegary when the lid is lifted.
Somewhere something is probably beginning to turn, a root vegetable softening at the bottom of the storage pile, a piece of bread developing mold at the edge, and you will eat it anyway because waste is simply not an available option. Colonial kitchens smell of preservation and the constant, careful work of making food last longer than food wants to last.
Step outside the farmhouse door and a new set of sensory registers opens up. The yard is a working space, not a decorative one. It is mud in most seasons. Not clean mud, but mud enriched with the contributions of every animal that crosses it, and everyone who empties a chamber pot into it, and every piece of organic waste that has been thrown out the door rather than carried to the privy. Colonial yards are, by modern sanitation standards, extraordinary. The path to the barn is a concentrated version of this. You learn to step carefully, and you learn not to look too closely at what you are stepping around, because it is morning and you have things to do, and some knowledge is best acquired gradually rather than all at once.
In colonial cities, the situation outdoors escalates dramatically. Philadelphia in 1776, the largest and most sophisticated city in colonial America, has populations of horses, cattle, pigs, and goats sharing the streets with its 30,000 human inhabitants. The streets themselves are unpaved in most areas, and they serve as the default disposal site for everything. Garbage thrown from windows, chamber pots emptied from upper stories, the blood and waste from animals butchered in the market squares, the runoff from tanneries and slaughterhouses, and the dozens of other industries that process animal products and generate spectacular quantities of organic byproduct. A drainage channel sometimes runs down the center of the street, but it moves slowly and incompletely and collects rather than disperses. On a warm summer day, Philadelphia smells like something that would be difficult to describe to someone who had never experienced it. On a cold November day, the cold mutes it somewhat.
Wealthy colonists were aware of the smell problem and had their own strategies for managing it. Pomanders, small containers of fragrant substances, sometimes pierced metal balls filled with dried herbs and spices, sometimes a whole orange studded with cloves, were carried or hung in rooms to provide a competing aromatic presence. Floors in better homes were strewn with aromatic herbs, lavender, rosemary, mint, meadowsweet, that released pleasant scents when walked upon. Perfumes imported from France and England were applied to wrists and necks and the inside of gloves by those who could afford them. Rose water was used for washing and for sprinkling on linens. These efforts were largely cosmetic, a top note layered over an unchanging base, but they were genuine attempts at a problem that the era had no structural solution for. The smell was managed. It was not solved.
There's a fascinating historical debate among scholars about whether colonial Americans truly didn't notice the smells of their environment, or whether they noticed and simply held different cultural associations with them. The modern understanding of certain smells as disgusting is not universal or timeless, it is culturally learned. In many societies throughout history, the smell of manure was not disgusting, but neutral or even positive, associated with farming, animals, the productive work of the land. The smell of unwashed bodies was not shameful, but simply human, carrying social information about who a person was and what they had been doing. Our intense modern relationship with the elimination of body odor, the deodorants, the antiperspirants, the scented soaps and shampoos and fabric softeners, is a historically recent development, driven partly by genuine hygiene advances and partly by marketing that created a problem and then sold the solution.
What colonial Americans did notice and fear were the smells associated with disease. The particular sweet, rotten smell of infected flesh, the distinctive odor of certain fevers, the sickroom smell that everyone who lived in the 18th century learned to recognize and dread. The miasma theory of disease, the belief that illness was caused by bad air, by the poisonous vapors rising from rotting organic matter and stagnant water, was wrong in its mechanism, but occasionally right in its practical guidance. Draining swamps and removing rotting garbage did reduce disease, not because it improved the air, but because it eliminated the mosquito breeding grounds and rat habitats that actually carried the pathogens. Colonial Americans following miasma theory sometimes arrived at correct public health conclusions by entirely incorrect reasoning. The result was the same either way.
Tanneries were among the most notorious sources of industrial smell in colonial towns. The process of turning animal hide into usable leather involves soaking the hides in a series of increasingly unpleasant solutions: urine, animal dung, and tannic acid from oak bark over a period of weeks or months. Tanneries were universally situated at the downwind edge of towns, as far from residential areas as geography and prevailing winds allowed. They were also economically essential, because leather was a fundamental material of colonial life. Shoes, harnesses, saddles, belts, book bindings, water buckets, and dozens of other daily objects all required it. The smell was the price of the civilization. Everyone paid it. The tanners, who lived and worked within it constantly, presumably adapted to it the way you have adapted to everything else. Privies, the outhouses that served as the primary toilet facility for most colonial Americans, had their own geography of smell that shaped how properties were laid out. A well-placed privy was far enough from the house to keep its atmosphere from dominating the domestic space, but close enough to be reachable in the dark or in bad weather without a significant journey. In practice, this meant somewhere between 20 and 50 feet from the back door, close enough to run to in winter, far enough to pretend you can't smell it from the kitchen. The pit beneath the privy, filling slowly over months, was rich with decomposing organic matter that sustained its own ecosystem of bacteria, fungi, and insects, all of which contributed to a presence that asserted itself most strongly on warm days and retreated to something more manageable in the cold. November, at least, offered this small mercy. The smell of colonial candles deserves its own brief note because it is different from anything you associate with candles today. Tallow candles, the common, affordable variety made from rendered animal fat, do not smell of vanilla or clean cotton or winter spice. They smell of burning fat, with an undertone of the particular animal they came from and whatever impurities the rendering process did not fully remove. They smoke visibly and produce a soft, greasy residue on the surfaces around them. When a tallow candle is snuffed, pinched or cut rather than blown out, because blowing spreads the molten wax, it produces a specific sharp, fatty smell that hangs in the air for several minutes. Beeswax candles smell genuinely pleasant by comparison, clean and faintly honey-sweet, which is part of why they commanded a premium price and were reserved for churches and wealthy households.
Herbs were the colonial household's primary tool of aromatic management, not just for cooking, but for keeping the living space bearable. Lavender was grown in almost every colonial kitchen garden and used prolifically, tucked into linen cupboards to discourage moths and freshen stored cloth, strewn on floors, dried and bundled to hang from ceiling beams, steeped in water for rinsing laundry and wiping surfaces. Rosemary carried similar household utility and the additional benefit of genuine antibacterial properties, though the colonial household had no language for this mechanism, only the observation that things smelled better and perhaps stayed fresher when rosemary was present. Mint grew freely in most gardens and made its way into everything: sachets, floor strewing, tea, and the small cloth bundles that women tucked into their pockets and periodically held to their noses in situations that required it.
The smell of the colonial kitchen, the hearth, the iron pots, the preserved and drying foods, has a particular quality that is worth dwelling on, because within the general atmosphere of colonial life, the kitchen smell is perhaps the most genuinely appealing component.
Wood smoke is the base. Over it, the warm, starchy smell of cornmeal porridge beginning to heat, the faint sweetness of dried herbs releasing their oils from the ceiling beams above, the vinegary sharpness of brine from the pickle crock, the rich, complex smell of iron that has absorbed decades of cooking, every soup, every stew, every batch of cornbread leaving its contribution in the seasoning of the pot. This is not a simple or a clean smell, but it is warm and it is familiar, and it is home in the deepest and most honest sense of the word.
By the time you step fully out the door and into the November morning, your nose has processed all of this without incident. The cold air hits your face with a sharpness that is almost a smell in itself. The clean, mineral bite of frost, the wood smoke rising from your chimney, mixed with smoke from neighboring chimneys, the distant note of the barn and the animals waiting inside it for their morning feeding, the particular cold earth smell of frozen ground and bare trees and the season's end. This is your world smelling like itself. You do not find it offensive. You do not find it remarkable. You find it, to the extent that you find it anything at all, like morning, like the beginning of another day, like the smell of life continuing.
There is something worth carrying with you from this chapter, something that sits quietly beneath all the historical detail. The colonial world was not just a different visual world or a different world of sounds and textures. It was a different sensory universe in every dimension, and the people who inhabited it were not suffering their way through an inferior existence. They were living, fully, completely, entirely, within a reality that their senses had shaped themselves around, that their minds had organized meaning within, that their hearts had found beauty and comfort and connection inside of. The smell of that farmhouse, with its fire and its family and its particular combination of life and labor, was to the people inside it what your home smells like to you. It was safety, it was belonging, it was, in the oldest and most fundamental sense of the word, home.
Let all of that go soft now. Let the smells of 1776 dissolve into something warm and distant, the wood smoke fading to just a trace of warmth, the cold air receding, the sounds of the waking farmhouse growing quieter and quieter until they are just a hum at the very edge of your awareness. You are in your own home tonight, your own warmth, your own familiar, comfortable, clean-smelling world, which someone somewhere in history worked very hard and very long to build for you, one generation of problem-solving at a time. Let your body grow heavy. Let your breathing find its deepest, slowest rhythm. The fire in 1776 is still burning. The family is still waking. The morning is still arriving. But you don't need to be there for any of it tonight. You can stay here, in the warm and the quiet, and let sleep find you where you are. It's close now, very close. Just let go.
Welcome back, friend. Let yourself arrive slowly tonight. Feel the surface beneath you, the warmth around you, the particular quiet of this hour. Take one long breath in, hold it just a moment, and let it go. Good. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776. The fire is burning well. The room has warmed from ice cold to merely cool. You are dressed in your many layers, and your nose has made its peace with the atmosphere of the 18th century. Now something new is happening. Something your body has been waiting for since before you even opened your eyes this morning. Your stomach is growling. Quietly, but insistently, like a neighbor knocking at a door they know will eventually be answered. It is time for breakfast in 1776. Pull your blanket closer. This is going to be educational.
The iron pot on the crane over the fire has been heating for the better part of an hour now, and what is inside it is beginning to show the first signs of life. A slow bubble breaking the surface every few seconds, a thin curl of steam rising into the smoky air above the hearth. Yesterday's cornmeal porridge, cooked in the afternoon and left overnight in the pot, has congealed into a thick, grayish mass of interlocking starch molecules that holds its shape when you tilt the pot and releases it only reluctantly when you work it with a wooden spoon. This is breakfast. Not a preview of breakfast, not a placeholder while something better finishes cooking. This is it. This gray, congealed, slowly reheating mass of cornmeal is what stands between you and a morning of heavy physical labor with nothing in your stomach.
Cornmeal, dried corn ground to a coarse powder between stones, is the foundational food of colonial American life for ordinary working people. It is grown on nearly every farm in the colonies, requires relatively modest soil quality, produces reliable yields in the American climate, and can be dried and stored through winter without spoiling. It can be boiled into porridge, baked into cornbread, fried into flat cakes on a hot iron, or combined with other ingredients to stretch a meal further. It is cheap, filling, and nutritionally adequate in a basic way, providing calories, some protein, and enough substance to keep a working body moving through the demands of the day. It is also, by modern culinary standards, profoundly bland. Unseasoned cornmeal porridge tastes of warm paste with ambitions. Historians who have attempted to recreate authentic colonial breakfasts using period methods report that the flavor is exactly as unexciting as the description suggests.
You ladle some porridge into a wooden bowl. Ceramic is for households with more resources, and yours is not among them. The wood is smooth from years of use, dark with absorbed food and the oils of many hands, scrubbed clean with cold water and a bit of sand after each meal, because soap is too precious to use on dishes when sand does the job adequately. You carry the bowl to the rough central table and set it down. Steam rises in a thin, lazy column. You do not have a spoon, or rather, there is a spoon somewhere in the household, a carved wooden thing made by someone's grandfather years ago, but there are not enough spoons for everyone, and this morning you will use your fingers and the edge of the bowl, tilting it to let the porridge slide toward your mouth, scraping the last of it with an index finger run around the interior. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is ever wasted.
Salt would help. Salt would help enormously. A pinch of it dissolved into the porridge would transform it from warm paste into something that at least registers as food on the palate rather than simply as fuel. But salt in 1776 is not the freely available, infinitely cheap, bulk-purchased commodity you are used to. It is imported, taxed, and expensive enough that most colonial households ration it carefully, reserving it primarily for the preservation of meat and vegetables rather than the seasoning of daily food. If your family has been fortunate in its trading recently, there might be a small ceramic pot of salt on the shelf above the hearth. If not, the porridge is unsalted and will remain so. You eat it either way. Your taste buds have adapted to the absence of seasoning the way the rest of you has adapted to everything else, by learning to find satisfaction in what is present rather than grief in what is absent.
Molasses is the other possible addition to this morning's bowl, a dark, thick, faintly sweet byproduct of sugar refining imported from the Caribbean colonies and available in most colonial general stores. It is cheaper than refined sugar and more widely used, adding sweetness and a rich, slightly bitter depth of flavor to everything from porridge to baked beans to gingerbread. A splash of molasses in the cornmeal would make this morning's breakfast genuinely pleasurable rather than merely adequate. Your family has a small jug of it on the shelf, and your mother adds a careful spoonful to the pot, enough to sweeten the whole batch very slightly, not enough to waste what needs to last another week.
Colonial cooking is an exercise in this kind of precise, constant rationing. Every ingredient is accounted for. Every addition is weighed against how long the supply needs to last.
Now for the thing that surprises almost everyone when they first encounter it. There is beer on the breakfast table. Not cider, though cider is also possible, but beer. Small beer, to use its proper name, a low-alcohol brew, lighter and thinner than what you would recognize as beer today, made from grain, water, and a small amount of hops, fermented briefly and consumed fresh. Its alcohol content is modest, perhaps 1 to 2%, compared to the 5 or 6% of a modern lager. It is not breakfast beer in the sense of recreational drinking at 7 in the morning. It is breakfast beer in the sense of this is the safest available liquid to put in your body. Water sources in colonial America, wells, streams, springs, are frequently contaminated with the runoff of agricultural and human waste. People in 1776 do not understand germ theory. They cannot identify the specific pathogens in contaminated water. But they have noticed, through generations of painful collective experience, that people who drink water get sick more often than people who drink beer. The brewing process, boiling the water, fermenting with yeast, kills most of the pathogens that make water dangerous, though nobody knows why. They simply know that it does. Children drink small beer. Pregnant women drink small beer. The elderly drink small beer. It is consumed at breakfast, at the midday meal, and in the evening, throughout the year by virtually every member of a colonial household old enough to swallow it. A colonial family might brew small beer at home. The process is not dramatically different from making a thick grain tea, allowed to ferment briefly in a ceramic jug or wooden barrel, or purchase it from a local tavern keeper who brews in larger quantities. The taste is sour and slightly yeasty, not unpleasant once accustomed to it. You have drunk it your whole life. You find nothing remarkable about it. What would seem remarkable to you, if you could somehow know it, is the idea of drinking a glass of unboiled water from a stream for breakfast and expecting to be fine. Coffee exists in 1776, but it is not your coffee. It is not the democratic, universally available $3 of the corner shop morning ritual that defines the modern American morning. Coffee in colonial America is an imported luxury, arriving as unroasted green beans from the Caribbean or from Yemen via Dutch and British trading networks. It must be roasted at home over the fire, a process requiring constant attention and a practiced hand, because the difference between perfectly roasted and bitterly burned is a matter of seconds and experience. Then ground in a small hand mill, then brewed in a pot over the fire, then strained. The result is genuinely good coffee by all accounts, dark, rich, strong, but the process is laborious, the beans are expensive, and the whole endeavor is beyond the reach of ordinary rural households. Coffee is for the urban merchant class, for the coffee houses of Philadelphia and Boston, where men gather to argue politics and read imported newspapers. It is not for this farmhouse on this November morning. Tea might be your preference under other circumstances. Tea was, until very recently, the dominant hot beverage of colonial America, imported from China and India through British trading companies, drunk at every social level, from the humblest farmhouse to the grandest Philadelphia townhouse. But tea has become politically complicated in a way that no beverage in the modern world quite manages to be. The Tea Act of 1773, the Boston Tea Party that followed it, and the escalating tensions between the colonies and the Crown have made tea drinking a statement, a declaration of loyalist sympathies, a signal that you are not entirely committed to the patriot cause. Many colonial households have publicly and demonstrably given up tea, sometimes with considerable ceremony, hosting tea-burning parties, signing public pledges, advertising their abstinence in the local newspaper. Some of them miss it deeply. None of them will admit this. Bread might appear on the table this morning if someone had time and energy to bake earlier in the week. Bread baking in 1776 is not a casual activity.
It requires a living sourdough starter, a culture of wild yeast maintained in a ceramic crock, fed regularly with flour and water, kept at a consistent temperature, watched over with the attention you might give a small and demanding pet. When baking day comes, the starter is combined with flour, water, and salt in enormous quantities. Colonial families bake large batches, enough to last several days, and kneaded by hand for the better part of an hour. The kneading develops the gluten structure that gives bread its texture, and it is hard physical work, the dough heavy and resistant under the heel of the hand. The loaves then rise for hours before being baked in a brick oven heated with burning wood, the coals raked out, and the loaves slid in on a long wooden paddle.
The bread that emerges from a colonial oven is not the soft, pillowy, uniform-sliced bread of the modern supermarket. It is dense, substantial, with a thick, dark crust, and a crumb that is closer in texture to a modern sourdough than anything else. Chewy, slightly sour, deeply flavored from the long fermentation. On the day it is baked, it is genuinely excellent. Warm from the oven, torn into rough chunks, perhaps spread with a thin layer of butter if butter is available. By the second day, it is still good. By the third, it is firming. By the fifth or sixth day, it has become something that must be soaked in broth or beer to be manageable, a kind of enforced patience that colonial mouths accept without complaint, because it is this or nothing, and nothing is not an option that the body entertains gracefully.
Fresh fruit and vegetables are not on the November breakfast table. They were on the summer and early autumn table. Apples from the trees, berries from the hedgerows, fresh beans and squash and cucumbers from the kitchen garden. But the growing season is over. The garden is bare earth and frozen stalks. What remains is what was preserved in the weeks before the first hard frost: dried beans sorted and stored in ceramic crocks, root vegetables buried in sand in the root cellar, pickled cucumbers and cabbage and beets sealed in brine, dried apples threaded on string and hung from the ceiling. These preserved foods will be the backbone of your diet from now until late spring, when the ground thaws and the first green things push through. It is a long time to eat from a larder rather than a garden, and the monotony of preserved food through a colonial winter is something that modern people, with their year-round access to fresh produce, cannot quite simulate.
Meat is not a breakfast food for ordinary colonial households, and understanding why illuminates something important about the economics of colonial life. Every animal on a working farm represents a significant investment. The cost of acquiring it, the months of feed and labor required to raise it, the skill and effort of butchering. A pig, the most common meat animal for colonial households, is a year-long project. It eats scraps, spoiled food, and foraged materials from spring through autumn, converting waste into protein with admirable efficiency. In late autumn, when the cold arrives and the pig has reached its maximum useful weight, it is slaughtered. The event is a community occasion. Neighbors come to help with the butchering, the work is shared, and the meat is processed immediately, because a whole pig produces far more fresh meat than any family can eat before it spoils. It is salted, smoked, and stored. The lard is rendered for cooking. The organs are eaten immediately in the days after slaughter before they can turn. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is ever wasted.
A cow is too valuable to eat casually. Cattle are work animals in 1776. They pull plows, haul loads, and produce milk, and their labor value in life far exceeds their food value in death for most farm families. Beef appears on the colonial table primarily when an animal has died of illness or injury or old age and can no longer work, or on special occasions when a community pools resources to slaughter a steer and share the meat. Chickens lay eggs, which makes them more valuable alive than dead for most of the year. A hen that produces an egg every day or two is providing protein continuously rather than just once. The eggs go into cooking, are eaten directly, or are traded at market. A chicken that stops laying or a rooster that has exceeded his social welcome may end up in the pot, but casually, no. Every animal on the farm is an economic calculation that comes down firmly on the side of continued existence. Your father comes back from the barn while you are still eating. He brings cold air in with him through the door, a brief assault of November that makes everyone near the hearth instinctively lean slightly toward the fire. He hangs his greatcoat on the peg, picks up a bowl, fills it from the pot without ceremony, and sits at the table. The eating is quiet, focused. Morning in a colonial household is not the social, conversational, checking your phone while half-listening meal that breakfast has become in the modern world. It is fueling. It is the deliberate transfer of calories from the pot into the body that will burn them over the next several hours of physical work. Conversation happens later, in the rhythms of work, in the pauses of an afternoon, in the evening by the fire when the day's labor is finally spent. Morning is for eating, and eating is for working, and there is no ceremony around that sequence, beyond the brief, genuine gratitude of a body that was hungry and is now, incrementally, less so. When you scrape the last of the porridge from your bowl, and you do scrape it thoroughly with your fingers, because the bowl will be rinsed and used again at midday, and every trace of food in it is a trace of food that does not go to waste. Your stomach is not full. Not in this satisfied, slightly uncomfortable way of a modern breakfast that has perhaps been slightly overdone. It is quieter than that. The hunger has receded to a background note rather than a foreground one. The calories you have consumed, historians estimate that a meal like this provided perhaps 500 to 800 calories, depending on the size of the portion and what additions were available, will need to carry you through 3 or 4 hours of physical labor before the midday meal. Your body has learned to work within these parameters. It has learned to draw down its reserves steadily rather than demanding constant replenishment. It is more efficient in its way than a modern body trained to expect food every 2 or 3 hours. It has simply adapted to the supply that is available, which is what bodies do when given no alternative.
The midday meal, called dinner in 1776, not the evening meal, which is supper, will be the largest and most important meal of the day. This is the inverse of modern eating patterns, where breakfast is often minimal and the evening meal is the main event. In colonial America, the logic runs the other way. You need your fuel when you need it, which is in the middle of the working day, rather than at the end of it when the work is done and your body is winding towards sleep. The midday meal will be cooked in the same iron pot, over the same fire, and will likely contain whatever combination of dried beans, preserved vegetables, and perhaps a small quantity of salt pork or smoked meat the household stores can contribute. It will be warm and filling and utterly unpretentious, and it will be exactly what is needed, which in 1776 is the only standard that matters.
You set your bowl down. You wipe your fingers on your breeches, because there is no napkin, and cloth is too precious to use for casual hand wiping, and your breeches have seen worse. The fire crackles. The baby has gone back to sleep in the cradle, full from nursing and content in the warmth. Your mother is already organizing the next task, the dishes to rinse, the pot to refill, the list of the day's work assembling itself in her head with the practiced efficiency of someone who has been managing scarce resources for her entire adult life. Your father is pulling his gloves back on. Outside, the pale morning light has strengthened into something that might, charitably, be called day. The farm is waiting. The animals need more than their morning feeding. The firewood pile needs assessment. There is always, in 1776, more work than there are hours to do it in.
But that is for the morning to worry about. Right now, let the thin porridge and the small beer and the colonial breakfast table grow soft and distant behind you.
Let 1776 recede to a quiet hum somewhere at the back of your awareness, warm and distant, like a fire burning in another room. You are full tonight. You are warm tonight. Whatever you ate today, you ate it without rationing, without worry, without calculating how long the stores need to last. That is a gift. A quiet, invisible, extraordinary gift that 250 years of agricultural and economic development assembled for you. Let your body receive it fully. Let your breathing slow. Let your hands go soft and open on the blanket. The colonial morning is continuing without you, doing what it has always done. And you can simply be here, warm and still and grateful, while sleep comes the rest of the way in. It is almost here. Just breathe. Just rest.
Welcome back. Take a slow breath and let your body soften into wherever you are tonight. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Let your hands go loose and open. You know the rhythm of these evenings now, the slow descent into 1776, the cold November morning, the one-room farmhouse with its fire and its family, and its particular texture of daily life. Breakfast is finished. The bowls have been rinsed. The fire is burning steadily. And now, with the pale morning light pressing through the oiled paper window, with something approaching confidence, the real work of the day begins. Not the dramatic work of revolution and battle that fills the history books, but the quiet, relentless, absolutely essential work that kept ordinary colonial Americans alive. Tonight, we carry water. We split wood. We do the work that makes everything else possible.
There are two tasks that stand above all others in their daily non-negotiability. Two things that must be done every single day, regardless of weather, health, season, or circumstance. Two pillars on which the entire colonial household rests. The first is maintaining the fire, which we have already discussed at length. The second and third, because really they are inseparable twins, are wood and water. Without wood, the fire dies, and everything the fire makes possible dies with it. Without water, cooking stops, animals die of thirst, and the most basic functions of bodily survival become impossible. Every morning, before almost anything else, these two things must be assessed and addressed. How much wood remains in the house? How much water is in the bucket? The answers to those questions determine the shape of the next several hours. The woodpile inside the house, the small stack of split logs kept beside the hearth for immediate use, is getting low. You can see it at a glance. Perhaps 8 or 10 pieces remain, enough for a few more hours of fire at the current burn rate. The main woodpile is outside, stacked against the side of the house or in a small lean-to shed built specifically to keep the wood dry and accessible. Getting to it means going outside, into the November morning, which is not warmed appreciably since you first opened your eyes in the dark. The frost on the ground is still solid. The path from the door to the woodpile is frozen mud that is set into a corrugated surface of boot prints and animal tracks, hard and uneven underfoot. You pull your cloak tighter around your shoulders, settle your hat, and push open the door. The cold hits you immediately and completely, the way only a November morning can. Not gradually, not with any courtesy, but all at once. A full-body announcement that the season has arrived and has opinions about your comfort. Your breath billows white, your eyes water slightly at the corners. The exposed skin of your face, cheeks, nose, the strip between hat brim and collar, registers the cold with immediate and unambiguous clarity. You have been outside in weather far worse than this, You will be outside in weather far worse than this before winter is finished. This morning is, by the standards of what is coming, practically mild. You tell yourself this as you crunch across the frozen yard to the woodpile.
The woodpile itself is a source of quiet satisfaction when it is full. A wall of split logs stacked neatly, each piece fitting against its neighbors with the precision that comes from practice. The whole structure broad and solid, and representing weeks of autumn labor. Your father built most of it. You helped with what your strength and age allowed. It is covered with a simple roof of boards or bark or oilcloth to keep the worst of the rain and snow from soaking the wood, because wet wood burns poorly and smokes extravagantly and is in every way inferior to dry wood. You gather an armload now, as many pieces as you can carry, pressed against your chest, your chin resting on the top piece to keep the stack from sliding, and you carry it back to the house, moving carefully on the uneven frozen ground, your balance slightly compromised by the load.
Firewood in colonial America is not simply a pile of logs. It is a carefully considered collection of different types of wood selected for different burning purposes. Hardwoods, oak, hickory, maple, ash, burn hot and long, producing the steady coal beds that are ideal for cooking and for sustained heating through long winter nights. Softwoods, pine, cedar, spruce, catch quickly, burn bright and hot for a short time, and are excellent for kindling and for getting a cold fire started fast. A well-managed colonial woodpile contains both, in proportions determined by experience and need. The family that cuts only whatever tree is nearest and easiest will find itself with a pile of green softwood that hisses and steams and refuses to cooperate. The family that knows its trees, plans its cutting, and seasons its wood properly, burns cleaner and warmer and longer on the same amount of labor. Wood splitting is a skill that colonial boys learn young and practice for the rest of their lives. The axe, a heavy iron head on a long wooden handle, is one of the most important tools on the colonial farm, and its use requires both physical strength and precise technique. You do not simply hit a log with an axe. You read the grain of the wood, look for the natural lines of cleavage, place the axe head exactly where the wood wants to give way, and swing with your whole body rather than just your arms. A skilled splitter can work efficiently for hours. An unskilled one will tire quickly, produce ragged pieces that don't stack well, and occasionally embed the axe so deeply in a resistant piece of wood that extracting it requires a wrestling match that the wood frequently wins. You have been splitting wood since you were old enough to lift an axe. Your technique is competent. Your back will remind you of it tomorrow.
Now for water. The bucket near the door, the one you broke the ice on this morning for your face wash, is nearly empty. It holds perhaps a quart of cold water at the bottom, enough for nothing useful. It needs to be filled, and filling it means going to the water source, which for your particular homestead is a well perhaps 30 yards from the house, or a stream at the bottom of a slight slope past the barn. Both options involve the same basic elements: a wooden bucket, a rope or chain, a cold morning, and the weight of water. A full wooden bucket of water weighs roughly 20 pounds. You will carry 2 of them on a wooden yoke that rests across your shoulders, distributing the weight evenly. The yoke is a simple technology: a curved piece of wood with notches or hooks at each end to hold the bucket handles, and it works well, allowing you to carry 40 or more pounds of water with considerably less strain than carrying it by hand.
The well, if your property has one, is a remarkable piece of colonial infrastructure, a hole in the ground, anywhere from 15 to 60 feet deep depending on the local water table, lined with stone or brick to prevent its walls from collapsing, equipped with a wooden frame above it that holds a rope and pulley or a windlass for lowering and raising the bucket.
Digging a well is an enormous undertaking, requiring specialized knowledge about where to dig, physical strength to excavate through rock and compacted soil, and skill to line the walls properly. A family with a good well has something of real value. Wells can go dry in drought years. They can be contaminated by surface runoff if they are not properly cased. They can collapse if the lining deteriorates. A failed well is a crisis that demands immediate community response, because a family without water cannot survive independently.
If your water source is a stream rather than a well, the variables are different, but the labor is similar. Streams are more vulnerable to contamination. They collect runoff from fields, from animal yards, from wherever waste has been deposited upstream, and their water quality varies dramatically with season and rainfall. Spring snowmelt brings heavy sediment. Summer drought concentrates whatever is in the remaining water. Winter is the best time for stream water in some ways. The cold inhibits bacterial growth and the flow is steady from groundwater. But winter also means that the stream may be partially frozen, requiring you to break through ice to fill the bucket, and that the path to the stream is treacherous with frost and mud. You have fallen on this path. Everyone has fallen on this path. The bucket goes flying, the water goes everywhere, and you get up and do it again, because the bucket must be filled. The weight of water is something that bears sitting with for a moment. A colonial household uses water constantly, for cooking, for drinking, for washing, for the animals, for fire suppression if needed. Estimates suggest that a family of 5 or 6 people with their livestock might use 50 to 100 gallons of water per day in warmer months, and somewhat less in winter when some needs are reduced. A gallon of water weighs approximately 8 pounds. Even at the lower estimate, that is 400 pounds of water per day, moved by human effort, bucket by bucket, yoke by yoke, trip by trip, every single day of every single year, in all weather, at all seasons, by whoever in the household has the strength to do it. There is no moment in a colonial day when the infrastructure is simply working in the background. The infrastructure is always you. Women carry water. This needs to be said plainly, because the image of water hauling often defaults to a male figure with an axe, when in fact the daily water supply of the colonial household fell primarily to women and older children. Men carried water too, particularly for large tasks like laundry day or watering livestock, but the continuous daily replenishment of the household water supply, the trips to the well or stream, the yoke and buckets, the careful carrying across uneven frozen ground, was women's work, in the same way that cooking and childcare and textile production were women's work. Colonial women's bodies reflect this in the skeletal record. The same stress patterns in shoulders and spine that archaeologists find in male skeletons from heavy field work appear in female skeletons from the repetitive demands of domestic labor. The work was different. The physical cost was comparable. The animals need water too, and their needs are urgent in a way that accommodates no delay. A cow that has gone without water overnight is uncomfortable and will produce less milk. A horse that is dehydrated cannot work effectively. Chickens and pigs need fresh water daily, or they will simply stop eating, which stops their growth and their production, and creates its own cascade of problems. The morning watering of livestock is among the first outdoor tasks of the day. Your father has likely already done some of it when he went to the barn, but it requires multiple trips and considerable volume. A single cow drinks 20 to 30 gallons of water per day. A horse drinks similar quantities. The collective daily water needs of a colonial farm's livestock population are enormous, and all of it comes from the same well or stream, carried by the same buckets and yokes on the same frozen path. There is a rhythm to the work of wood and water that you settle into within minutes of beginning it. This is one of the things that modern people sometimes find surprising about physical, repetitive labor. That after the initial resistance of the cold morning, after the body has warmed from the inside out, After the first few trips have established the pattern, the work becomes almost meditative. Your muscles know what to do. Your feet know the path. Your hands know the weight of the bucket and the angle of the yoke and exactly how fast you can walk without sloshing. Your mind, released from the effort of figuring out what to do because it already knows, wanders somewhere else, to the conversation you had with a neighbor yesterday, to a worry about the winter stores, to nothing in particular, just the rhythm of footsteps and the weight and the cold air filling your lungs.
The colonial body was in many ways more intimately connected to its environment than the modern body is. You feel weather not as a background condition filtered through windows and thermostats, but as a direct, immediate physical presence. Cold is not an inconvenience you move between, it is something you inhabit and work within. The ground beneath your feet tells you about the season, the give of spring mud, the hardness of summer-baked earth, the unpredictable crunch of frozen November. Your body reads these conditions automatically, adjusting its gait, its effort, its strategy. A modern person dropped into this morning would fight the cold and the terrain and the weight. You simply move with it, the way water moves with the shape of the ground it flows across. Resistance, when it comes from the world, is simply information about how to proceed. By the time you have made 3 or 4 trips to the well and back, each one 40-odd pounds of water, each one across that same frozen corrugated path, each one leaving you slightly warmer despite the cold, the household water supply is replenished. The bucket beside the hearth is full. The barrel in the corner that serves as the secondary reserve has been topped up. The trough near the barn has been filled for the animals. The world, which was about to run short of one of its most fundamental requirements, has been supplied for another day. You set the yoke down against the wall of the house and flex your shoulders, feeling the release of the weight with the satisfaction of a task completed that needed completing.
Meanwhile, the wood pile beside the hearth has been restocked from outside. The fire has been fed its morning ration of larger logs and is burning at its working pace, not the eager, dramatic fire of its early morning revival, but the steady, workmanlike burn of a fire that knows it has a long day ahead and is pacing itself accordingly. The iron pot has been refilled with water for the midday cooking. The kettle, a smaller iron vessel that hangs near the fire on its own hook, has water in it for whatever hot liquid the morning requires, an herbal infusion, a cup of broth, a preparation of willow bark for the tooth that has been complaining again since breakfast. The household is, for this moment, supplied. Everything that needs to be full is full. Everything that needs to be burning is burning. There is a concept in colonial studies that historians sometimes call the economy of effort, the way that colonial households structured their physical labor to minimize wasted movement and maximize productive output from every trip, every fire lighting, every heated pot of water. If you are going to the well anyway, you carry the maximum load the yoke allows. If the fire is hot for cooking, you dry the wet laundry near it at the same time. If you are going to the barn for the morning milking, you bring the kitchen scraps for the pig on the way. Nothing is a single-purpose trip. Everything is layered and compounded with other tasks, because there are always more tasks than there are hours, and the gap must be managed by efficiency. Colonial households were, in their way, extraordinarily optimized systems. They had to be. The alternative was not inconvenience, it was genuine shortage.
The morning is fully arrived now. Not warm, it will not be warm today, not in November, not in this climate, but light, genuinely light. The pale silver-white light of an overcast autumn day falling on a frost that is beginning very slowly to soften at the edges. The yard around the farmhouse is alive with small sounds and movements. Chickens investigating the newly unfrozen patches of ground, a cow's lowing from the barn indicating that the morning milking is overdue, smoke rising steadily from the chimney in a thin column that bends south in the light wind. You have been awake for perhaps 3 hours. In those 3 hours you have tended the fire, addressed the chamber pot, dressed in your many layers, eaten your thin porridge, hauled wood, and carried water. You have not yet begun what anyone in 1776 would describe as the real work of the day. That is still ahead of you.
Let all of that settle now, like snow settling after a wind has passed. Let the weight of the buckets go. Let the cold of the yard recede. Let the crunch of frozen mud beneath your boots fade to a memory, and then to nothing. You are warm tonight. You are still tonight. Nobody is asking you to carry anything, to fill anything, to maintain anything. The infrastructure of your life is working quietly and invisibly around you, delivering warmth and water and light, without asking anything from your muscles in return. That is extraordinary. That is the result of centuries of accumulated human ingenuity, applied problem by problem to the exact hardships we have been tracing through these chapters. Let yourself receive it. Let your body grow heavy, and your breathing slow, and your thoughts go soft at the edges. The colonial morning is still going. The wood is being split somewhere. The water is being carried. The fire is being tended. But none of it needs you tonight. Sleep. Rest. You have earned it, simply by being here.
Welcome back. Settle in wherever you are tonight. Let your body find its most comfortable position. Shift, adjust, sink in. Take one slow breath and let it carry the last of the day out with it. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776, where the fire is burning, the water has been hauled, the wood has been stacked, and the household is moving through its morning with the quiet, practiced efficiency of people who have never known any other way. But tonight, we turn our attention to the smallest members of this colonial household, the children. In the 21st century, childhood is a protected space, a time of learning and play and gradual, carefully supervised preparation for adult life. In 1776, childhood is something considerably shorter, considerably harder, and in its own way, considerably more serious. Come with me. Let's meet the small workers.
There is a child beside you at the hearth this morning, perhaps 7 years old, perhaps 8. Age in colonial families is tracked less precisely than you might expect, especially for younger children in households where the demands of daily survival leave little time for sentiment or record-keeping. This child is not standing at the hearth watching the fire with the idle curiosity of a modern child watching a screen. This child is working. They are tending the fire in your absence, keeping the flame at the right level, making sure the iron pot doesn't boil dry, watching for the particular behavior of the flames that tells an experienced eye when more wood is needed. This child has been doing this since they were 5 years old. They are good at it. They have to be, because in a colonial household, a child who cannot contribute is a child the household cannot fully afford. Colonial childhood began its transition into working life very early by modern standards, typically around age 5 or 6, when a child was considered old enough to perform simple but genuinely useful tasks. The youngest children fed chickens, gathered eggs from the henhouse, scared birds away from the kitchen garden, carried small loads of kindling, and ran errands between the house and the barn. As they grew stronger and more capable, the tasks scaled accordingly. By age 10, a colonial child was performing work that a modern adult would recognize as substantial: field work, food preservation, textile production, animal care. By their early teens, most colonial children were functioning members of the household economy in nearly every sense that mattered. Childhood, as a distinct protected phase of life, was brief.
Useful contribution was the measure of a person, and children were measured by it as readily as adults.
This is not, historians are careful to note, simply callousness or indifference to children's well-being. Colonial parents loved their children with the same depth and particularity that parents in every era have loved theirs. The letters and diaries that survive from the 18th century are full of tender, grief-stricken, fiercely affectionate references to children, particularly in the heartbreaking frequency of their deaths. But the economic reality of colonial life meant that every capable body in the household needed to contribute to its survival. A child who spent their days in supervised play while the adults did all the work was a luxury that most colonial families simply could not sustain. Work was not punishment, it was participation. It was the means by which a child demonstrated their growing competence and earned their place in the family's unspoken accounting of itself.
The division of children's work followed the same gender lines as adult work, beginning almost immediately. Young girls learned the hearth-centered skills first, tending the fire, stirring the pot, sweeping the floor, caring for younger siblings. By 8 or 9, a colonial girl was learning to spin, sitting at a small spinning wheel, drawing out the fiber and feeding it onto the spindle, producing the yarn that would eventually become the cloth that her family wore. Spinning was not a hobby or a craft project. It was an industrial process performed in the home, consuming hours of every day, producing a commodity, spun thread, that was either woven into cloth at home or traded for other necessities. A girl who could spin well was contributing real economic value to her household by the time she was 10 years old.
Boys learned the outdoor and mechanical skills, splitting kindling when they were too small for the full axe, feeding and watering animals, learning to plow by following their fathers up and down the furrows, eventually taking over sections of the farm work as their strength grew to match the demand. A colonial boy of 12 or 13 might be doing the work of a modern adult laborer, plowing, planting, harvesting, splitting full cords of firewood, repairing fences and structures, helping to slaughter and process animals in autumn. His formal education, if he received any at all, was fitted into the margins of this work schedule, not the other way around. Education was valuable, food and warmth were more immediately valuable, and there was only so much of the day to go around.
Formal education in colonial America existed on a spectrum that ranged from extensive to non-existent, depending almost entirely on where you lived, what your family could afford, and what year it was. In New England, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, the Puritan tradition placed high value on literacy because the ability to read the Bible was considered spiritually essential. The Massachusetts Bay Colony had passed a law as early as 1647 requiring towns of 50 families or more to establish a school. By 1776, New England had a relatively high literacy rate by the standards of the era. Perhaps 70 to 80% of men could read, and a significant proportion of women as well. In the middle and southern colonies, formal education was considerably more scattered. Wealthy plantation families hired private tutors. Middling families sent children to small private schools called dame schools, typically run by a literate woman in her home, or to church-organized schools when they existed. A dame school, if there is one within walking distance of your farm, is a modest affair. It meets in a private home, the kitchen or the main room, where a literate woman teaches the neighborhood children the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic in exchange for small payments in goods or coin. The curriculum is simple. The hornbook first, a paddle-shaped piece of wood covered with a sheet of paper protected by a thin layer of horn, showing the alphabet, numbers, and the Lord's Prayer. Then the primer, a small book of reading lessons organized around religious and moral content. Arithmetic means addition, subtraction, and perhaps simple multiplication.
Writing means learning to form letters with a quill pen dipped in ink made from oak galls and iron salts, practicing on whatever paper is available, which is never quite enough. The children sit on benches, sometimes sharing books because there are not enough to go around, reading aloud in unison when the teacher directs, working sums on small slate boards that can be wiped clean and reused.
But school, when it exists at all, is not a daily certainty for most colonial children. Harvest time empties the schoolroom because every capable child is needed in the fields. Illness empties it further. Winter weather, particularly in rural areas where children might walk 2 or 3 miles each way, keeps attendance irregular. And for many children, particularly girls in many communities, and all children in families under serious economic stress, school simply does not happen at all. What happens instead is learning in the most direct possible sense. Learning by doing, at the side of a parent or older sibling, acquiring the skills needed for survival through observation and practice, rather than through books and formal instruction. A colonial girl who never learned to read might still be entirely competent in every skill her daily life required. Whether this was a deprivation or simply a different form of education is a question historians continue to debate with genuine feeling.
The children in your household are doing several things simultaneously this morning with the easy multitasking of small people who have been trained from infancy to keep multiple balls in the air at once. The oldest child, perhaps 11 or 12, has gone with your father to the barn for the morning milking, carrying the wooden bucket and the small 3-legged stool, ready to sit beside the cow and work the rhythm of milking with hands that have done it enough times to know the feel of it without thinking. The middle children are inside, helping with the morning's household tasks, sweeping the floor with a bundle of straw tied to a stick, carrying ashes from the hearth to the ash barrel outside, where they will eventually become lye for soap making, rinsing the breakfast bowls with cold water and stacking them for the midday meal.
The youngest child, who is old enough to walk and follow instruction, perhaps 4 years old, has been given the chicken feeding task, which is both genuinely useful and safely manageable for a small person. They carry a small wooden bowl of dried corn scraps from the kitchen, walk to the yard where the chickens are already gathering with their particular urgent, purposeful tread, and scatter the corn in a wide arc. The chickens descend on it with enthusiasm and zero gratitude. The child watches with the solemn satisfaction of a person who has completed a real task, then returns the empty bowl to the kitchen and waits to be told what comes next. This child will never remember a time when they did not work. The concept of a morning with nothing to do will not occur to them for many years, and when it does, it will seem strange rather than appealing.
Play exists in colonial childhood, but it exists in the gaps between work rather than as the primary occupation of the day. Children in 1776 play with what they have and what they have made: carved wooden toys, cloth dolls stuffed with straw or sawdust, hoops rolled with sticks, simple ball games, chasing games that require nothing but open space and willing participants. In summer, streams and ponds provide endless entertainment with no equipment at all. In winter, snow transforms the landscape into a temporary playground. But play happens in the afternoon, after the morning's tasks are done. It happens on Sundays after church, when work, the heavy, productive kind, is technically forbidden by religious observance. It happens in the stolen minutes between one task and the next, briefly and without ceremony, because the next task is always waiting, and the day is always shorter than the list of things that need doing.
Colonial children also played important roles in the family's textile production, one of the most labor-intensive ongoing tasks in any colonial household. Before cloth could be woven, the raw fiber had to be processed. Wool, sheared from sheep in spring, had to be cleaned, dried, carded, combed with 2 paddle-like tools set with wire teeth that aligned the fibers, and then spun into yarn. Children carded wool for hours at a stretch, sitting near the fire, pulling the carding battles through the fiber with a steady, repetitive motion that required attention but not great strength, making it ideal work for children of 8 or 9. The carded fiber they produced fed the spinning wheels operated by older girls and women, which produced the yarn that would eventually, after more processing, become the cloth that kept the family clothed. The entire chain of textile production ran through the household, and children were essential links in it.
There is a particular kind of silence in a colonial household where work is happening. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of focus, the sound of the fire, the rhythmic scrape of a broom, the soft pull of wool through carding paddles, the creak of floorboards under moving feet. Children in this environment learn early that noise for its own sake has no place in the working household, not because they are disciplined harshly out of it, but because the ambient culture of the space is purposeful rather than recreational, and children, being acute observers of the world they are learning, absorb this purpose and reflect it back. A modern visitor to this morning might find the quietness of these children slightly unnerving, as though something had been removed that should be there. But nothing has been removed. Something has been added. A sense of participation, of consequence, of being genuinely needed. It changes the quality of a child's presence in a room.
Colonial children experience death with a directness and regularity that modern children are largely shielded from. In a household where infant and child mortality was a constant statistical reality, where perhaps 2 or 3 of every 10 children born did not survive to their 5th birthday, and where epidemic disease could take a child in a week, the presence of death was not hidden or managed or softened into abstraction. When a sibling died, the death happened in the home, in the same bed, in the same room. The body was laid out by family members. The burial happened in the churchyard or in a corner of the family land. The grief was expressed openly and then, of necessity, set aside, because the work of survival did not pause for grief longer than it had to. Colonial children learned early that people they loved could disappear from the world with very little warning, and that the response to this knowledge was not despair, but rather the same patient, practical continuation that characterized every other aspect of colonial life.
The physical environment of colonial childhood was also dramatically different from what modern children inhabit. There were no child-proofed spaces, no age-appropriate equipment, no surfaces designed for small people's safety. The hearth that warmed the house was also the hearth that burned the child who got too close, and children did get burned regularly because fire was everywhere, and the ability to supervise children's proximity to it was limited by the competing demands on adult attention. Wells were uncovered. Farm animals were large and occasionally unpredictable. Tools were sharp and kept within reach because they needed to be. Colonial children sustained injuries at rates that would horrify a modern parent, and they recovered from them, or did not recover from them, with the same stoic practicality that adults applied to their own physical damage. The world was not designed for children's safety. Children were designed, through experience, for the world. And yet, and this is worth saying clearly, the accounts that survive from colonial childhood are not uniformly bleak. They describe fishing trips with fathers in summer, berry-picking expeditions with siblings, the particular excitement of market day in the nearest town, the pleasure of a warm fire after cold outdoor work, the satisfaction of a task done well, the deep comfort of a household where everyone knew their place and their contribution. Colonial children existed within a web of community and purpose that provided its own form of security, different from, but not necessarily inferior to, what modern childhood offers. They were known quantities in the world they inhabited, their skills recognized, their labor valued, their growth from dependent infant to capable contributor tracked with genuine investment by the adults around them. That is a form of being seen that not every modern child receives. By mid-morning, the children of the household have distributed themselves across a half-dozen tasks,
The oldest is still in the barn, finishing the milking and beginning the mucking out of the animal stalls, the removal of soiled straw and manure, replaced with fresh straw, a task that requires a strong stomach and a willing back, and generates the material that will, by spring, have become the compost that goes back onto the fields. The middle children are engaged in their indoor tasks, moving through them with the competence of small professionals. The youngest has found a moment of genuine freedom and is crouching near the back fence, watching a beetle navigate the frozen ground with an intensity of attention that only a 4-year-old can sustain for something a centimeter long. This, too, is childhood in 1776. It fits in where it can. It is brief and it is real, and it is fully, completely itself. The morning light is strengthening toward its pale November maximum now, the best the sky is going to offer today, which is a thin, even silver-white light that illuminates without warming, that shows everything clearly without any of the drama of direct sun. The frost in the yard is gone from most surfaces, replaced by wet mud that will freeze again tonight. The smoke from the chimney has been joined by smoke from the neighbor's chimney, just visible through the bare trees to the east. The sounds of the farm are fully established, the cow settled after her milking, the chickens occupied with their investigations of the yard, the rhythmic sounds of work from inside and outside the house. The day has been underway for hours. The children are in it, the way they are always in it, not observers of the adult world, not guests waiting for their real lives to begin, but participants right now in the only life any of them has ever known. Let all of that soften now. Let the sounds of that colonial morning grow quieter, the scrape of the broom, the pull of the carting paddles, the distant sounds from the barn. Let the children of 1776 go on with their morning, which they are entirely capable of doing without your attention, and let yourself come back here, to this warm, quiet hour, to the particular softness of where you are right now. You were a child once, and the world was large and full of things to learn, and someone tended the fire while you slept. Tonight, the fire is tending itself. The morning will come when it comes. For now there is only this, the slow weight of sleep settling over you, the breath going longer and quieter, the thoughts dissolving at the edges into something warm and formless, and deeply, completely restful. Let it come all the way in. You are safe. You are warm. The small workers of 1776 have done their part. Now rest. Sleep well. Welcome back. Let yourself arrive gently tonight. Feel the weight of your body settling, the warmth wrapping around you, the particular quiet of this late hour. Take one slow breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776, where the fire is burning well, the wood is stacked, the water is hauled, the children are at their tasks, and the farm is moving through its morning with the steady, practiced rhythm of a household that has survived many winters and intends to survive this one too. Tonight, we turn our attention to the person who has been in motion since before anyone else opened their eyes this morning, who has not stopped moving since, and will not stop until well after dark. Tonight, we talk about the colonial woman, her world, her work, her legal reality, and the extraordinary, largely unrecorded labor that held colonial American life together from the inside. Your mother has been awake longer than you have. This is almost certainly true regardless of what time you opened your eyes this morning. In most colonial households, the woman of the house rose first, before her husband, before the children, before the pale suggestion of dawn appeared at the oiled paper window, to coax the fire back to life, to begin heating water, to start whatever needed the most time to prepare. The fire that you found burning when you woke was not burning because it tended itself. It was burning because someone got up in the absolute dark of 4 in the morning and made it so. That someone, in most colonial households, was a woman. She was the first person awake in this house. She will be the last person to stop working tonight. This is not an exaggeration. It is simply the shape of a colonial woman's day.
The scope of work that fell to colonial women is staggering when you lay it out in full. On any given day, a colonial housewife was responsible for maintaining the fire, cooking all meals from scratch using techniques and equipment that demanded constant attention, preserving food through salting, smoking, pickling, and drying, producing textiles from raw fiber through spinning, weaving, and sewing, caring for infants and young children, nursing the sick, managing the household stores and trading relationships, making soap and candles, tending the kitchen garden in growing season, keeping the house clean by the standards of the era, and managing the labor of any children or servants in the household. This was not a list of weekly tasks distributed across 7 days. This was, with variations by season, the daily list, every day, 7 days a week, without weekends, without vacation, without retirement.
The kitchen garden deserves particular attention because it was, in many colonial households, primarily a woman's domain and a woman's contribution to the family's food security. The kitchen garden, a small plot immediately adjacent to the house, distinct from the larger field crops managed by men, grow the herbs, vegetables, and small fruits that supplemented the grain-heavy diet of the colonial table. Onions, garlic, cabbages, turnips, parsnips, beans, squash, herbs for cooking and medicine, all of these came from the kitchen garden, planted and tended and harvested primarily by the women of the household. In November, the garden is bare and frozen, but the summer's harvest is still present in the house, in the crocks of pickled vegetables, the strings of dried beans, the bundles of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. The garden's presence in the winter kitchen is invisible but pervasive, the result of months of a woman's daily labor, translated into the family's ability to eat.
Textile production consumed more of a colonial woman's time than almost any other single task, and understanding this requires understanding that cloth in 1776 was not something you purchased cheaply and in abundance. Cloth was expensive, imported fabric was taxed, and the non-importation agreements associated with the growing colonial resistance movement had made purchasing British cloth politically fraught. Many colonial women had taken public pledges to produce homespun, cloth made at home from locally grown fiber, as a deliberate act of political and economic resistance. The Daughters of Liberty, a women's patriot organization, organized public spinning bees where women gathered to spin together, the volume of their collective production a demonstration of colonial self-sufficiency and defiance. Spinning was, in this particular historical moment, simultaneously domestic labor and political statement. The woman at the spinning wheel in November 1776 was doing something that meant more than keeping her family clothed.
The legal status of colonial women is something that exists at a considerable distance from anything modern readers would recognize as equality, and it is worth understanding clearly because it shaped every dimension of a woman's daily life in ways that were so fundamental as to be nearly invisible from inside them. Under the legal doctrine of coverture, inherited from English common law and operating throughout the colonies, a married woman had no independent legal existence. Upon marriage, her legal identity was subsumed into her husband's. She could not own property in her own name, she could not sign contracts, she could not sue or be sued independently, she could not keep her own wages if she earned them. The children she bore were legally her husband's. The household she managed were legally her husband's. Even the clothes on her back were, in the eyes of the law, her husband's property. This legal reality did not mean that colonial women were powerless in practice. The gap between legal theory and daily life was significant, and women exercised considerable authority within the household sphere that the law nominally assigned to their husbands. A colonial housewife managed the household economy with real decision-making power, deciding what to plant in the kitchen garden, what to preserve and how, what to trade at market, which remedies to use for which illnesses, how to allocate the household's source resources across competing needs. Her husband might be the legal owner of everything, but her judgment ran the house, and in many colonial marriages, the practical authority of the wife in domestic matters was understood and respected. The law said one thing, daily life said something more complicated. Widowhood was the one circumstance under which colonial women gained full legal personhood. A widow, called a femme sole in legal terminology, could own property, sign contracts, operate a business, and appear in court in her own name. This created the strange situation in which death was, from a purely legal standpoint, the most liberating event in a colonial woman's life. Some widows in colonial America ran extremely successful businesses, taverns, printing operations, import businesses, farms, demonstrating capabilities that the law of coverture had spent their marriages pretending they did not possess. When their husbands died and the legal constraints lifted, what emerged was not helplessness, but competence that had been present all along, simply operating within a narrower set of officially sanctioned channels. Childbirth was the most dangerous regular event in a colonial woman's life, and it was an event that happened repeatedly. The average colonial woman who survived to adulthood bore somewhere between 5 and 8 children over the course of her childbearing years, with pregnancies beginning typically in her late teens or very early 20s and continuing, with intervals determined by nursing and circumstance, until her body could no longer sustain them or her reproductive years ended. Each birth was attended by a midwife, a woman with practical experience in managing deliveries, operating entirely outside any formal medical training, and by female neighbors and relatives who came to assist and to provide the particular support of women who had been through this themselves. The husband was typically not present. Birth was women's business, managed in women's space, witnessed by women. The risks of colonial childbirth were real and substantial. Hemorrhage, infection, obstructed labor, eclampsia. The complications that modern obstetrics manages routinely with medication, surgery, and blood transfusions were managed in 1776 with herbal preparations, prayer, and the midwife's hands. Maternal mortality rates in colonial America are difficult to calculate precisely from surviving records, but historians estimate that perhaps 1 to 2% of births ended in the mother's death, meaning that a woman who bore 7 children had faced that risk 7 times. Over a reproductive lifetime, the cumulative probability of dying in childbirth was not trivial. Women knew this. They prepared for births with the same practical attention they gave to every other dangerous and necessary task, made their peace with the risk, and continued. Because continuing was what you did. The midwife herself was an important figure in the colonial community, a woman whose knowledge and skill gave her a social authority that transcended her formal legal status. Midwives delivered babies, yes, but they also provided prenatal care, advised on matters of women's health, prepared herbal medicines, and served as a repository of the accumulated practical medical knowledge of the female community. They were called at all hours, in all weather, and their arrival at a birthing house was a signal that something serious and important was happening, a threshold moment in the life of a family. The respect accorded to a skilled midwife in her community was genuine and significant, even if it was never formally recognized in law or in the official records that historians later depend on. Your mother is managing several things simultaneously right now, as she always is. She is nursing the baby, seated near the hearth with the infant at her breast. using a posture so practiced it barely registers as an activity separate from everything else she is doing. With her free hand she is mending, a tear in a child's stocking that appeared yesterday and must be repaired before it becomes worse, the needle and thread moving with the automatic precision of someone who has made this motion 10,000 times. In her head she is composing the day's tasks, running through the household stores, noting what needs to be traded for at the next market day, calculating how long the salt pork barrel will last if the family eats it at the current rate. She is doing 4 things at once and thinking about 6 others, and none of this is remarkable. This is simply her mind, organized for the demands of her life. The social life of colonial women was real and important, even within the constraints of their circumstances. Spinning bees, quilting bees, and other forms of communal work brought women together regularly in a context that combined productive labor with conversation, news sharing, mutual support, and the particular pleasure of being in the company of other women who understood your daily reality from the inside. These gatherings were not frivolous. They produced real goods, real cloth, real quilts. But they were also a space where women could speak freely, share their experiences, offer and receive advice, and maintain the social connections that were as essential to human well-being in 1776 as they are today. The women who gathered to spin together were not just producing yarn. They were maintaining a community, one thread at a time. Women in colonial America also participated in the cash economy more than their legal invisibility might suggest. A woman who produced surplus butter, cheese, eggs, or garden vegetables could sell or trade them at market, and in many colonial households, this income, small but consistent, was the margin between adequacy and shortage. Women who possessed particular skills, midwifery, sewing, weaving, the preparation of certain foods or medicines, could exchange those skills for goods or cash in the informal economy of the neighborhood. The records of colonial merchants and store accounts show women conducting transactions regularly, paying debts and making purchases, operating within the cash economy with a practical fluency that the law of coverture officially denied them. The law described a fiction. The market records described a reality. Enslaved black women in colonial America carried all of the burdens of colonial womanhood and carried them under conditions of radical additional deprivation and violence that require their own acknowledgement here. An enslaved woman's labor, in the house, in the fields, in the care of her enslaver's children, was extracted without compensation, without legal recourse, without the possibility of the kind of household authority that even the most constrained free colonial woman could exercise. Her children were not legally hers. Her body was not legally hers. The skills she possessed, the cooking, the textile production, the medical knowledge, the agricultural expertise, enriched the households of those who enslaved her without acknowledgement or reward. The colonial economy, including the domestic economy we have been tracing through these chapters, rested on this foundation. No honest account of a colonial woman's world can omit it.
Indigenous women inhabited yet another entirely different relationship to the colonial landscape, one that varied enormously by nation, region, and the particular stage of colonial encroachment on their communities. In many indigenous nations of eastern North America, women held significant social and political authority, controlling the longhouse, managing agricultural production, participating in governance through clan mothers and similar structures. The arrival of European colonial systems, with their particular ideas about gender, property, and political authority, disrupted these structures in ways that were often deliberately targeted, because undermining indigenous women's authority was one mechanism by which colonial systems undermined indigenous sovereignty more broadly. The story of women in 1776 America is not one story, it is many, layered and complicated and still being written by historians who are only beginning to recover its full dimensions.
Back in your colonial farmhouse, your mother has finished nursing the baby, transferred the sleeping infant to the cradle, and is now standing at the rough table with a ceramic bowl and a wooden spoon, beginning the preparation of the midday meal. It will be a soup or a stew, the same iron pot, the same fire, a combination of whatever the household stores contain. Dried beans have been soaking since last night in the ceramic crock, softening enough to cook through in a few hours. A piece of salt pork from the barrel will go in for flavor and protein. Dried onion and whatever herbs are available. Water from the bucket. The whole thing will simmer over the fire for the next 3 or 4 hours, filling the house with a smell that is genuinely appetizing, warm and savory and promising in a way that thin porridge, for all its utility, never quite manages to be.
She works without a recipe, without measuring cups, without any of the precise instrumentation that modern cooking sometimes depends on. Her measurements are hands and eyes and memory. A handful of beans, a piece of pork about this size, enough water to cover by this much, the right consistency indicated by how the stew coats the back of the spoon when you lift it. These measurements are not imprecise. They are calibrated to her specific pot, her specific fire, her specific family's needs, refined through years of daily practice into a kind of embodied knowledge that produces consistent results without any written instructions at all. This is expertise in its oldest and most direct form, knowledge that lives in the hands and the eyes and the accumulated memory of doing, rather than in books or written procedures.
The morning is moving toward midday now, and your mother has not sat down since before you woke. She will not sit down for several more hours. The work is continuous, and the pauses between tasks are occupied by the next task, and the rhythm of it is so deeply established in her body and her sense of herself that to ask her whether she finds it hard would produce genuine confusion. Hard compared to what? This is simply life. This is what life is. She is not suffering through it. She is living it with the same full human presence that any person brings to any life they have actually accepted as their own. There is satisfaction in a well-tended fire, in a pot of stew that smells right, in a child's mended stocking, in a household that is fed and warm and functioning. These are real satisfactions, even if history has been slow to record them as such.
Let that thought carry you now as you ease towards sleep. The colonial woman's world was constrained in ways that are genuinely worth understanding and honestly reckoning with. But it was also full of skill, of purpose, of community, of the deep satisfaction of work that mattered in immediate and tangible ways. The fire that burns tonight in that colonial farmhouse is burning because of her. The food on the table is her knowledge and her labor. The clothed and living children are, in ways the law of the time refused to acknowledge, her achievement. Let all of that settle into the quiet. Let 1776 grow soft and distant behind you. Let the fire tend itself. Let the stew simmer on without you. You are warm tonight and still tonight, and the darkness behind your closed eyes is soft and welcoming. Go there now. The colonial morning is carrying on without you. Sleep well. Welcome back. Let yourself settle in slowly tonight. Let the day unwind from your shoulders. Let your breathing find its own quiet pace. Let the warmth around you do its work. You know where we're going. Back to that cold November morning in 1776, where the fire is burning. The stew is beginning its long simmer over the hearth. The children are at their tasks, and the woman of the house is moving through her morning with the focused, continuous efficiency
of someone who has never once in her life had more hours than she had worked to fill them with. Tonight we step outside the farmhouse and walk further, past the yard, past the barn, past the woodpile and the well, out into the fields that fed this family, the fields that defined this landscape, the fields that were, in November 1776, resting in the cold and the dark of the earth, waiting for spring to ask something of them again.
November is not a farming month in the active sense. The plowing and planting and tending and harvesting that consumed the spring, summer, and early autumn are finished. The fields lie bare under the gray sky, wide, flat expanses of dark-turned earth, stubbled with the broken remnants of this year's cornstalks, the soil frozen in the top inch or two and softening to cold mud beneath. To walk across them now is to walk across something that is resting, dormant, gathering itself quietly for the enormous effort it will be asked to make again in April. But the fields are never truly finished with the farmer, and the farmer is never truly finished with the fields. Even in November, even in winter, the relationship between this family and this land continues in the form of planning, maintenance, and the constant, watchful attention of people whose survival depends on understanding exactly what the earth beneath their feet is capable of.
The colonial farm in 1776 looks nothing like a modern American farm. There are no vast monoculture fields stretching to the horizon, no industrial machinery, no chemically treated soil producing a single optimized crop year after year. A colonial farm is a patchwork, several different fields of varying sizes, each managed according to a rotation system that colonial farmers understood through accumulated practical experience rather than formal agricultural science. One field grows corn, another grows wheat or rye, a third might lie fallow, deliberately unplanted, to recover its fertility after years of cultivation. Woodlots are maintained for fuel and building material. Pastures provide grazing for livestock. The kitchen garden sits closest to the house. Every piece of land has a purpose, and the purposes are organized around the goal of producing enough of enough different things that the failure of any single crop does not mean the family starves.
Corn was the cornerstone crop of colonial American farming, and it earned that position through a combination of productivity, versatility, and adaptability that no other grain could match in the American climate. A single acre of well-tended corn in colonial New England or the mid-Atlantic colonies could produce 30 to 40 bushels of grain in a good year, enough to provide a family's basic caloric needs for several months. Corn grew in soils too thin and acidic for wheat. It tolerated the stumpy, rock-strewn, imperfectly cleared fields of recently established farms. It could be planted between the standing stumps of trees that had not yet been fully removed, a farming method called intercropping that colonial farmers learned directly from indigenous peoples, who had been cultivating corn on this continent for thousands of years before the first European ship appeared on the horizon.
The debt that colonial American agriculture owed to indigenous knowledge was enormous and is still not fully acknowledged in the popular telling of this history. The specific varieties of corn that colonial farmers planted, the techniques for hilling it, for planting beans and squash alongside it and the system known as the Three Sisters, for processing it into hominy by treating it with wood ash lye, all of this knowledge was indigenous in origin, transferred to European settlers through trading relationships, through observation, and through the kind of practical instruction that happens when one group of people has figured out how to feed themselves in a particular landscape, and another group of people is trying very hard not to die. The colonial farm that kept your family alive in 1776 was, in its agricultural foundations, a hybrid system, European tools and European land tenure applied to indigenous crops and indigenous techniques.
The Three Sisters planting method is worth describing in detail because it is one of the most elegant agricultural systems ever developed, and it was operating in colonial American fields long before European farmers had any scientific framework for understanding why it worked so well. Corn is planted first, in hills of loose soil. When the corn is a few inches tall, beans are planted at its base. When the beans have sprouted, squash is planted in the spaces between the hills. The three plants support each other in a precisely calibrated ecological relationship. The corn stalks provide a climbing structure for the bean vines. The beans, as legumes, fix nitrogen from the air into the soil, fertilizing the corn and squash. The squash's large leaves shade the ground, retaining moisture and suppressing weeds. The three crops together provide a nutritionally complete diet. The corn supplies carbohydrates, the beans supply protein and amino acids, the squash supplies vitamins and minerals. It is a system that feeds both the people and the soil simultaneously.
Wheat and rye grew in the colonies too, though they required better soil and more careful management than corn. Wheat was the prestige grain, more expensive, more difficult to grow, more prone to failure in wet years from a fungal disease called black stem rust. But it produced the white flour that made the fine bread associated with gentility and prosperity. A family that ate wheat bread regularly was signaling something about its economic position. Rye was the practical alternative, hardier, more tolerant of poor soil and cold weather, producing a darker, denser bread that was perfectly nutritious and considerably less prestigious. In New England, where the rocky soil and short growing season made wheat cultivation difficult, rye was the common bread grain for ordinary families. The bread on your table in November 1776 is almost certainly rye, or a mixture of rye and cornmeal. Dense, dark, slightly sour, and entirely sufficient.
The work of preparing fields for planting, plowing, was among the most physically demanding tasks on the colonial farm and one of the most technically challenging. A colonial plow was a heavy iron-tipped wooden implement pulled by a team of oxen or horses, guided by a man walking behind it, pressing the handles to keep the blade at the right depth and angle as it broke the soil. Plowing a single acre of ground took a full day of labor from both man and animals. The soil of a newly cleared field, full of roots and rocks and the debris of forest, resisted the plow aggressively. Rocks had to be removed by hand, a task that produced the stone walls that still mark the edges of New England fields today. Those beautiful gray lines of accumulated effort that look like landscape features, but are actually the physical record of thousands of hours of back-breaking stone removal, one rock at a time.
The stone walls of New England deserve a moment of full attention because they are one of the most visible and least understood artifacts of colonial American agricultural labor. They appear in photographs and paintings and autumn tourist brochures as picturesque, almost romantic features of the landscape. Gray lichen stones winding through forest and field, suggesting a simpler and more beautiful time. What they actually represent is something more like a geological audit of human effort. Every stone in every wall was pulled from the earth by human hands, loaded onto a stone boat, a flat wooden sled, dragged to the field's edge by oxen, and stacked by someone who was already tired from a day of other work, in all weathers, season after season, year after year. The forests of New England that grew back over abandoned farm fields in the 19th and 20th centuries now contain miles of these walls, hidden in the trees, silent, patient records of a civilization built entirely on physical effort. Soil fertility was the central problem of colonial agriculture, and colonial farmers managed it with the tools available to them: crop rotation, fallow periods, and manure. Manure was the primary fertilizer, and its application to the fields was a major autumn task. Loading the season's accumulated manure from the barn and animal yards onto a cart and spreading it across the fields before the ground froze solid, so that it could decompose through winter and release its nutrients into the soil by spring planting time. The smell of a colonial farm in late autumn, with fresh manure being spread across the fields, was distinctive enough to be noticeable even by the standards of the 18th century. Neighbors knew when it was manure spreading time. They were aware of this fact in a very direct and immediate way.
Your farm's fields have already been manured this autumn. The spreading happened in October, before the hardest frosts, and the fields have been left to rest. But there is still work to do out here, even in November. Fences need inspection and repair. The wooden rail fences or stone walls that define the field boundaries must be maintained, because a fence that fails in winter lets animals into the wrong fields or onto the road, and fixing that problem in February is considerably worse than preventing it in November. Drainage ditches must be cleared. Colonial fields were often poorly drained, and standing water in low areas prevented planting and rotted roots. Fallen trees from the woodlot need to be cut and split. The relationship between a colonial farmer and his land in November is the relationship between a craftsman and his tools in the evening, assessing, maintaining, preparing for the next day's work, even when the next day's work is still months away.
Your father moves through the fields this morning with a farmer's eye, which is to say, an eye trained to read the land the way a sailor reads the sea, seeing things in the color and texture of the soil, the behavior of the drainage, the condition of the field edges, that are invisible to anyone without years of practice in this specific place. He knows which corner of the lower field floods in a wet spring. He knows which section of the hillside dries out first and can be planted earliest. He knows where the soil is thin over bedrock and where it is deep and rich and black from decades of leaf fall at the forest edge. This knowledge, accumulated over a lifetime of farming this particular piece of ground, is not written down anywhere. It exists only in his body, in his memory, in the practical intelligence of a man who has been in relationship with this land since he was old enough to walk across it.
The relationship between colonial farmers and their land was complicated by the particular history of how that land came to be in their possession. The fields your family farms were not empty wilderness before your grandparents arrived. They were, in most cases, land that had been cleared, farmed, and managed by indigenous peoples for generations, land whose fertility, in many cases, derived in part from centuries of indigenous agricultural practice. The colonial legal and political system had transferred this land to European ownership through a combination of treaty, purchase, and outright seizure, processes whose justice and legitimacy were contested then and remain so now. The colonial farmer who looked out over his fields in 1776 and felt the satisfaction of ownership was looking at something whose history was considerably more complicated than ownership suggests. The land remembers what the deed does not record.
In the southern colonies, the relationship between fields and labor took on a different and darker character that cannot be omitted from any honest account of colonial agriculture. The large tobacco plantations of Virginia and Maryland, the rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia, the indigo operations that produced the blue dye for the colonial textile trade, all of these operated on the labor of enslaved African and African American people, whose agricultural knowledge and physical effort made the southern colonial economy function. The cultivation of rice in South Carolina, for example, depended directly on the expertise of enslaved people from rice-growing regions of West Africa, who brought the technical knowledge of rice cultivation to a colony whose European settlers had none. The wealth of the colonial South, including the wealth that funded the political leadership of the Revolution, was built on this foundation.
Back in your November fields, the silence is its own kind of presence. The sounds of the farm, the animals, the children, the fire, have receded to a background hum. Out here it is cold and gray and still, the bare earth stretching to the tree line, the sky a flat pewter color that promises neither sun nor snow, but simply cold, enduring, and patient. A crow calls once from the tree line and then is silent. The frozen stalks of the harvested corn rattle faintly in a light wind that moves across the field from the northwest, carrying the smell of more cold weather coming. Your father stands at the edge of the lower field, looking at the drainage ditch, calculating something. His breath clouds white. He has been standing here for 2 minutes in total silence, just looking, and when he moves, it will be with purpose, because the looking was the work.
Agricultural knowledge in colonial America was transmitted the same way most knowledge was transmitted, by apprenticeship, by observation, by the long, slow process of standing beside someone who knew and watching until you knew too. A colonial boy learned to farm by farming, starting with the simplest tasks and progressing as his strength and judgment developed, gradually taking on more complex and consequential work, making mistakes in the presence of someone experienced enough to correct them before they became disasters. By the time he was managing his own farm, he had been farming for 15 years. His body knew the work, his eye knew the land. His judgment had been tested by actual seasons with actual consequences, which is the most rigorous agricultural education available at any point in history.
The seasons organized colonial life with an authority that the modern world has largely insulated itself from. Spring was planting, urgent, weather-dependent, timed to the frost dates that every farmer in the region tracked with anxious attention. Summer was tending and growing, the long days filled with cultivation, fence repair, and the constant management of the crops through drought and pest and storm. Early autumn was the harvest, the most demanding physical period of the year, when every capable person worked from before dawn until after dark to bring in the crops before the weather turned. Late autumn, now November, was the consolidation, the processing, preserving, and storing of everything harvested, the slaughter and salting of animals, the preparation of the land and the buildings and the equipment for winter. Winter was survival and maintenance, and then spring came again, and the wheel turned. There is a particular quality of satisfaction in a well-prepared farm in November, in the full wood pile, the stocked root cellar, the salted meat barrel, the cured hides, the dried herbs and beans and corn. It is the satisfaction of a problem solved in advance, of a future difficulty anticipated and addressed before it arrives. A colonial family that reaches November with its stores full and its fields properly prepared has done something genuinely difficult and genuinely important. It has secured its own survival for another winter through its own labor and knowledge and the specific, local, irreplaceable intelligence of people who know this land and this climate and what both of them demand. This is not a small thing. In 1776, it is everything. Your father turns from the drainage ditch, notes what he noted, and begins walking back toward the farmhouse with the particular gait of someone who knows exactly where they are going and why. The fields spread out behind him in the pale light, bare and dark and patient. In 5 months, they will be planted again. In 8 months, they will be green. In 10 months, God and weather willing, they will be producing the food that keeps this family alive through another winter. The fields do not know this. They are simply earth, doing what earth does, holding the cold, holding the dark, holding the slow chemistry of decomposition and renewal that makes spring possible. But your father knows it, and the knowing is a kind of faith, agricultural faith, earned through years of watching this land keep its promises, the quiet confidence of a man who has bet his family's survival on the reliability of the seasons, and so far has not been wrong. Let all of that go soft now. Let the bare November fields dissolve into a comfortable darkness at the edges of your awareness. Let the cold air and the crow's call and the frozen earth recede to something distant and peaceful. The fields of 1776 are resting tonight, the way you are resting, dormant, gathering themselves, holding their potential quietly in the dark until the season turns and something new is asked of them. You are warm. You are still. The work is done for tonight. Let your breathing go long and slow and even. Let your body grow heavy and loose. Let the thoughts at the edges of your mind soften into something that isn't quite thought anymore. Sleep is very close now. It has been waiting patiently, the way the fields wait, without urgency, without impatience, simply present and ready for whenever you arrive. You're almost there. Just let go. Rest well.
Welcome back. Let yourself settle in gently tonight. Adjust. Shift. Find the position your body has been wanting since you lay down. Take one long, slow breath and let it carry the last of the day out with it. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776. The fire burning, the stew simmering, the fields resting in their cold, dark patience, the children at their tasks, and your father walking back from the fields toward the farmhouse with purpose in his stride. Tonight we don't go far. Tonight we walk only as far as the barn, that low, solid, animal-warm structure, standing just yards from the house, and we pay attention to the creatures inside it. The animals of a colonial farm were not pets, and they were not simply livestock in the modern industrial sense. They were something more complicated, more intimate, and more essential than either of those categories quite captures.
You have been aware of the animals all morning, without thinking about them specifically. The cows lowing from the barn when the milking was overdue, the chickens investigating the thawing mud of the yard, the distant grunt of the pig from its pen near the back fence. These sounds are the ambient music of your world, as natural and unremarkable as the sound of the fire or the wind in the bare trees. But tonight we give them their full attention, because the animals of a colonial farm were not background characters in the story of daily life. They were central to it, providers of food, labor, and materials, without which the entire household economy would collapse. Understanding a colonial family's relationship with its animals is understanding something fundamental about what survival looked like in 1776.
The cow is the most valuable animal on most colonial farms, and she knows it in the way that creatures with no concept of economics nevertheless manage to convey their own importance. She is a large, warm, enormously productive presence in the barn, producing milk twice daily with a reliability that the rest of colonial life rarely matches. A good dairy cow in 1776 produces perhaps 2 to 4 gallons of milk per day, considerably less than a modern dairy cow bred for maximum production, but enough to provide a family with fresh milk, butter, and cheese through the warmer months, and preserved dairy products through the winter. The morning milking has already happened. Your older sibling did it at first light, sitting on the 3-legged stool, working the rhythm with practiced hands, and the milk has been brought inside in the wooden bucket, a portion set to drink fresh, a portion poured into the shallow ceramic pan, where the cream will rise to the surface over the next several hours, to be skimmed and eventually churned into butter.
Butter making is a task that falls to the women and older children of the household, and it is more physically demanding than it sounds.
The cream skimmed from the milk pan is poured into a butter churn, a tall wooden cylinder with a plunging dasher that moves up and down, agitating the cream until the fat globules coalesce into solid butter. The churning takes anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, depending on the temperature of the cream, the fat content, and the particular stubbornness of that day's batch. You churn with your whole body, driving the dasher with your arms while your weight provides the force, establishing a rhythm and maintaining it past the point where your arms are tired, past the point where the cream seems like it will never change, until suddenly it does. The liquid separates from the solid, the buttermilk drains off through a small hole in the bottom of the churn, and what remains is a pale yellow mass of fresh butter that smells clean and faintly sweet, and is one of the genuine small pleasures available to a colonial household. You work it with wooden paddles to remove the remaining liquid, salt it lightly to help it keep, and pack it into a ceramic crock. This butter, if it is kept cool in the root cellar, will last several weeks.
The pig occupies a specific and somewhat paradoxical position in the colonial farmyard. Of all the farm animals, it is perhaps the most companionable in daily life. Pigs are intelligent, curious, social creatures that respond to human presence with genuine interest, learn the routines of the farmyard quickly, and develop something that feels, from the human side, like personality. Colonial children often named the pig. They fed it kitchen scraps by hand, watched it with affection, and engaged with it in the casual, unreflective way that children engage with any creature that responds to their attention. And then, in late November, the pig was killed. This was not a contradiction that colonial families spent a great deal of time examining. The pig's purpose was sustenance, and its companionship was a pleasant feature of the months that preceded that purpose being fulfilled. Sentiment and practicality coexisted in colonial animal relationships with a directness that modern industrial food production has allowed us to avoid. The autumn pig slaughter, called hog killing time in most of the colonies, was a community event, one of the social anchors of the late agricultural year. Neighbors gathered to help, because the work of butchering, processing, and preserving a whole pig required more hands than a single household could provide, and needed to happen quickly before the meat could spoil. The pig was slaughtered in the cold of early morning, when the temperature helped preserve the meat during processing. The carcass was scalded in a large iron cauldron of boiling water and scraped clean of bristles. Then the butchering began, methodical, skilled, and nothing wasted. The hams and shoulders were salted and smoked. The belly became salt pork. The fat was rendered into lard for cooking and making soap. The intestines were cleaned for sausage casings. The organ meats, liver, heart, kidneys, were eaten fresh in the days immediately following because they would not keep. The head was boiled down for head cheese. Even the blood was saved, cooked with grain and seasoning into blood pudding. A single pig, properly processed, provided a colonial family with months of preserved protein. It was the most important food event of the year, and it was done with the efficiency and thoroughness of people who had not a single piece of it to waste.
Chickens are the most democratic of colonial farm animals, cheap to acquire, cheap to feed, productive in proportion to their modest size, and manageable by children, which makes them the ideal animal for households that cannot afford to dedicate significant adult labor to animal care. A small flock of 6 to 12 hens provides eggs through the warmer months with cheerful regularity, requiring nothing more elaborate than daily feeding, daily watering, and a secure henhouse that keeps the foxes and weasels and raccoons from destroying in one night what took months to establish. In November, the hens are laying less. The shortening days reduce egg production with the mechanical reliability of a biological clock, but they are not entirely idle. The eggs that do appear in the nesting boxes each morning are collected by one of the children, carried inside with the careful attention appropriate to something fragile and valuable, and added to the household's food supply.
Oxen were the primary draft animals of colonial New England. Large, slow, enormously strong, and considerably cheaper to maintain than horses. A pair of oxen could plow a field, haul timber, drag stone boats loaded with rocks from the fields, and pull a loaded cart to market with a placid, deliberate efficiency that made them the practical choice for farm work requiring sustained pulling power over speed. They ate hay and grass rather than the grain that horses required, which made them considerably cheaper to feed through a long winter. They were also, eventually, edible. An ox at the end of its working life could be slaughtered and eaten, providing a final contribution to the household economy that a horse, by cultural convention, did not. In the middle and southern colonies, horses were more common for farm work, but in New England, the ox team was the workhorse of colonial agriculture in the most literal possible sense. Sheep provided wool for textile production and eventually meat, though a living sheep that produces a pound or two of wool every spring is more economically valuable than a dead sheep that produces a single meal, and most colonial families kept their sheep alive as long as they were productive. Shearing happened in spring, when the weather was warm enough that the newly naked animal would not suffer unduly from the loss of its insulation. The shearing was done with large iron shears, essentially a giant pair of scissors, wielded by an experienced hand that could take the fleece off in a single piece, a skill that required practice and a certain confident aggression with the shears that beginners rarely managed gracefully. The resulting fleece, a heavy, slightly greasy sheet of raw wool, was the beginning of a long process, washing, drying, carding, spinning, weaving, or knitting, that would eventually produce the cloth and yarn that kept the family clothed. The sheep was the beginning of that chain. It was a valued and well-maintained beginning. Animals lived in close proximity to the colonial household in a way that modern suburban and urban life has made almost impossible to imagine. The barn was feet from the house, sometimes attached, in northern New England, where the connected farmhouse barn design allowed a farmer to tend his animals in winter without stepping outside into a blizzard. The chickens wandered in and out of the yard and sometimes into the house itself through an open door. The smell of animals, manure, hay, warm animal bodies, the particular sweet, sour smell of a cow was inseparable from the smell of the farm, and therefore inseparable from the smell of home. Children grew up with animals as constant background presences, as familiar as siblings, as unremarkable as furniture, as essential as fire. The modern experience of animals as either wild creatures encountered at a distance or pets maintained as companions is a very recent and very partial relationship compared to this. Animal manure, as we touched on in the Fields chapter, was not waste in a colonial context. It was a resource, the primary fertilizer that kept the fields productive year after year, the raw material for the garden compost that fed the kitchen vegetables, occasionally a building material in the form of the clay and dung mixture called daub, used to fill the gaps in timber frame construction. The morning task of mucking out the barn, removing the soiled straw and manure from the animal stalls, replacing it with fresh straw from the haystack, produced the raw material that, combined with kitchen scraps and garden waste in a compost heap, or spread directly on the fields, returned to the soil the nutrients that the crops had taken from it. Colonial farmers who managed their manure well maintained their soil fertility generation after generation. Those who didn't found their fields failing within a few decades, the soil exhausted of what the crops needed, and nothing going back to replace it. The barn itself was a carefully constructed space. Its design evolved over generations to meet the specific requirements of keeping animals alive and productive through a northern winter. The thick wooden walls and the mass of hay stored in the loft above provided insulation. The collective body heat of several large animals contained within a well-built structure was enough to keep the interior temperature above freezing even on the coldest nights without any additional heating. This was not accidental. Colonial barn builders understood, through practical observation, if not scientific principle, that a barn full of animals generates its own warmth, and they designed their structures accordingly, tight enough to hold the heat,
ventilated enough to prevent the moisture from the animal's breath from rotting the wood, large enough to store the hay that would feed the animals through winter. A well-built colonial barn was a feat of practical engineering, and the families whose barns were sound went into winter with considerably more confidence than those whose were not.
Hay, dried grass or legumes cut in summer and stored for winter animal feed, was one of the most labor-intensive crops to produce and one of the most essential. Cutting it required a scythe, swung from the shoulder in a wide arc that a skilled mower could maintain for hours, the blades singing through the standing grass in a sound that carries across a summer field in a way almost nothing else does. The cut grass had to dry in the field for several days, turned periodically to ensure even drying, watched anxiously against the possibility of rain, because wet hay that is stored in bales will heat from the inside as it decomposes and has been known to spontaneously combust, burning barns to the ground with everything inside them. Dry hay was raked into windrows, loaded onto a cart, and hauled to the barn, where it was pitched into the loft by hand and packed as tightly as possible to maximize the storage volume. The height of the haystack in November was a direct indicator of how well the farm animals would eat through March, and therefore of how productive they would be in spring.
Horses, where they were kept, were a significant investment and were treated accordingly. A good working horse in 1776 cost the equivalent of several months of a laborer's wages, a substantial sum that reflected the animal's value as a work partner, transportation, and status symbol. Horses required better feed than oxen, grain as well as hay, and more careful management of their health, because a lame horse that could not work was an expensive problem. The care of horses was a skill in itself, and colonial men who handled horses well were respected for it. Horseshoeing, the fitting and nailing of iron shoes to the horse's hooves to protect them on rocky ground and hard roads, required a farrier, a specialist tradesman who traveled between farms or operated from a fixed location in town, one of the essential service providers in any colonial community.
Cats occupied a semi-domestic space in the colonial household, tolerated, fed scraps, occasionally named and somewhat petted, but primarily maintained for their working value as rodent control. A colonial farmhouse without a cat was a farmhouse with mice in the grain stores, rats in the root cellar, and the accumulated damage of unchecked rodent populations in a household where every stored ounce of food represented irreplaceable effort. The barn cat, semi-feral and entirely purposeful, patrolled its territory with the focused professional attention of an animal that has a job to do and does it without requiring encouragement. Dogs served similar practical functions, guarding the property, alerting to predators, occasionally assisting in herding, though they also occupied a somewhat warmer social position in the household, the animal most likely to be named, fed deliberate scraps rather than incidental ones, and allowed inside the house during cold weather.
Predators were a constant and serious concern for colonial farmers, and their management required ongoing vigilance. Foxes took chickens with surgical efficiency, preferring the gap in the fence that appeared the moment attention was elsewhere. Weasels could get through almost any gap a chicken could fit through, and sometimes through smaller ones. Bears raided beehives and pig pens with a thoroughness that colonial farmers found both impressive and infuriating. Wolves, increasingly rare in settled areas by 1776, but still present in less densely populated regions, posed a genuine threat to sheep and calves left unguarded. Colonial farmers responded with traps, with guard dogs, with careful construction of animal enclosures, and occasionally with coordinated community hunts that combined predator control with the social pleasures of a shared outdoor endeavor. Bounties were paid by colonial governments for wolf and bear kills, an early form of wildlife management policy that reflected the genuine economic threat these animals posed to agricultural communities. Bees were kept by many colonial households and occupied a particular place in the agricultural imagination of the era. A productive hive provided honey, the primary sweetener available to most colonial families, far more accessible than imported refined sugar, and beeswax, which made the best and most pleasantly scented candles available. The management of bees in 1776 was an art rather than a science, based on accumulated practical knowledge and a degree of respectful uncertainty about the nature of these creatures that is not entirely unreasonable, given how much we still don't fully understand about them. Bee colonies were housed in straw skeps, domed basket-like structures, or in simple wooden boxes. They were watched carefully through the season, and a productive hive that survived winter was a significant household asset. The loss of a hive to cold, disease, or absconding was genuinely felt.
There is a quality of attention in the relationship between colonial farmers and their animals that is worth naming directly. These animals were known individually, their personalities, their particular habits and quirks, their production patterns, their health histories. A farmer who checked on his cow twice a day for years knew that animal with an intimacy that went beyond utility into something closer to partnership. The cow that gave more milk when spoken to gently, the ox that worked better with a particular harness adjustment, the hen that always laid in the same corner of the henhouse. This individual knowledge was practically valuable. It told the farmer things about the animal's health and well-being that mattered for its productivity and survival. But it was also simply the natural result of paying close, consistent attention to another creature over time. It produced a relationship, not a sentimental one necessarily, but a real one, with genuine information flowing in both directions.
The barn is warm as you step back inside from the fields, and the warmth hits you like a wall. The collective heat of the cow, the ox in his stall, the sheep in their pen, the chickens settled on their roosting bars above. The smell is thick and animal and entirely familiar. You check the water trough, note that it needs topping up, note that the hay in the ox's manger is running low. You fork some hay down from the loft, the dry grass releasing a smell of summer, warm and sweet and impossibly incongruous in the cold November barn, a ghost of July arriving in your lungs in the middle of the gray morning. You stand there a moment with the pitchfork, breathing it in. Then you move to the water trough, and the day continues.
Let all of that warmth stay with you as you ease into sleep. The warmth of the barn, the warmth of the animals, the warmth of a household where everything is known and tended, and nothing is left entirely alone in the cold. You are warm tonight in a different kind of way. The warmth of a world where the connection between human beings and the rest of living things was direct and daily and impossible to ignore. Let the smell of hay drift through the last edge of your awareness. Let the soft sounds of the barn settle into quiet. The cow's slow breathing, the chickens shifting on their bars, the ox's heavy, patient presence in the dark. Let it all go soft and distant. You are safe and warm and held by the night. The animals of 1776 are settling into sleep, the way you are settling. The fire is burning low. The world is quiet. Rest now. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive softly tonight. Settle in, adjust. Let your body find the position it has been quietly asking for. Take one slow breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to that cold November morning in 1776, which has quietly become a cold November midday while we weren't paying attention. The fire has been burning for hours. The stew that your mother started this morning, dried beans, salt pork, dried onion, a handful of herbs, water from the bucket, has been simmering in the iron pot since before the sun was fully up, and the house is filled with a smell so genuinely good that even the animals outside seem aware of it. The work of the morning is done. The children are coming in from their tasks. Your father is stomping frost from his boots at the door. Tonight we sit down together in 1776, and we eat the most important meal of the day.
Dinner, not supper, not lunch, but dinner, which is what the midday meal is called in colonial America, is the main event of the colonial eating day. This is the meal around which the day's labor is organized, the meal that receives the household's best ingredients and most sustained cooking effort, the meal eaten by everyone together in the middle of the working day when bodies need fuel most urgently. The modern pattern, a minimal breakfast, a grabbed lunch, a substantial dinner in the evening, is essentially the reverse of colonial eating logic. In 1776, you eat your largest meal when you need it most, midday, when the afternoon's work still lies ahead of you, and your body has been burning energy since before dawn. The evening meal, supper, is smaller, lighter, often just leftovers from dinner reheated over the fire, eaten in the diminishing light before the household prepares for sleep.
The stew that has been building itself all morning in the iron pot is ready now. You can tell without looking. The smell has shifted from the raw, watery smell of dried beans soaking in water to something richer, deeper, more complex, the salt pork having released its fat and its smoke into the liquid, the beans having softened and swollen and begun to fall apart at the edges, the onion dissolved into the broth. The wooden spoon that you draw through it now meets gentle resistance rather than the hard push of uncooked beans. The color has changed too. What was pale and watery this morning is now a deep amber brown, thick with dissolved starch and rendered fat, and the slow alchemy of heat applied to simple ingredients over many hours. This is not a recipe, it is a technique, the technique of time, which is the oldest and most reliable cooking method available, and the one that colonial cooks understood most thoroughly. The pot is swung on its crane away from the hottest part of the fire to a position where the heat is gentler, slowing the boil to a simmer as the family assembles around the table. Your mother ladles the stew into the bowls, the same wooden bowls used for breakfast, rinsed in cold water between meals, now receiving something considerably more satisfying than the morning's thin porridge. The bowls are filled generously, but not extravagantly. There must be enough for everyone, and the calculation of how much is enough is one that your mother makes without apparent thought, the result of years of feeding this particular family from these particular stores. Everyone gets a bowl. The baby, if old enough, gets a portion of well-mashed beans. The youngest children are served first. Bread appears on the table now, if it was baked in the past few days. Dense, dark rye bread, cut into thick slices, used to mop the bowl, to carry the stew to the mouth when the spoon situation is, as usual, somewhat inadequate to the number of people eating. The bread performs the function that in other food cultures might be performed by a fork or a tortilla or a flatbread. It is simultaneously a food and a utensil, absorbing liquid and flavor, giving the hands something to do, making the meal feel more substantial and satisfying than a bowl of stew alone. By the end of the meal, every piece of bread has done its work, and the bowls are clean. Not washed clean, but eaten clean, scraped and mopped and tilted to the last drop,
because the broth in the bottom of the bowl is as valuable as the beans and the pork, and it will not be wasted. The colonial table does not have the visual abundance of the modern American dining table. There is no centerpiece, there are no multiple dishes arranged in coordinated courses, there is no choice between options. There is the pot, and what is in it, and the bread, if there is bread, and the small beer in the pewter mug, and that is dinner. The concept of a meal as a display of variety and plenty, the overflowing table as a symbol of abundance and hospitality, exists in colonial America, but it exists for special occasions, harvest celebrations, weddings, election days, the rare visit of an important guest. The daily meal is not a display. It is fuel, prepared with skill and served with whatever quiet dignity the household can manage, and received with the genuine gratitude of people who have been working since before dawn.
Salt pork is worth pausing on because it is the flavor foundation of colonial American cooking in a way that few single ingredients match. Salt pork is simply pork, typically from the belly or the back fat, heavily salted for preservation and packed in barrels of brine where it keeps through winter without refrigeration. A piece of salt pork dropped into a pot of beans or vegetables at the beginning of a long cooking time releases its fat gradually into the liquid, seasoning the entire dish with a rich, smoky, savory depth that transforms humble ingredients into something genuinely satisfying. It is the backbone of the colonial stew, the colonial soup, the colonial pot of dried beans. Many colonial households eat some form of salt pork several times a week through the winter months, and the salt pork barrel in the corner of the kitchen is as fundamental to winter survival as the woodpile and the water bucket.
The meal is eaten in something approaching silence, or at least in the reduced conversation of people who are genuinely focused on eating. This is not unfriendliness. It is hunger being addressed, which in colonial America is always a more urgent matter than conversation. The social meal, the meal as an occasion for extended talk and connection, exists more in the evening, after supper, when the day's work is done and the fire is burning low, and there is nowhere else to be and nothing more pressing than the company of the people around you. The midday meal is a working meal, taken in the middle of a working day, and it is treated accordingly. You eat with focus and efficiency. You finish your bowl, you tear your bread, you drain your mug, and you are ready to return to the afternoon's tasks, with the renewed energy of a body that has been adequately, if modestly, supplied.
Hospitality was a colonial value of real importance, and a traveler or neighbor who arrived at the farmhouse near dinner time would be invited to share the meal without hesitation. This was not just social convention, it was a moral expectation, rooted in both religious teaching and the practical understanding that the colonial world was one in which anyone might find themselves in need of a meal and a warm fire, and that the community's survival depended on a culture of mutual provision. The pot was large enough to stretch, the bread could be cut thinner. A guest at the midday table was fed, period, regardless of whether the household could strictly afford the hospitality. What went around came around, in the most literal possible sense, in a community where surplus was rare and hardship was something everyone understood from the inside.
Corn appears in a dozen forms on the colonial midday table beyond the morning's porridge. Johnny cakes, flat cornmeal cakes mixed with water or milk and a pinch of salt, fried on a hot iron griddle greased with a bit of lard, are quick to make and filling, browning in minutes over a hot fire and emerging with a crisp exterior and a dense, slightly gritty interior that is satisfying in the specific way that simple carbohydrates are satisfying when your body has been burning energy since 4 in the morning. Hasty pudding, cornmeal stirred into boiling water until thick, sweetened with molasses and eaten warm, is another midday possibility, faster to prepare than beans and nearly as filling. Cornbread, if the household has the time to bake it, is denser and more substantial, cut into thick squares, eaten with butter if butter is available. Corn is endlessly adaptable.
It feeds you in whatever form you have the time and resources to prepare it.
Dried beans are the other great staple of the colonial winter table, and they deserve the same respect that corn receives. Beans are nutritionally remarkable, high in protein, high in fiber, high in complex carbohydrates that release energy slowly and sustainably, keeping a working body fueled through the long afternoon in a way that simple starches alone cannot. Colonial households grew and dried several varieties: navy beans, kidney beans, black beans, cranberry beans, each with its own flavor and texture and appropriate preparation. Baked beans, beans cooked with salt pork and molasses in a ceramic pot buried in the coals of the fire for 12 hours or more, is perhaps the most famous colonial bean preparation, and it is genuinely extraordinary. Sweet and smoky and rich, the beans tender and the pork falling apart, the molasses having caramelized into something deeper and more complex than sweetness. Saturday was traditionally baking bean day in New England, the pot put in the fire on Saturday night and eaten on Sunday, avoiding the labor of cooking on the Sabbath.
What is not on the colonial midday table is as informative as what is. No fresh vegetables in November. The garden is frozen and bare. No fresh fruit. The orchard is dormant. And fresh apples, if any remained from the autumn harvest, were likely eaten weeks ago. No fresh meat. Unless something was slaughtered very recently, meat means preserved meat, which means salt pork, or smoked ham, or dried beef, always present as a flavoring agent and protein source, but rarely as the centerpiece of a meal. No refined sugar. Sweetness comes from molasses, from dried fruit, from honey if the bees were productive. No coffee. No tea for political reasons already discussed, or perhaps a substitute tea brewed from dried raspberry leaves or dried mint, which is not tea and everyone around the table knows it, but which is warm and smells pleasantly of summer and is received without complaint. The ceramic computer on the colonial table tells its own story of economic position. Wooden bowls and wooden trenchers, flat wooden boards used as plates, sometimes with a shallow depression carved into the center, are the standard of ordinary households. Pewter mugs and plates appear in households with more resources, dull silver in the firelight, heavy in the hand, dented from years of use. Ceramic, earthenware plates and bowls, glazed in simple earth tones, represents a step up again. Fine imported ceramics, the Delftware and porcelain that appear in portraits of wealthy colonial families, are as far above your table as a formal restaurant is above a Tuesday night at home. You eat from wood. The wood is smooth from years of use and scrubbing. It does its job without complaint, which is everything you ask of it. The kitchen fire has been the unspoken protagonist of this meal from beginning to end. Every element of what sits on the table was produced by that fire. The beans simmered over it for hours, the johnny cakes fried on the iron griddle sitting over its coals, the bread baked in the brick oven heated by its heat, the small beer kept warm at its edge. Managing a colonial cooking fire is a skill of genuine complexity, knowing when to build it up for the boiling that beans require at the start of cooking, when to let it settle to the low, steady heat needed for the long simmer, when to rake coals to one side for frying, when to add wood, and when to leave it alone. Your mother manages this fire the way a modern chef manages a professional range, with constant peripheral attention, adjusting without interrupting, making small corrections based on what the fire is doing and what the food needs, always 10 minutes ahead of the next required adjustment.
Food preservation, the transformation of perishable summer abundance into durable winter sustenance, is perhaps the most important culinary art of the colonial household, and the midday meal in November is its product. The dried beans in the pot were green beans in July, picked and shelled and dried in the sun on sheets of linen spread across the kitchen garden fence. The salt pork was a living pig in October. The dried onion was a fresh onion pulled from the kitchen garden in September and braided with its fellows and hung from the ceiling beam to dry slowly in the smoke-warmed air. The molasses in the jug was traded for at the general store, the product of sugarcane grown in the Caribbean on plantations whose particular human cost we have already begun to acknowledge and will return to. Every ingredient in this midday meal has a history that extends backward through the seasons, through the labor of the household, through the networks of trade and cultivation and preservation that kept colonial Americans alive between harvests.
Cooking accidents were a real hazard of the colonial kitchen, and the most common and most serious was fire. A hem too close to the hearth, a sleeve that brushed a candle, a spark that leapt from the fire onto the wooden floor. The colonial kitchen was surrounded by fuel, and the fire that cooked the food was the same fire that could consume the house. Burn injuries were among the most common medical emergencies in colonial households, particularly among women and children who spent the most time near the open hearth. The standard treatment for burns, cool water followed by butter or lard applied to the skin, covered with a linen bandage, was partially effective and well-intentioned, though the application of butter to a significant burn is now understood to be counterproductive, trapping heat in the tissue. Colonial households managed with what they had and what they knew, and burns, like everything else, were addressed with the same practical, unsentimental attention that the era brought to all forms of physical damage.
After the meal, the bowls are collected and rinsed again in cold water, a quick, functional cleaning that removes the worst of the residue without the investment of hot water and soap that a thorough washing would require. The iron pot is swung back over the fire, topped up with water, and left to simmer through the afternoon, the leftovers becoming the basis for supper, deepening in flavor as they cook longer, the liquid reducing slightly and concentrating. Colonial cooking operates on this principle of continuous accumulation. Today's dinner becomes tonight's supper, becomes tomorrow's lunch if there's enough left, each iteration richer and more complex than the one before, until eventually the pot is scraped clean and the cycle begins again. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is ever wasted. The family disperses from the table with the easy, habitual efficiency of people who have done this every day of their lives and have tasks waiting for them on the other side of every meal. Your father returns to whatever outdoor work the afternoon holds: fence inspection, wood splitting, a trip to the neighboring farm to return a borrowed tool, and exchange the kind of news and conversation that men of the era conducted in the margins of work, rather than as a dedicated social activity. Your mother is already at the hearth, the baby settled again, her hands moving to the next task on the list that lives in her head. The older children follow your father outside. The younger ones resume their indoor tasks. The cat has appeared from somewhere, sitting near the fire with the focused attention of a creature that has correctly identified where the warmth and the leftover scraps are concentrated.
You sit for a moment after the others have moved on, a brief, unauthorized pause between the midday meal and the afternoon's work, the kind of small rest that the body requests and the colonial day does not officially permit. The fire crackles, the stew pot simmers. The cat blinks at you slowly from its position near the hearth, which is as close to approval as cats have ever come. The house is warm in the specific, earned way of a space that has been heated by effort, not the climate-controlled, thermostat-enforced warmth of a modern interior, but warmth that required wood and water and labor and the constant attention of people who understood that the fire's continuation was not automatic, but chosen, maintained, tended. You are full. You are warm. The afternoon is waiting. But for this one moment you simply sit in the firelight, and the colonial day holds still around you.
Let that moment be the one you carry into sleep tonight. That single, still moment in the firelit colonial kitchen, full from the midday meal, warm from the morning's fire.
the cat blinking slowly in the corner, the stew pot simmering its quiet way through the afternoon. Let the sounds of the colonial household grow softer and more distant, the voices of the children outside, your father's footsteps on the frozen path, your mother's quiet movement at the hearth. Let them fade to a hum, and the hum to a murmur, and the murmur to silence. You are warm tonight. You are full tonight. The fire is tending itself. The stew is simmering on. The afternoon of 1776 is continuing without you, exactly as it should. Let your breathing go long and slow. Let your body grow heavy and loose and deeply, completely at rest. Sleep is here. It has been patient. Go with it now. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive slowly tonight. Feel the weight of your body settling into wherever you are. Let the warmth find you. Let the quiet of this late hour do its work. Take one long breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to that cold November afternoon in 1776, where the midday meal has been eaten, the bowls have been rinsed, the fire is burning at its afternoon pace, and the family has dispersed back into the work of the day. But today is not just a day of farming and hauling and tending. Today your father is going to the store. Not the gleaming, fluorescent-lit, infinitely stocked store of the modern world. Something considerably more modest, considerably more consequential, and considerably more interesting. Tonight we follow him down the frozen road to the Colonial General Store, and we learn what it meant to buy something in 1776.
The general store is perhaps 2 miles from your farm, close enough to reach on foot in under an hour, far enough that the trip represents a deliberate commitment of time and effort that cannot be made casually. Your father has been planning this trip for several days, mentally assembling the list of what the household needs against the list of what he has to trade or pay with, running the calculation in his head the way your mother runs the food store's calculation in hers, a constant background arithmetic of need and resource, shortage and surplus that colonial adults performed without pause from the moment they woke until the moment they slept. The primary item on the list is salt. The salt pork barrel is still adequately stocked, but the salt pot on the shelf above the hearth, the one your mother uses for seasoning, has been running low for 2 weeks, and salt is not something a colonial household can improvise or substitute. Salt is salt, and without it, the entire system of food preservation that keeps the family alive through winter begins to fail. Salt in 1776 is not cheap, and it is not trivially available. It is produced in salt works along the coast, large, flat evaporating pans where seawater is channeled in and allowed to evaporate under sun and wind, leaving behind crystalline salt that is then collected, dried, and bagged for distribution. Some salt is also imported, from the Caribbean, from Portugal, from Britain, though the political climate of 1776 has made British imports complicated in ways that add price and uncertainty to the supply chain. Salt reaches the Colonial General Store through a network of merchants, wagoners, and coastal traders, each adding their margin to the price, so that by the time it reaches the shelf of a rural general store in November 1776, a pound of salt represents several links of a supply chain that stretches to the ocean. You pay for all of those links when you buy it. There is no discount for distance.
The road your father walks to the store is a colonial road, which means it is nothing like what the word road suggests to a modern ear. It is a track,
worn into the landscape by the repeated passage of feet and hooves and cartwheels over years and decades, following the path of least resistance through the terrain, around the wet low spots, over the higher ground between farms, through gaps in the stone walls where gates or bars allow passage. In dry summer weather, it is dusty and hard-packed. In spring, it is an almost impassable mud channel. In November, it is frozen in the morning and thawing to mud by midday and refreezing by late afternoon, a surface that is variously solid, slick, and treacherous, depending on the time of day and the angle of what weak sunlight manages to reach it. Your father knows every inch of this road. He has walked it in every season and every condition. His boots know where the frozen ruts are deepest and where the stone wall offers a handhold if the mud is particularly ambitious today.
The colonial general store, when he arrives, is a modest structure, a wooden building, larger than a farmhouse, but not dramatically so, with a low porch along the front and a sign above the door that may or may not include the proprietor's name, depending on how formal the establishment considers itself. Inside, it is dim and warm, a small stove or a fireplace in the corner, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the particular composite smell of the store's inventory, the brine from the salt and pickle barrels, the dried tobacco hanging in bunches near the ceiling, the molasses in its large ceramic crock, the new leather of the harness hanging on the back wall, the slightly sweet, dusty smell of flour and cornmeal in their sacks, the iron smell of the tools and hardware on the shelf nearest the door. The general store smells like everything at once, which is essentially what it is, everything compressed into one room, in quantities calibrated to the needs of the surrounding community. The storekeeper knows your father by name. He knows everyone within 10 miles by name. This is not a commercial relationship in the modern sense of a transaction between a stranger and an institution. It is a relationship between two members of the same community who have been doing business together for years, whose families know each other, whose accounts are maintained in the storekeeper's ledger with a degree of flexibility and mutual trust that the modern credit system approximates only clumsily. The storekeeper's ledger is the financial record of the community: who owes what, who has traded what, whose account is current and whose has been running long, who paid their debt in corn and who paid in labor, and who has been given more time because their circumstances are known and their character is trusted. It is personal in a way that finance has largely ceased to be. The colonial economy of 1776 is not a cash economy in the way the modern world understands that term. Hard currency, gold and silver coin, is chronically scarce throughout the colonies for reasons that go back to British monetary policy and the structural trade imbalance that sent most American earned coin back to Britain in payment for manufactured goods. What circulates in its place is a chaotic mixture of alternatives: Spanish silver dollars, which are the most widely accepted coin in North America, trusted because their silver content is reliable; British pounds and shillings, unevenly available and politically complicated in 1776; colonial paper money, issued by individual colonial governments in varying amounts and backed with varying degrees of credibility, its value fluctuating based on how much faith the community placed in the issuing government's promises; and operating alongside and often instead of all of these, the ancient and entirely practical system of barter, trading goods for goods, skills for goods, labor for credit, in a continuous informal exchange that kept the economy moving even when the money supply failed.
Your father has brought something to trade today. Most visits to the general store in 1776 involve bringing something in as well as taking something out, the store as a point of exchange rather than simply a point of purchase. He has brought a small bundle of dried herbs from the kitchen garden, herbs that the storekeeper's wife uses in her own cooking and has mentioned wanting. He has brought 3 dozen eggs from the hens, wrapped carefully in straw in a wooden box, each one representing protein and cooking possibility that the storekeeper can either use in his own household or resell at a small margin to other customers.
And he has brought a piece of hand-woven linen cloth, 2 yards of it, woven on the household loom by your mother over the past 2 weeks, a transaction she planned for in advance, producing extra to generate something tradable. The eggs and the herbs and the cloth will be entered in the ledger as credit against the household's account, reducing what they owe or funding what they need to buy. The storekeeper examines the cloth with the practiced eye of someone who has assessed hundreds of yards of homespun over the years. He holds it to the light from the small window, notes the evenness of the weave, rubs it between his fingers to assess the quality of the spin, checks the selvage edges for regularity. Your mother is a skilled weaver, and the cloth is good, not as fine as imported fabric, but honest and even and serviceable, worth a fair price. He names his credit offer. Your father has a number in his head that he arrived at before he left the farm. The difference between these 2 numbers is the conversation, a brief, entirely civil negotiation conducted in the language of mutual knowledge and mutual respect, because both men understand the cloth's value, understand the current prices of goods, and understand that they will be doing business again next month and the month after that, which creates a strong incentive toward fair dealing on both sides.
The salt goes into the cloth bag your father brought for it, a practice of bringing your own container that would look perfectly familiar in a modern zero-waste grocery store and was standard practice in 1776 simply because paper bags and packaging did not yet exist in any practical sense. The storekeeper measures the salt by weight on his balance scale, a brass instrument of real precision, its 2 pans hanging from a central pivot, calibrated weights on one side, salt poured carefully into the other until the pans balance. The weight is noted in the ledger, the price is noted, the account is adjusted. The whole transaction is conducted with the ledger open between them on the wooden counter, a shared record that both parties can see and both parties understand, which is the colonial equivalent of a receipt.
While the salt is being weighed and the ledger adjusted, your father looks around the store with the focused attention of someone running a mental inventory of everything the household might need versus everything the household can actually afford. There is gunpowder on the shelf, essential for the hunting that supplements the household's food supply through winter, and for the more immediate and pressing reality that it is 1776 and there is a war being fought, and every colonial man of military age is expected to be equipped and prepared. There is a new axe head on the hardware shelf, heavier and better balanced than the one currently on your father's axe, which has developed a slight crack in the eye that he has been watching with concern for several weeks. There is a bolt of imported calico, red and white, cheerful and expensive, entirely beyond the household's current budget, but briefly, genuinely beautiful in the dim light of the store.
The gunpowder is a necessity that makes it onto the list today. It goes into the ledger alongside the salt, its price noted, the account adjusted again. The axe head stays on the shelf. Not this trip, not with the account already stretched from the summer's difficult harvest. Your father looks at it for a moment longer than the decision requires, which is the colonial version of adding something to your cart and then removing it, and then he turns away and the axe head stays where it is. This small, private negotiation between want and resource is one of the most universal experiences in human history. The specifics change across centuries. The particular ache of the thing you need but cannot quite afford does not.
News travels through the general store the way news has always traveled through gathering places, organically, incompletely, and with a mixture of accuracy and embellishment that would challenge a fact-checker. 2 other men are in the store today, and the conversation that develops around the counter while transactions are completed covers the subjects that occupy every conversation in colonial America in November 1776: the war, the Continental Army, the price of grain, the condition of the roads, the health of a neighbor's wife who has been ill since October. The war news is fragmentary and days old by the time it reaches this store, carried by travelers, by the rider who brings the post, by the occasional newspaper that makes its way out from the nearest town. Nobody in this store has a complete or current picture of what is happening on the battlefield.
They have pieces, rumors, the particular anxious optimism of people who have committed to a cause whose outcome is not yet determined.
The Continental Congress declared independence from Britain in July of this year, just 4 months ago, and the document that announced it, written largely by a Virginia planter named Thomas Jefferson, has been read aloud in public squares and published in newspapers and discussed in stores exactly like this one across all 13 colonies. Your father heard it read when he went to the county seat in August. He remembers specific phrases, the self-evident truths, the unalienable rights, the long list of grievances against the king. He believes in it with a quiet, practical conviction that is different from political enthusiasm. Not the ideology of revolution, but the farmer's assessment of an intolerable situation that has finally reached the point where something must be done about it. He has a son old enough to be called up. He has fields that need farming. He is for the revolution in the way that a man is for something when the alternative has become worse than the risk.
The currency chaos of 1776 comes up in the store's conversation today, as it comes up in almost every financial conversation in colonial America this year. The Continental Congress has been issuing paper currency, called Continentals, to finance the war, since it has no power to levy taxes directly and no gold reserves to back a currency with hard assets. The Continentals are printed in quantities that outpace any reasonable backing, and their value has been declining steadily since they were first issued. A continental dollar that was worth a shilling's worth of goods when it was printed is worth somewhat less now and will be worth considerably less by next year. The storekeeper accepts them because refusing them entirely would be a political statement he is not prepared to make and a practical hardship on customers who have nothing else. But he accepts them at a discount, privately, building the devaluation into his prices in ways that are understood by everyone and acknowledged by no one.
The storekeeper's wife appears briefly from the back room, a capable, watchful woman who manages the household side of the store operation the way your mother manages the farm household, with complete competence and no formal acknowledgement. She checks something on the shelf behind the counter, notes that the molasses crock is getting low, exchanges a few words with your father about a mutual acquaintance, and disappears back through the door. In her brief appearance, she has assessed the state of the store's inventory, registered the social information contained in your father's visit, how he looks, how the family is faring, and filed it in the mental ledger she keeps of the community's well-being, which is at least as accurate and considerably more nuanced than the financial ledger on the counter. The storekeeper's wife knows things about the surrounding community that would fill a social historian's notebook, and none of it is written down anywhere.
Your father's return trip home takes him past 2 neighboring farms. At the first, he stops briefly to pass on a piece of the news he gathered at the store. The road to the county seat is reportedly washed out at the lower crossing, which will matter to the neighbor who is planning to take grain to market next week. At the second farm, he collects a small tool he lent 3 weeks ago, exchanges it for the information that the neighbor's cow has freshened, produced a new calf, which matters because the neighbor had offered to sell milk through the winter if the cow produced well, an arrangement that would supplement your own family's dairy supply when your cow's production drops in the coldest months. These brief stops are not social calls in the modern sense of a scheduled visit. They are the continuous low-level maintenance of the community network, the exchange of information, goods, and mutual obligation that makes isolated farm households something more than isolated, more than alone.
The colonial economy that your father has been participating in all afternoon, the barter, the credit ledger, the currency of varying reliability, the informal exchange of information and labor and goods between neighbors, is an economy built on trust in a way that the modern financial system, for all its sophistication, struggles to replicate. The storekeeper trusts your father to settle his account. Your father trusts the storekeeper to deal fairly with the cloth. The neighbor trusts the promise about the milk. These trust relationships are enforced not by contracts or courts, though those exist, but by the far more powerful mechanism of community reputation. In a world where everyone knows everyone, where you will deal with the same people for the rest of your life, and your children will deal with their children, the cost of being untrustworthy is social and economic exclusion from a community you cannot survive without. Trust is not a virtue in this context. It is a survival strategy. Your father comes through the farmhouse door in the late afternoon, just as the light is beginning its early November decline toward dark. He sets the cloth bag of salt on a shelf above the hearth. Your mother notes it immediately with the peripheral attention of someone who has been tracking the salt supply for 2 weeks, and hangs his coat and hat on the peg. He brings the cold in with him, a brief assault of November that the fire reasserts itself against within minutes. He tells your mother about the washed-out road, about the neighbor's cow, about the news from the store, the fragments and rumors of the war, the prices, the account balance. She listens with the same focused attention she gives to everything, asking a question here and there, adjusting her own internal calculations based on the new information. The household's intelligence about its world has been updated. The salt is on the shelf. The afternoon has served its purpose. Let all of that settle into the quiet now. The frozen road, the general store, the ledger on the counter, the salt weighed on the brass scale. Let it all grow soft and distant and peaceful. The colonial economy of 1776 was fragile and complicated, and built on trust between people who knew each other's names and faces and circumstances, and in its way, it was a more human system than anything we have built to replace it. Let that thought be a comfortable one as you ease toward sleep. You are warm tonight. The stores are full enough. The fire is burning. The salt is on the shelf. The world outside your window is doing what the world does, continuing quietly without requiring anything of you tonight. Let your breathing go slow and long and even. Let your body grow heavy and loose. The colonial afternoon is fading into evening, the way your wakefulness is fading into sleep. Let it go all the way. Sleep well. Welcome back. Let yourself arrive gently tonight. Let the day release its hold on you, slowly, completely, like a fist unclenching. Feel the warmth around you, the softness beneath you, the particular quiet of this late hour that belongs to no one and nothing except rest. Take one long breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to that cold November afternoon in 1776, where the light is beginning its early retreat from the sky, where your father has come home from the store with the salt and the gunpowder and the news, where the supper pot is simmering on the crane, where the children are finishing their last outdoor tasks before the dark makes outdoor tasks impossible. And now, drifting across the cold, still air from somewhere beyond the tree line to the east, comes a sound, slow, measured, carrying further in the cold than it would in the warmth. The church bell. Tonight we follow its sound. The church bell is the timekeeping device of colonial America in a way that nothing else quite matches. There are clocks, tall case clocks, bracket clocks, pocket watches for the wealthy, but they are expensive, require skilled maintenance, and are present in only a fraction of colonial households. For the majority of rural colonial Americans, the church bell is the most reliable external indicator of time available, ringing on Sunday mornings to call the congregation to worship, ringing at midday in some communities to mark the hour, ringing to announce deaths, ringing to sound the alarm for fire or military threat, ringing to mark the great moments of the community's collective life. You have heard this bell your entire life. You can read its rhythm the way a sailor reads the sky. Not just that it is ringing, but why and what it means and what is required of you in response.
Today it is ringing to announce a death. You know this from the pattern. Not the steady, rhythmic call to worship, not the urgent clanging of an alarm, but the slow, measured tolling that colonial communities recognized immediately and instinctively as the death knell. One stroke for each year of the deceased's life, some communities observed, though the practice varied. Or simply a slow, solemn tolling that continued until the news had traveled as far as sound could carry it. In a community without newspapers delivered to every door, without telephone or telegraph or any instantaneous communication at all, the church bell was the community's nervous system, the mechanism by which news of consequence was transmitted simultaneously to everyone within hearing, which on a still, cold November day could mean everyone within 2 or 3 miles.
Death in colonial America was not the managed, medicalized, largely invisible event that it has become in the modern world. It happened at home, in the same beds where people slept and were born and lived their daily lives. It was witnessed by family members of all ages, including children, who were not shielded from it or managed around it, but simply present, in the way that colonial children were present for all of life's difficult and necessary passages. The body was prepared for burial by the women of the household in the neighborhood, washed, dressed in the best available clothing, sometimes wrapped in a winding sheet, laid out in the main room of the house for the visitation that followed. Neighbors came. They sat with the family. They brought food. They prayed. They stayed through the night if needed, because leaving the dead alone before burial was considered in most colonial communities a form of abandonment that no decent neighbor would allow. The minister arrives at the house of the deceased within hours of the death, if he is near enough to be reached quickly. The colonial minister is one of the most important figures in his community, not just spiritually, but socially, intellectually, and psychologically. In many rural communities, he is the most educated person available, the keeper of the community's official records, the mediator of disputes, the counselor of the troubled, the presence at every significant threshold of life: birth, marriage, sickness, and death. He has baptized most of the people in his congregation, married many of them, and will bury them when the time comes. He knows their histories, their struggles, their secret griefs and quiet failures, with the accumulated intimacy of years of pastoral relationship. His arrival at a house of mourning is not a formality. It is a genuine act of care from someone who knows exactly who has been lost. Religion in colonial America is not monolithic. The 13 colonies contain an extraordinary diversity of Protestant denominations: Congregationalists in New England, Anglicans in Virginia and the Carolinas, Presbyterians in the Mid-Atlantic, Quakers in Pennsylvania, Baptists scattered throughout, Lutherans in German Reformed communities in Pennsylvania and the Backcountry, Dutch Reformed in New York. Catholics exist in Maryland, founded partly as a Catholic refuge, and in small scattered communities elsewhere. Jewish congregations are established in Newport, New York, Savannah, and Charleston. Each of these communities has its own theology, its own worship style, its own relationship to authority and hierarchy and the political questions of the moment. What they share, across all their differences, is the centrality of religious community to daily life in a way that the modern, more secular world has largely moved away from. The church is not just where you worship, it is where you belong.
The Puritan tradition of New England, which by 1776 has softened considerably from its 17th century severity, but whose influence still shapes the culture of the region, placed enormous emphasis on the relationship between the individual soul and God, unmediated by ritual or priestly hierarchy. The congregational meeting house at the center of every New England town was architecturally spare to the point of austerity. Plain white walls, hard wooden pews, no stained glass or decorative imagery, no altar or elaborate liturgy. The sermon was the center of worship, sometimes lasting 2 or 3 hours, delivered by a minister who was expected to have genuine theological training and intellectual rigor. The congregation sat through it in the cold. Colonial meeting houses were famously unheated, the theological logic being that the comfort of the body was not the church's concern, with the patient endurance of people who considered this the minimum adequate attention to the health of their eternal souls.
The Anglican Church, the Church of England, dominated the religious landscape of the southern colonies and was the established church of Virginia, meaning it was officially supported by tax revenue, and its clergy were considered public officials of a kind. The Anglican tradition was more liturgical than the congregational. Formal prayers, a prescribed order of service, the Book of Common Prayer, more emphasis on sacrament and ritual. Its churches were sometimes architecturally grander than the New England meeting house, with stained glass and carved woodwork in the wealthier parishes. The relationship between the Anglican Church and British authority was, in 1776, a source of genuine political tension. Many Anglican clergy in the colonies were loyalists, their ordination and their institutional loyalty both tied to the crown, and the Revolution would ultimately split the American Anglican community in ways that required the founding of an entirely new American church after independence. The Quakers of Pennsylvania occupied a unique position in colonial religious and political life. Their theology, centered on the inner light, the belief that divine presence was accessible to every person without any institutional mediation, led them to a practice of radical simplicity and equality that distinguished them sharply from every other colonial religious community. Quaker worship involved no minister, no sermon, no music, no liturgy, just a community sitting together in silence until someone felt moved by the Spirit to speak. Quaker social practice followed from the same principles: no hierarchical address, no bowing or removing the hat to superiors, treatment of all people, including, controversially, indigenous people and enslaved people, with the dignity owed to someone who contained the divine spark. Quakers were among the earliest and most consistent opponents of slavery in colonial America, and their anti-slavery arguments, rooted in this theology of universal human dignity, laid important groundwork for the abolitionist movement that would follow. Death, in the theological framework of colonial Protestantism, was not an ending, but a threshold, the passage from the temporal world into eternity, the moment at which the soul's true destination was revealed. For a Calvinist, this moment had been determined before the foundation of the world, predestined by a God whose sovereign will operated beyond human comprehension or influence. The doctrine of predestination, the belief that some souls were elect, chosen for salvation, and others were not, and that nothing a person did in their earthly life could change this determination, gave colonial New Englanders a particular relationship to death that modern people sometimes find hard to understand. Not the resigned despair of people who believed they had no agency, but the focused, searching anxiety of people who looked for signs of their own election in the quality of their faith, their conduct, their interior spiritual experience. A good death, peaceful, faithful, resigned, was itself considered evidence of election. It mattered enormously how you died. The funeral that will follow this death, the one announced by the tolling bell this afternoon, will happen quickly, because in a world without embalming or refrigeration, burial cannot be long delayed, particularly in warmer weather, though November's cold provides some extension of this timeline.
The burial will take place in the churchyard, the fenced plot of land adjacent to the meeting house or church, its slate headstones recording the community's dead in a compressed and telling archive that historians have mined extensively for what it reveals about mortality patterns, naming practices, religious belief, and the quiet, specific grief of particular families. The headstones of colonial New England are remarkable artifacts, carved with winged death's heads that gradually, across the 18th century, soften into cherubs and then into willow trees and urns, the iconography tracking a cultural shift in how the community related to death and what it believed waited beyond it. Your family will attend the funeral when it is announced. This is not optional in the way that modern social obligations are optional. Colonial community life operated on the system of mutual obligation and attendance that treated absences from significant community events as statements noted and remembered. The deceased is the wife of a farmer, whose land adjoins yours to the north, a woman your mother has known for 20 years, who came when your youngest sibling was born, who has borrowed and lent and traded and shared in the continuous informal exchange of the neighborhood. Her death at perhaps 45 years old, an age that, given everything we have discussed about colonial health, represents a life that has been physically demanding from its first day, leaves a family that will need help in the immediate term and support in the longer term. Your family will provide some of that help, the way they provided some of theirs, the way community has always worked. Grief in colonial America was expressed within a cultural framework that balanced emotional acknowledgement with practical necessity. People mourned, genuinely, deeply, with the full weight of loss, but the mourning period was bounded by the requirements of survival, which did not pause for grief. A farmer whose wife died in planting season still had to plant. A mother whose child died in harvest time still had to harvest. The emotional and the practical existed side by side in colonial life, with a directness that modern bereavement culture, which has developed elaborate rituals and extended timeframes for the processing of loss, sometimes struggles to recognize as genuine. But it was genuine. The grief was real. The necessity was also real. Colonial Americans held both at once, not because they were harder or less feeling than we are, but because the world they lived in required it of them and gave them, in the church and the community, enough support to do it. The minister who will preach at this funeral will draw on a tradition of mortuary preaching that was highly developed in colonial New England, the funeral sermon as a theological document, an occasion for reflection on the life of the deceased, on the nature of mortality, and on the community's relationship to death and eternity. These sermons were sometimes printed and distributed afterward, making them some of the most widely circulated literary documents in colonial New England, a form of public memorial and theological instruction combined. The best of them are remarkable pieces of writing, intimate and universal at once, specific in their grief and vast in their theological reach, speaking to the particular loss of this particular person while addressing the fundamental questions that every death forces on the living. What does a life mean? What does it leave behind? What is owed to the dead? What do the living do now? The church bell has stopped tolling. The sound has faded across the cold fields and bare trees, absorbed by the gray sky and the frozen earth, leaving behind a silence that feels different from the silence before it, heavier, more aware of itself. Your mother has paused at the hearth, the ladle in her hand. Your father has taken his hat off, a gesture of respect so automatic it requires no thought. For a moment the household is still, not the stillness of rest, but the stillness of acknowledgement, the brief pause that colonial communities inserted between the news of a death and the continuation of life. Then your mother stirs the pot. Your father hangs his hat back on the peg. The children come in from outside with cold, reddened faces and hungry eyes. The supper is almost ready. The fire is burning. The dead are acknowledged, and the living continue, which is the oldest and most honest response to loss that human beings have ever found.
Sunday, the Sabbath, organizes the colonial week in a way that the modern weekend only partially reflects. In the most observant New England communities, the Sabbath began at sundown Saturday and extended to sundown Sunday, during which time all work beyond the most urgent necessity was forbidden. No plowing, no spinning, no splitting wood for pleasure, no unnecessary travel, no commerce. The family walked to the meeting house, sometimes a mile or two through whatever weather November was providing, sat through the morning service, returned home for a cold midday meal of food prepared the day before, then returned to the meeting house for the afternoon service. The day was organized entirely around worship and rest, and the rest was not optional recreation, but a theological requirement. The Sabbath was God's, and to use it for your own purposes was a form of theft. The Blue Laws, Sabbath regulations enforced by law in New England communities, could result in fines or public censure for violations as minor as unnecessary travel or recreational activity on Sunday.
The meeting house was more than a place of worship. It was the community's primary public gathering space, the venue for town meetings, for legal proceedings in some cases, for the public announcements and shared decision-making that governed colonial civic life. Town meeting, the direct democratic institution of New England, in which eligible voters gathered to decide local matters by open discussion and vote, took place in the meeting house, the same room where the community worshipped, the same benches where they listened to sermons, now hosting a different but related kind of collective discourse. The theological and the civic were intertwined in colonial New England in ways that have left traces in American political culture that are still visible today. The emphasis on local self-governance, on the rights of the community to determine its own affairs, on the obligation of every eligible member to participate in the decisions that affected them all.
Religion and the Revolution were tangled together in 1776 in ways that gave the colonial cause a moral and theological dimension that its leaders understood and deliberately cultivated. The ministers of New England, the congregational clergy who commanded the attention of their communities every Sunday, were among the most influential voices for independence, framing the conflict with Britain not just as a political dispute over taxation and representation, but as a theological crisis, a test of whether a free people could maintain the covenant with God that their Puritan ancestors had established in the New World. The phrase, "no king but King Jesus," circulated in patriot communities. Sermons argued that resistance to tyranny was a religious duty. The same pulpits that guided their congregations through grief and mortality guided them in 1776 toward revolution. The church bell that tolled for the dead this afternoon would ring on other days to call men to muster.
The light is nearly gone now. The brief November day has spent itself, and the farmhouse, which has been moving from task to task since before dawn, is gathering itself toward evening. Candles are lit, tallow candles in their iron holders, placed where they will do the most good. One on the table, one on the shelf near your mother's sewing chair, one carried carefully by the oldest child to light the way to the necessary outdoor tasks that cannot wait for morning. The fire is built up slightly against the coming cold of the night. The supper bowls are being set out. Outside, the dark has arrived completely, the sky a deep blue black, the stars beginning to emerge with the particular cold brilliance of a clear November night, the kind of stars that you see only in a world without electric light, a sky so full of light that it seems to have been overturned and emptied of every star that ever existed. The church bell is silent. The day is ending. The dead are at rest.
Let that sky be the last thing you carry with you into sleep tonight. That extraordinary, overflowing, completely uncompetitive November sky over a dark colonial farmstead, full of stars that nobody was too busy or too distracted to see, because there was nothing else in the darkness to compete with them.
The church bell has said what it had to say. The fire is burning low and steady. The supper has been eaten. The family is settling toward sleep in the way that colonial families settle toward sleep. Early, exhausted, deeply, completely ready for the unconsciousness that the body had been earning since 4 in the morning. Let 1776 go quiet around you. Let the stars blur at the edges of your awareness and then dissolve into the warm dark behind your closed eyes. You are safe. You are warm. The bell is silent. The night is full of stars. And sleep, patient, complete, entirely sufficient sleep, is here, all the way in, waiting for you to stop resisting and simply arrive. Let go. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself settle in tonight, slowly, without rush. Let your body find its weight. Let the warmth find you. Let the quiet of this hour do what quiet does best. Take one long breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to 1776, but tonight we step away from the farmhouse for a little while. The supper has been eaten, the evening chores are done, and your father, who has been working since before dawn, who has hauled wood and walked 2 miles to the store and back, and inspected the fence line and tended the animals, your father is going out. Not far, just down the road to where a light burns in a larger window than most, where the sound of voices carries in the cold air, where the smell of wood smoke and spilled ale and pipe tobacco drifts into the November night with a particular warmth that a farmhouse, for all its comforts, cannot quite replicate. The tavern is open. Tonight we go in.
The colonial tavern, also called an ordinary, an inn, or a public house depending on the region and the establishment, was one of the most important institutions in 18th century American life, and one of the most thoroughly misunderstood by the modern imagination, which tends to picture it as either a rowdy, brawling den of vice or a romantic backdrop for revolutionary conspiracy. It was neither, or rather it was both of those things occasionally, and something much more central and mundane the rest of the time. The tavern was the community's living room, the public space where men gathered after the working day, where news was exchanged, where business was conducted, where politics was argued, where the social bonds of the community were maintained through the ancient and entirely reliable mechanism of sitting together near a fire with something warm to drink. In a world without coffee shops, without restaurants, without social media, without any of the spaces the modern world provides for public gathering, the tavern served all of those functions at once.
The law in most colonies required taverns to be licensed, and the licensing process was designed to ensure that the establishment met certain standards of respectability, adequate sleeping accommodations for travelers, proper food and drink, a proprietor of good character known to the community. In practice, the range of establishments operating under the tavern license was enormous, from the Grand Inn on the Post Road between Philadelphia and New York, a multi-story building with private rooms, a well-stocked cellar, and a kitchen producing proper meals, to the farmhouse of a widow who had been granted a license to sell ale from her front room to supplement her income, with a bench near the fire and whatever conversation the evening brought in. Both were taverns. The law saw them the same way. The experience of visiting them was somewhat different. Your father takes a seat on a bench near the fire. The best seats in any colonial tavern are always nearest the fire, and they go to the first arrivals and to men of established local standing, both categories which, on an ordinary November evening in a tavern where everyone knows everyone, amount to roughly the same thing. The tap room, the main public room of the tavern, is low-ceilinged and dim, lit by tallow candles in the fire, smelling of wood smoke and the particular composite smell of men who have been working outdoors all day and have not bathed recently and are now crowded into a warm room together. It is, by any objective sensory standard, quite pungent. Nobody notices. The fire is warm. The company is good. A pewter mug appears in your father's hand, filled with cider from a barrel behind the bar. Hard cider, fermented from this autumn's apple harvest, slightly effervescent, pleasantly sharp, with enough alcohol to take the edge off a November evening without incapacitating a man who has to be up before dawn.
Alcohol in colonial America was consumed in quantities that would startle a modern public health official. The combination of unsafe water, limited beverage alternatives, and a cultural tradition that viewed moderate drinking as entirely normal resulted in colonial Americans drinking, on average, considerably more alcohol per person per day than modern Americans do. Cider was the most common drink in New England. Virtually every farm with an apple orchard produced it. It kept through winter better than fresh juice, and it was cheap and plentiful in a way that imported beverages could not match. Rum was the spirit of the era, produced from Caribbean molasses, imported in enormous quantities, consumed straight or mixed into punches and flips and toddies that the tavern keeper prepared at the fire with a hot poker plunged into the mug to heat and froth the mixture. Beer, wine, and whiskey completed the menu. Temperance, the movement to limit or eliminate alcohol consumption, existed in 1776 only in embryonic form. The idea that alcohol was a social problem requiring organized opposition was not yet a mainstream colonial concern.
The tavern was where newspapers arrived. In a world where printed news was produced in towns and distributed outward through the postal network and the movements of travelers, the tavern was often the first place in a rural community where a newspaper appeared, passed from hand to hand, read aloud to those who could not read themselves, its contents discussed and debated with the focused intensity of people for whom this printed page represented the primary window into the world beyond their immediate neighborhood. In November 1776, the newspapers carry war news, fragments and dispatches, days or weeks old by the time they arrive, describing battles and retreats and the movements of armies that exist at a considerable physical and psychological distance from this particular tavern, but whose outcomes are understood by everyone in this room to be directly relevant to the lives of everyone in this room.
The political conversation in colonial taverns in 1776 was not the polite, deferential, authority-respecting discourse of an earlier era. The Revolution had changed the register of public speech in ways that were genuinely radical. The pamphlets of Thomas Paine, distributed since January of this year, had introduced a language of political argument that was direct, aggressive, and addressed to ordinary people rather than to educated elites. Common Sense, Paine's 47-page argument for independence, written in plain language, deliberately stripped of the Latin quotations and classical references that made most political writing inaccessible to people without formal education, had sold perhaps 100,000 copies in a colony of 2.5 million people. In taverns throughout the colonies, men who had read it or heard it read debated its arguments with the particular energy of people who had been given language for things they had been feeling without words. The tavern was where that energy lived and breathed and argued with itself. Not everyone in this tavern tonight is a patriot. This needs to be said clearly, because the popular mythology of the Revolution tends to flatten the colonial population into unanimous rebel sentiment, when the reality was considerably more complicated. Historians estimate that the colonial population was roughly divided among 1/3 who actively supported independence, 1/3 who remained loyal to the crown, the Loyalists, who would eventually number perhaps 500,000 people, many of whom were forced to leave the country during and after the war, and 1/3 who were largely indifferent or trying to stay out of it entirely. In this tavern tonight, there are men with different commitments and different assessments of the situation, and the conversation navigates around these differences with the careful social intelligence of people who have to keep living as neighbors, regardless of how the war turns out. Some arguments are not had tonight. They are noted, stored, and left for a later reckoning. Entertainment in the colonial tavern extended beyond drink and conversation to a range of activities that the modern world has either sanitized out of existence or regulated into specialty venues. Gambling was ubiquitous. Card games, dice, betting on almost anything that had a variable outcome. The games were simple: cards dealt on a rough table, dice rattled in a leather cup, small sums of coin or credit changing hands with the relaxed frequency of people for whom gambling was recreation rather than compulsion. Occasionally it was compulsion too, and the tavern keeper who knew his community knew which men needed to be gently managed away from the table before the evening's losses became the next morning's crisis. But mostly it was small and social and entirely unremarkable. The same basic human impulse toward the pleasurable uncertainty of a game of chance that has been present in every human society in recorded history.
Blood sports occupied a more prominent place in colonial entertainment than most modern accounts are comfortable dwelling on, but honesty requires us to look at them directly. Bear baiting, a bear chained to a post in a pit or ring while dogs attacked it, the entertainment, consisting of watching the fight, was practiced in colonial America, imported from English tradition, more common in the southern colonies and in urban areas than in rural New England, but present throughout. Cockfighting, two roosters equipped with metal spurs set to fight each other, often to the death, with spectators betting on the outcome, was extremely widespread and socially accepted across all classes. A cockfight might draw participants from the poorest farmhand to the wealthiest planter, all crowded around the same pit, sharing the same excitement, divided by the size of their wagers rather than by their presence. George Washington attended cockfights, so did Thomas Jefferson. So did virtually every man in colonial America who had access to one. The modern reader recoils from cockfighting and bear baiting with an immediate and genuine moral response. These are cruel, we say. They cause suffering. They are wrong. And by modern standards of animal welfare, they are. But understanding colonial entertainment requires understanding the colonial relationship to animal suffering, which was shaped by a combination of theological belief, animals do not have souls and are created for human use and enjoyment, and daily practical experience. A colonial farmer who slaughtered his own animals, who watched his animals suffer from illness and injury and cold, who lived in daily proximity to the full reality of animal life and death, had a different emotional relationship to animal suffering than a modern person whose meat arrives wrapped in plastic and whose contact with animals is primarily through pets maintained as companions. The colonial threshold for what constituted cruelty was set differently. This is not an excuse, it is an explanation. Contests of human strength and skill were another staple of colonial tavern entertainment. Wrestling matches conducted on the tavern floor or in the yard, arm wrestling, feats of lifting and carrying, competitions in marksmanship with the rifles and muskets that colonial men carried as a matter of course. These contests were embedded in a culture that valued physical capability directly and practically. A man who was strong and skilled and accurate with a firearm was not just entertaining to watch, he was demonstrably more valuable to the community's survival, a better neighbor in an emergency, a more formidable presence in the militia. The competition was real, but its social function was also real. It was how men assessed each other, maintained their standings in the community's informal hierarchy of competence, and demonstrated the capabilities that their world required of them.
The tavern keeper was a figure of real importance in colonial community life, occupying a position that combined the functions of a modern bartender, innkeeper, community center manager, and informal social worker. He extended credit to men he knew were good for it. He refused to serve men who were already past the point of useful service. He managed the delicate social dynamics of a room containing men of different politics, different temperaments, and different stages of intoxication, maintaining enough order to keep the license that allowed him to operate, while preserving enough latitude to allow the kind of genuine human interaction that made the tavern worth visiting. It was a skilled job, undervalued then as it often is now, requiring a comprehensive knowledge of the community's social map and the judgment to navigate it continuously in real time.
Women were not absent from colonial taverns, but their presence and role were different from men's. The wives and daughters of tavern keepers worked in the establishment as a matter of course, serving food and drink, managing rooms for travelers, cooking, cleaning, maintaining the operation. Women travelers stopped at taverns and were accommodated in separate rooms or partitioned spaces when available. But the tavern as a social institution, the space of public conversation, political debate, gambling, and communal entertainment, was primarily male space in colonial America, one of the relatively few public institutions from which women were largely excluded not by explicit rule, but by the social convention that assigned men to the public sphere and women to the domestic one. The conversations that happened in taverns in 1776, the arguments that shaped the revolution, the political consensus that moved from individual opinion to collective action, were conversations that women were not present for, or present for only at the margins.
The exception to this, as to so many colonial rules, was the Quaker community, where the testimony of gender equality, rooted in the same theology of the inner light that drove their anti-slavery position, meant that women spoke in worship, participated in community governance, and engaged in public discourse with a degree of direct participation that no other colonial religious community fully matched. Quaker women like Jemima Wilkinson, who would go on to become one of the first female public preachers in American history, and the traveling Quaker ministers who rode hundreds of miles through the colonies delivering their testimonies, operated in public space with an authority that the broader colonial world found simultaneously admirable and slightly alarming. The revolution would eventually create more space for women's public voice, partly through the logic of its own arguments about liberty and rights. But in November 1776, that expansion was still largely in the future.
The tavern conversation tonight circles back, as it always does in 1776, to the war. The news that arrived with the last post-rider is that General Washington's army has been retreating across New Jersey, pushed back from New York after a series of difficult engagements, the Continental Army reduced in numbers by desertion and expiring enlistments, the situation serious enough that Washington himself has written of the desperate need for reinforcements and supplies. This news sits heavily in the room. Some of the men here have sons in that army. Some of the men here have been in that army themselves, their enlistment periods expired, returned to their farms for the harvest with the full intention of re-enlisting when circumstances allow. The retreat does not break their confidence in the cause. The logic of independence still holds. The grievances against the crown are still real. But it reminds them that confidence in a cause does not guarantee its success, and that the winter ahead is going to be hard for the men in the field.
Thomas Paine, following Washington's retreating army through New Jersey this very month, is writing something, a pamphlet, the first in a series he will call The American Crisis. Its opening line will become one of the most quoted sentences in American history. These are the times that try men's souls. He is writing it by firelight, in the margins of a drum, in the cold and the mud and the difficulty of a campaign that is going badly. He will finish it before the month is out. Washington will have it read aloud to his troops at the crossing of the Delaware. But tonight, in this tavern, nobody knows that yet. Tonight there is only the fire, and the cider, and the difficult news, and the same stubborn, practical commitment to the cause that brought these men to their positions, and will keep them there through whatever the winter brings. They drink to Washington. They drink to independence. They go home.
Your father's walk home in the dark takes perhaps 20 minutes,
a familiar road made unfamiliar by the complete absence of any artificial light except the stars overhead, which are extraordinary tonight, a sky so densely populated with light that navigation is genuinely possible by starlight alone for a man who has walked this road 1,000 times and knows its turns by feel as much as by sight. The cold has deepened since he left the house, the kind of cold that settles in after dark when the earth releases the last of the day's meager warmth, and he walks quickly, his breath clouding white, the frozen road firm and certain under his boots. The tavern's warmth is already fading from his coat. The farmhouse light is visible ahead, a single candle in the window, your mother's signal that the household is still awake and the door is open, the same signal she has put there every night of their marriage.
He comes through the door into the warmth of the fire's last burning, and the sound and smell and light of the tavern close behind him like a door swinging shut. He is home. The candle is snuffed. Tallow is not wasted on a light that is no longer needed. The fire is banked for the night, its coals covered with ash to slow the burning and preserve the heat through the dark hours until morning. The children are already asleep. Your mother is finishing the last of her mending by the fire's final light, the needle moving in the practiced darkness of a woman who has made this motion so many times her hands know it without needing to see it. He takes his place in the bed. She sets down the mending, banks the fire one final time, and follows. The room is warm and dark and smells of wood smoke and the day's cooking, and the particular human warmth of a small space shared by people who know each other completely.
Let all of that settle now, all the way down. The tavern and its firelight, the cider and the conversation, the news of the retreating army, the walk home under the extraordinary stars, the candle in the window and the banked fire, and the sound of the household breathing its way toward sleep. Let 1776 grow quiet around you, all its noise and cold and difficulty and stubborn human vitality going soft and gentle at the edges, dissolving into something warm and dark and entirely peaceful. You are here tonight in your own warmth, your own quiet, your own particular version of the candle in the window. The fire is tending itself. The stars are doing what they have always done. The colonial night is long and dark and full of sleep. Let yourself go all the way into it. Let your breathing go slow and deep and even. Let the last of your wakefulness release, like a hand opening, like a fire settling, like a long day finally, completely done. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive tonight with no hurry at all. Settle in, find your comfort. Let the day go quiet around you, one breath at a time. Take one long, slow breath in, and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to 1776, but tonight we're going to move a little differently through the world. We're not going to stay in the farmhouse or the barn or even the tavern we visited last chapter. Tonight we're going to follow something invisible, something that moves across the colonial landscape, not on 2 feet or 4 hooves, but through the slow, imperfect, remarkable channels of human communication. Tonight we follow the news. A piece of news in particular, the news of the world, the news of the war, the news of a revolution being fought by people who often don't know for days or weeks what is actually happening 20 miles away. Come with me. Let's trace how information traveled in 1776
and what it meant to live inside a world where the news was always late.
There is a letter somewhere on its way to your township right now. It has been traveling for 11 days. It began in Philadelphia, written by a merchant to a business associate, containing news of the latest Continental Congress proceedings, the state of the currency, the price of certain goods, and a paragraph about the military situation that the writer heard from a man who heard it from a man who was in the room when a dispatch rider arrived from the army. 11 days ago, a man placed it in the post bag at the Philadelphia post office. Since then, it has moved, sometimes quickly, sometimes not, through the postal network that Benjamin Franklin helped establish during his tenure as Postmaster General, handed from rider to rider at post offices spaced roughly 30 miles apart along the post roads, each rider covering his segment of the route and passing the bag to the next, the letter inside getting closer to its destination by increments that feel, from the perspective of the person waiting for it, agonizingly slow. Benjamin Franklin's postal system was one of the genuine achievements of colonial American infrastructure, a network that, by 1776, connected all 13 colonies with reasonably reliable mail service, operating on schedules that varied by route and season, but which provided, for the first time in American history, something approaching a continental communications network. Before Franklin's reforms as Postmaster General in the 1750s and 1760s, the colonial mail was irregular, unreliable, and expensive. Franklin standardized rates, improved roads between post offices, introduced night riding to speed delivery, and created the accounting systems that made the Postal Service financially sustainable. When the Revolution came, the Continental Congress created its own postal service, with Franklin as the first Postmaster General of the United States, the same man who had built the colonial system now rebuilding it in the service of the new nation, trying to replace that system's parent government.
The post rider is a figure worth pausing on. A man on horseback, carrying a leather post bag across his saddle, riding the same 30-mile segment of road in all weather, all seasons, day and night depending on the schedule. His route is familiar to him in the way that your father's fields are familiar. Every turn, every low spot that floods in spring, every section of road that ices first in winter, every farmhouse where he can stop for water and a few minutes of warmth without significantly delaying the mail. He is not a glamorous figure. He is cold in winter, muddy in spring, dusty in summer, and wet in autumn, and the horse he rides is a working animal rather than a fine one, and the pay is modest by any standard. But he carries something that people are genuinely waiting for, something that connects isolated communities to a wider world, and in that sense his work has a weight that exceeds its apparent modesty.
Newspapers existed in colonial America with a vitality and variety that surprises people who associate the American press with a later era. By 1776, there were approximately 37 newspapers being published in the 13 colonies, weeklies mostly, though a few appeared twice a week in the larger cities. They were small by modern standards, typically 4 pages, folded from a single large sheet, printed on a hand-operated wooden press that could produce perhaps 200 copies per hour by an experienced printer. The content was a mixture of foreign news reprinted from British papers that arrived weeks or months late by ship, local and colonial news gathered by the printer himself through his network of correspondence, advertisements for goods and services and runaway enslaved people and lost animals, and increasingly, political argument, pamphlets reprinted, letters from public figures, editorials by the printer himself, or contributors writing under classical pseudonyms in the tradition of anonymous political discourse. The printer was one of the most politically significant figures in colonial America, and the print shop one of the most politically significant spaces. The printer controlled what appeared on those 4 pages, what arguments were amplified, what news was framed in what language. The colonial press was explicitly partisan in a way that modern journalism's professional norms of objectivity, however imperfectly observed, distinguish it from.
A loyalist printer printed loyalist arguments. A patriot printer printed patriot arguments. There was no pretense of neutrality, no aspiration toward it, no professional framework that demanded it. The press was an instrument of persuasion, operated by people with strong views, and its readers understood this and calibrated their reading accordingly. What they lost in objectivity, they may have gained in honesty about the existence of perspective, which is its own kind of accuracy. The most famous printer-journalist of colonial America was Benjamin Franklin. Again, a man whose career had such breadth and consequence that he appears in almost every significant conversation about colonial American life, which is either testimony to his extraordinary range or to the limitations of a historical record that tends to center the famous. Franklin's Pennsylvania Gazette was one of the most widely read papers in the colonies, and his Poor Richard's Almanac, published annually for 25 years, reached an even wider audience, carrying its mixture of practical advice, weather predictions, astronomical tables, and aphorisms into households that might not take a newspaper but needed to know when to plant and when the moon would be full. The almanac was the internet of its era in one specific sense. It was everywhere, it was consulted for everything, and it shaped the way ordinary people understood their world. Almanacs deserve their own moment because they were genuinely one of the most important documents in colonial American daily life. Every household that could afford one, and they were cheap enough that most could, kept an almanac. It told you the dates of sunrise and sunset for every day of the year, the phases of the moon, the dates of religious observances, the positions of planets, the predicted tides. It provided a calendar of court dates and market days and fair days. It offered medical advice, recipes, weather predictions based on astronomical observation, and the kind of practical agricultural guidance, when to plant, when to harvest, when to expect the first frost, that translated directly into the success or failure of the season's crops. The almanac was consulted daily, handled until it fell apart, sometimes preserved carefully in the household's few books. It was the one printed document that connected every literate and semi-literate colonial American to the same body of organized, useful knowledge. Word of mouth was the primary news medium of 1776, operating at every level from the household to the colony. News traveled through the social networks of colonial life, past neighbor to neighbor, farm to farm, along the road to the general store and back, through the tavern and the church and the market, and the conversations of chance meetings on the frozen track between farms. A piece of news that arrived in the nearest town by post rider on Tuesday might reach your farmhouse by Thursday, carried by a neighbor who stopped on his way home from the store, or by your father who heard it at the tavern, or by the minister who mentioned it after the Sunday service. It arrived partially, imperfectly, filtered through the understanding and the biases of everyone who had passed it along, shaped by each telling into something that preserved the essential facts, if they had been correctly reported to begin with, and accumulated interpretive layers with each retelling. Rumor was the shadow version of this word-of-mouth network, and it operated with at least equal efficiency. In a world where information was scarce and the desire for information was intense, particularly about the war, which touched everything and whose outcomes mattered to everyone, the gap between what was known and what needed to be known was filled by rumor with the automatic, irresistible force of water filling a low space. Washington's army had been destroyed. No, it had won a great victory. No, it had retreated again. The British were coming. No, they had turned north. A particular general was dead or wounded or had defected. These rumors moved faster than the post rider and with considerably less accuracy, and colonial Americans developed a practiced skepticism about unverified news that was, given the information environment they lived in, entirely rational. You heard, and you noted, and you waited for confirmation, and sometimes the confirmation came, and sometimes it didn't. The role of women in colonial information networks is something historians have only relatively recently begun to document with the attention it deserves. Women, who were largely excluded from the formal institutions of news transmission, the taverns and coffee houses and legislative chambers where information circulated among men, had their own parallel networks, operating through the communal spaces of women's work: the spinning bee, the quilting bee, the conversations over the fence or at the well, the visits between neighbors during illness and childbirth and death. These networks transmitted different kinds of information than the male networks, less concerned with military movements and political arguments, more concerned with the social and economic realities of the community's daily life, but they were not less important for that. The woman who knew which families were struggling, which marriages were in difficulty, which children were ill, which households had enough food for the winter and which did not, was operating an information system of genuine social consequence.
The physical infrastructure of colonial communication, the roads, the bridges, the post offices, the ferries across rivers, was fragile and inadequate by any modern standard, and this fragility had direct consequences for how news moved and how reliably it arrived. A bridge washed out in heavy rain could delay the post by days. A road made impassable by mud in spring could isolate a community from the nearest post office for weeks. The post rider who became ill or whose horse went lame lost time that the schedule didn't account for and the mail absorbed. In winter, when your farmhouse was already somewhat isolated by the cold and the frozen roads, the news that reached you was older, spottier, and less reliable than in the more connected months of the year. You lived in an information environment shaped by geography and weather as directly as your food supply was shaped by them, abundant in good conditions, scarce in bad ones.
The Battle of Trenton, one of the most consequential military actions of the entire Revolution, has not yet happened in November 1776. It will happen on December 26th, when Washington crosses the Delaware River in the dark and the cold and the ice and surprises the Hessian garrison sleeping off their Christmas celebration. The news of this victory, desperately needed after the difficult autumn retreat through New Jersey, will reach rural communities like yours by postrider and word of mouth, arriving fragmentarily, growing in accuracy with each retelling, transforming the mood of the colonial community from anxious doubt to renewed determination. But tonight, in November, none of this has happened. Washington's army is still retreating. The outcome of the revolution is genuinely uncertain. The people in this community know only what they know, and what they know is partial and old, and they are living with that uncertainty, the way human beings have always lived with uncertainty, by keeping the fire burning and doing the next necessary thing. Dispatch riders, different from the ordinary post riders, dedicated military messengers, were the fastest communication channel available to the Continental Army and the Continental Congress. A skilled dispatch rider on a good horse could cover 60 to 80 miles in a day under good conditions, carrying encoded or sealed messages between commanders, between Congress and the Army, between governors and military leaders. The famous ride of Paul Revere, which happened the previous year, in April 1775, was this kind of dispatch riding, a specific mission to carry specific military intelligence to specific people, done at speed through the night. The romance that later attached itself to Revere's ride was genuinely earned. Riding 30 miles through the night to warn the Minutemen required both courage and horsemanship, but it was not an unusual kind of action in the communication infrastructure of the Revolution. Dispatch riders did this constantly, less famously, throughout the war. The Continental Congress communicated with the colonies through a combination of printed proclamations, circular letters, and the proceedings published in newspapers, creating what was, for its era, a remarkably sophisticated system of public information. The Declaration of Independence itself was propagated through this system, printed in Philadelphia by John Dunlap on the night of July 4th, distributed to newspapers throughout the colonies, read aloud in public squares and from church pulpits and in taverns and at militia musters. The reading aloud of public documents was a crucial technology of political communication in a world where significant portions of the population were not fully literate. It brought the written word into the oral tradition,
made public documents genuinely public, ensured that political information was not the exclusive property of those who could read it themselves. When your father heard the declaration read at the county seat in August, he was participating in a deliberately designed communication event, a piece of political theater with a specific intended effect that it largely achieved.
Coded communication was used extensively by both sides in the Revolutionary War. Ciphers, invisible ink, coded letters whose meaning was concealed within apparently innocent correspondence. Benjamin Franklin, serving as American minister to France, maintained a sophisticated intelligence operation from Paris, receiving and sending coded dispatches, managing informants, and navigating the complex diplomatic environment of a France that was simultaneously secretly supportive of the American cause and officially at peace with Britain. George Washington ran his own intelligence network, the Culper Spy Ring, which operated in British-occupied New York, sending information about British troop movements through a chain of couriers using coded messages and invisible ink made from a chemical compound developed specifically for the purpose. The Revolution was fought with information as well as with muskets, and the quality of each side's intelligence was a genuine military variable. Across the Atlantic, the news of the American Revolution arrived in Britain weeks after it happened, the voyage from the American coast to England taking anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks, depending on season and wind, which meant that the British government was always responding to a situation that was already weeks old by the time they knew it existed. This lag created strategic absurdities on both sides. Orders sent from London arrived in America months later, by which time the situation they addressed had evolved beyond the reach of the instructions. Commanders in the field had to exercise enormous independent judgment, precisely because communication with home authority was so slow as to be effectively useless for tactical decisions. The revolution was fought, on both sides, by people making decisions in the fog of information that the speed of their era's communication created, a fog so dense by modern standards as to be almost unimaginable.
The letter that began its journey 11 days ago in Philadelphia has arrived at the post office in the nearest town. Tomorrow, the storekeeper, who collects the local mail when he makes his weekly trip to town, will bring it back, and the man it is addressed to will walk to the store to collect it, and he will read it standing at the counter, or carry it home to read by firelight. And whatever news it contains will enter the word-of-mouth network of the community and begin its secondary journey through conversations and retellings and interpretations and reactions. The piece of information that left Philadelphia 11 days ago will have traveled by the time it reaches the last farm at the far edge of the community's social network, perhaps 2 or 3 weeks. It will arrive changed, slightly, inevitably, the way all information changes as it passes through human minds. But it will arrive. In 1776, it always arrives eventually. Slowly, imperfectly, but with a persistence that the technology of the era could not suppress and that the human need for news made irresistible.
Your household is quiet now. The fire is banked. The candle has been snuffed. Your father is asleep, his body in the absolute effortless unconsciousness of a man who has been awake since before 4 in the morning and has burned every calorie of energy his body contained, and will begin the process again tomorrow without complaint. Your mother, beside him, is asleep with the particular quality of sleep that belongs to people who are never entirely off duty, not quite the deep unconsciousness of exhaustion, but something lighter, more available, one ear always slightly open for the baby, for the sound of the fire needing attention, for the 1,000 small alarms that a colonial household generates through the night. The children are breathing in the slow, complete way that only children sleep. The cat is a warm weight on the hearthstones. Outside, the stars are doing what they have always done, entirely indifferent to the news traveling slowly beneath them.
Let all of that quiet settle into you now, all the way down. The letter still traveling, the news still moving slowly through its imperfect channels. The post rider somewhere on a dark frozen road between one small light
and the next. The printing press still for the night, its mechanical voice silenced until morning. The world full of information trying to move through a landscape that resists speed, cold and wide and patient, asking everything to arrive in its own time. Let that be a comfort rather than a frustration tonight. Some things are allowed to arrive slowly. Some things are better received when they've had time to travel. Let your own thoughts slow down to the pace of the postwriter in winter, deliberate, unhurried, covering the distance at the speed the road allows. Let your breathing go long and easy. Let the news of the day go quiet. There is nothing you need to know tonight that cannot wait until morning. The stars are out. The fire is banked. The household is sleeping. And you are almost there. Let go. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive all the way tonight. Don't rush it. Let the settling happen slowly, layer by layer, the way the cold settles into the earth on a November night. Feel the warmth around you. Feel the particular softness of this hour, when the world has gone quiet and the only thing left to do is rest. Take one long breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to 1776 for the last time tonight, and we're going to stay close to the farmhouse, close to the fire, close to the sleeping family inside. Because tonight we're going to explore the thing that takes up more of a colonial day than almost anything else. The thing that the modern world has quietly stolen from us, hour by hour, without most of us noticing. Tonight we explore the colonial night, the long, dark, uninterrupted, extraordinary night of a world without electric light.
The sun set today at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon. It is now somewhere past 9 o'clock, your father's best estimate, based on the position of the stars through the small window and the behavior of the banked fire, which burns through the night at a rate he has observed so many thousands of times that it functions as a rough clock. Between 4:30 and 9 o'clock, 4.5 hours of darkness, the household has eaten supper, completed the evening chores, perhaps done a small amount of indoor work by candlelight, and gone to bed. This is not early by their internal sense of time. This is simply when the day ends, because the day ends when the light ends, and the night begins when the fire is banked, and the candle is snuffed, and the household surrenders to the dark. There are still approximately 9 hours of darkness ahead. Think about that for a moment. 9 hours between the last light of the household and the first gray of pre-dawn, during which the family will lie in the dark in their rope beds under their wool blankets, and the fire will burn slowly through its banked coals, and the animals in the barn will shift and breathe, and the stars will wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, and the November cold will press against the farmhouse walls with patient, indifferent insistence. 9 hours of dark. In the modern world, with electric light available at the touch of a switch, with screens in every room and pocket, with the city's ambient glow turning the night sky a permanent orange haze, we have largely lost the experience of what 9 hours of genuine darkness feels like. Colonial Americans had it every single night of their lives. It shaped them in ways we are only beginning to understand.
The colonial night was not simply the modern night with the lights off. It was a different sensory and psychological environment, darker,
quieter, more physically present than anything most modern people have experienced. True darkness, the darkness of a farmhouse interior on a cloudy November night, far from any town, with the fire banked and the candle out, is absolute. Not dim, not shadowy. Absolute. You cannot see your hand in front of your face. You navigate by memory and touch, by the feel of the familiar floorboards under your feet, by the known distances between furniture and walls, by the sounds of the household, your family's breathing, the fire's slow crackling, the occasional shift and settle of the house's wooden frame in the cold. Your other senses expand to fill the space that vision has vacated. The night is loud with things you don't normally hear.
Sleep itself was different in 1776, not just earlier and longer, but structured differently, in a way that historians have only recently recovered from the historical record. The dominant sleep pattern of pre-industrial human beings was not the single consolidated 8-hour block that modern sleep medicine recommends and that most modern people attempt with varying degrees of success. It was biphasic sleep, 2 separate sleep periods divided by an hour or 2 of quiet wakefulness in the middle of the night. The first sleep began shortly after dark and lasted until roughly midnight. Then the sleeper woke, not because something disturbed them, but because their body's natural sleep architecture had simply reached its first completion. They lay quietly in the dark, or rose to tend the fire, or prayed, or thought, or sometimes visited a neighbor in the peculiar social customs of the middle night hours that historical records document, but modern people find bewildering. Then, after an hour or so, the second sleep came, deeper and often more dream-rich than the first, and lasted until dawn.
This middle night waking was not insomnia. It was not a problem. It was simply what sleep was, a 2-part structure that the human body naturally defaulted to when not overridden by the artificial light that extends our waking hours into the time our bodies would otherwise use for that first sleep transition. The historian Roger Eckerch, whose research recovered this biphasic sleep pattern from diaries, medical texts, and literary references spanning many centuries, argues that the modern epidemic of waking in the middle of the night and being unable to return to sleep is partly the body attempting to complete its natural biphasic pattern, waiting for the second sleep that the pattern expects, in a social environment that now treats middle night wakefulness as a malfunction rather than a design feature. If you have ever woken at 2 in the morning and lain awake for an hour before drifting back to sleep, you have experienced, without knowing it, a remnant of the colonial sleep pattern. The middle night hours in a colonial household were the domain of the fire. The banked coals that your mother carefully covered with ash before bed were designed to last through the night, to preserve enough heat that the morning fire could be coaxed back to life from them without starting entirely from scratch. But they needed monitoring. In the coldest nights of deep winter, a fire that died entirely while the family slept meant waking to a house so cold that getting out of bed was genuinely dangerous for the very young and the very old. Someone, usually your mother, whose sleep was always lightest, whose responsibility for the household never entirely turned off even in sleep, would rise in the middle night waking to check the fire, to add a small piece of wood if needed, to adjust the ash covering, to ensure that the household's warmth would survive to morning. This was not an extraordinary act. It was simply part of what the night required.
Candlelight was too valuable to burn through the night carelessly. Tallow candles, made from rendered animal fat, typically from beef or sheep tallow, were produced in the household, a task that fell to the women and older children in autumn when the year's slaughter provided the raw material. Candle making was a process of melting tallow in a large pot, then either dipping wicks repeatedly into the liquid fat and allowing each layer to cool before the next dip, or pouring the liquid tallow into molds around a central wick.
A single candle required many dips or a careful pour and represented hours of work across the season. The household's candle supply for the winter was finite and carefully managed, not burned casually, not left burning in an empty room, extinguished promptly when the task requiring light was finished. Candlelight was not ambient illumination. It was a tool applied to specific tasks and put away when the task was done.
Firelight was the primary illumination of the colonial evening, free, warm, multifunctional, and present as long as the fire burned. The hearth fire cast an orange, flickering light that was brighter than a candle and covered a larger area, sufficient for the basic social life of the family gathered around it: conversation, simple handwork, the reading aloud that served as the household's primary entertainment in the hours between supper and sleep. Reading in firelight was not comfortable by modern standards. The light was variable, the shadows danced, and the warmest position near the fire was often the brightest, creating competition between warmth and illumination that colonial families resolved through long practice. Your mother could knit by firelight alone, her fingers moving in the dark beyond the fire's direct reach, the work itself guiding her hands. Reading required being close enough to the fire that the pages were legible, which also meant close enough that the heat was significant.
The sounds of the colonial night were a rich and specific environment that modern ears, accustomed to the constant background noise of civilization, would find simultaneously quieter and louder than expected. Quieter because there was no traffic, no distant highway hum, no HVAC system, no electronic devices emitting their soft machine breath. Louder because in the absence of these masking sounds, everything else became audible: the fires settling and crackling, the house's wooden frame creaking in the cold as the temperature dropped, the animals in the barn, a cow shifting, a horse stamping, the small movements of creatures settling into their own night. The wind in the bare trees, which in November has a particular dry, rattling quality different from any other season. Owls occasionally, the distant bark of a fox, your own heartbeat in the deepest quiet, louder than you expect.
Fear of the dark was not irrational in 1776. It was calibrated to real risks that the dark contained. Fire was the most serious domestic risk: a spark landing on dry wood in the night, a candle knocked over, a child getting up in the dark and stumbling against the hearth. Colonial house fires were common and frequently catastrophic, the wooden structures burning quickly, and the firefighting resources of rural communities amounted to bucket brigades that could save a neighbor's house if they arrived quickly and if the wind cooperated. The rule about banking the fire carefully and ensuring every candle was truly extinguished before sleep was not anxious overcaution. It was reasonable risk management in an environment where the consequences of getting it wrong were the loss of everything. Beyond the domestic fear of fire, the colonial night contained real outdoor dangers that varied by region and circumstance. Wolves were still present in less settled areas, a genuine threat to livestock left insufficiently secured. In the current military situation, with British and Hessian forces operating in New Jersey, with Loyalist and Patriot militia both active in contested areas, the night could bring riders with bad news, or worse, with harmful intent. The colonial tradition of keeping a loaded firearm accessible, which struck European visitors as excessive, and which is often discussed as a cultural curiosity, was partly a response to the genuine and specific risks of the colonial night: fire, predators, and in 1776, the additional wild card of a war being fought with irregular forces whose movements were not always predictable.
Dreams in the colonial framework were not the neurological noise of a sleeping brain processing the day's experiences, though they were that too, as they are for everyone. They were messages, warnings, visitations, windows into a spiritual reality that waking consciousness could not always access. The Puritan tradition placed particular emphasis on the spiritual significance of dreams. They could be divine communication, or they could be diabolic temptation, and the discernment between these possibilities was a matter of genuine theological concern. Colonial diaries and spiritual autobiographies are full of recorded dreams, analyzed, prayed over, discussed with ministers, compared with Scripture. The middle night waking was partly a time for this reflection, lying in the dark, processing the night's dreams, assessing them for spiritual meaning, praying in response to what they seemed to say. The boundary between sleeping and waking in the colonial night was more permeable, more spiritually charged than modern secular sleep culture recognizes.
Children slept differently in colonial households than in modern ones, not in their own rooms with doors closed, not in the carefully managed sleep environments of modern pediatric advice, but in the same room as their parents, or in a loft directly above, the household's breathing a continuous communal soundscape through the night. Infants slept in cradles beside the parents' bed, close enough for nursing without fully waking, rocked back to sleep by a hand extended in the dark by a mother who never quite lost the thread of the night. Older children shared beds, 2 or 3 to a rope bed, under shared wool blankets, the warmth of siblings making up for the inadequacy of the heating. Bed sharing was not a parenting philosophy. It was a thermal strategy and a space management solution combined, entirely practical in a world where beds were expensive, rooms were few, and November was cold.
The rope bed itself was a piece of furniture that required regular maintenance. The ropes that formed the sleeping surface, strung in a lattice pattern across the bed frame and supporting the mattress above, stretched and sagged with use and needed periodic tightening with a wooden bed key, a process that is the origin of the phrase "sleep tight." The mattress might be stuffed with corn husks, with straw, with wool, or, in more comfortable households, with feathers, each material representing a different point on the spectrum of comfort and expense. A feather mattress was a genuine luxury, soft and warm and conforming, a significant household asset that appeared in wills and inventories as a valued item. A corn husk mattress rustled with every movement and was less comfortable, but warm and entirely adequate, replaced annually with fresh husks from the harvest. You slept on what you had. You slept well anyway because you had been awake since before dawn, and your body had no reservations about the mattress. The colonial night was also the time of illness in a way that the modern world, with its hospitals and its 24-hour medical infrastructure, has largely insulated itself from. Fevers peaked in the night. Children's croup was worst after midnight. The labored breathing of pneumonia was loudest in the small hours, when the household was otherwise silent. A sick family member meant someone awake through the night, cooling the fever with damp cloths, administering herbal teas, monitoring breathing, offering the particular human comfort of a present and watchful person in the dark. Colonial medical care was largely provided by the women of the household, at night, by firelight, with the tools available to them, which were limited, but which were not nothing. Presence was not nothing. Attention was not nothing. The careful monitoring that caught the moment when a fever broke or a breathing crisis passed was not nothing. It was sometimes the difference.
The concept of privacy as the modern world understands it, the individual in their own space, alone with their thoughts and their devices, the door closed, barely existed in the colonial farmhouse. The one-room house or the two-room house was shared by everyone in it continuously. There was no private bedroom, no space you could go to be alone, no moment in the day when you were not visible to and audible by the other members of the household. Even sleep was communal, the family's breathing a shared experience, the night a space inhabited by everyone at once. This created a different relationship to solitude and sociality than the modern world cultivates. Solitude, when it existed, was snatched, the moment alone at the well, the walk to the barn in the early morning, the brief pause at the field edge. It was valued precisely because it was rare, and it was rare in a way that most modern people who choose their solitude cannot quite imagine.
The pre-dawn dark, the hour between 2 in the morning and 4, the deepest part of the night, the time when the second sleep was at its most complete, was when the world was furthest from human activity, when the fire had burned to its lowest, when the cold was most present, when the stars were at their highest arc across the sky. This was the hour when the distance between 1776 and the ancient world felt smallest, when the farmhouse and the cave, the colonial American and the prehistoric human, were closest to the same experience of night, the same darkness, the same fire dying, the same cold and stars and sleep. It is the hour when the continuity of human experience across millennia is most palpable. The same bodies, the same darkness, the same fundamental need for warmth and rest, and the slow turning of the sky toward morning. Somewhere in the pre-dawn dark, your mother's hand moves. It finds the cradle's edge by memory and gives it the smallest push. A motion so automatic it requires no waking, no conscious decision, just the body's faithful execution of a task it has performed 10,000 times. The cradle rocks. The baby settles. The fire's coals glow orange through their ash covering. The house breathes. Outside, under the extraordinary November stars, the farm rests in the cold and the dark, the fields patient, the barn animals warm in their collective heat, the frozen road empty, the post rider somewhere between here and the next town, the war somewhere between here and victory, the future somewhere between here and everything that is coming. The household sleeps, the night continues, the stars wheel slowly overhead, and morning, that pale, cold, particular November morning, is beginning its long approach from the other side of the world.
Let that image be the one that carries you down tonight. The pre-dawn colonial farmhouse, dark and warm and sleeping. The fire's coals glowing orange under their ash. The family breathing together in the dark. The stars overhead, doing what stars have always done, indifferent and magnificent, wheeling through the November sky above a world that is small and specific, and full of people trying their best with what they have. Let 1776 grow soft and far away now. Let the colonial night fold around you like the wool blankets on that rope bed, heavy and warm and entirely sufficient. Let your breathing go all the way slow. Let your thoughts release their edges. Go soft. Dissolve into the dark behind your closed eyes. There is nothing left to do tonight. The fire is tending itself. The night is doing what the night does. And you have been awake since before dawn, in your own way. And your body knows what it needs. And what it needs is exactly this. Let go. All the way. The second sleep is here. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive slowly tonight. Let the warmth find you. Let the quiet settle around you. Let the particular peace of this late hour do what it always does, softening the edges of the day until nothing sharp remains. Take one long breath in and let it go all the way out. We're returning now to 1776, but this morning we're waking a little differently. The sky to the east is just beginning its first pale suggestion of gray when your father rises, not to the usual rhythm of farm and fire and water and animals, but to a different call. This morning there is a muster. The militia is gathering at the common ground near the church, and every able-bodied man in the township between the ages of 16 and 60 is expected to be there. Tonight we go to the muster. Tonight we learn what it meant to be a citizen soldier in the year that citizenship and soldiering became the same thing.
The colonial militia was not an army. This is the first and most important thing to understand about it, because the word militia in 1776 carries connotations from later history that can distort our picture of what actually assembled on that frozen common ground this morning. It was not a professional fighting force with uniforms and trained officers and standardized equipment and the deep institutional culture of a standing army. It was, quite literally, the men of the community: farmers, tradesmen, millers, blacksmiths, storekeepers, ministers' sons and widows' sons and eldest sons, and men who had come over from England 20 years ago, and men whose great-grandfathers had been born in Massachusetts, assembled in the cold with whatever weapons they owned, under officers elected by themselves, to train for a military emergency that in November 1776 was not hypothetical. The emergency was real. The army retreating through New Jersey was real. The need for these men to know what to do with a musket if the moment came was real. The tradition of the colonial militia ran deep, deeper than the Revolution, deeper than the tensions with Britain, all the way back to the first English settlements of the 17th century, when a community of people in an unfamiliar landscape with genuinely hostile relationships with their neighbors needed every adult male to be capable of organized collective defense. Massachusetts had required militia training since 1636, Virginia since 1623. The institution was older than any of the men standing on the common this morning, older than their fathers, older than their grandfathers, a continuous thread of civic military obligation that connected this November morning to the earliest days of English settlement in North America. The men who came to the muster were not doing something new. They were doing something ancient in an ancient place, under a new and urgent pressure that made the ancient things suddenly, completely, immediately relevant.
Your father's musket is a flintlock, the standard firearm technology of 1776, a weapon that has been the dominant military and hunting arm of the Western world for over 100 years and will remain so for another 50. The flintlock mechanism works by the simplest possible physics. A piece of flint clamped in a jaw on the cock strikes a steel frizzen when the trigger is pulled, generating a shower of sparks that ignites a small amount of priming powder in the pan, which in turn ignites the main powder charge in the barrel through a small touch hole, driving the lead ball down the barrel and out the muzzle. The whole sequence from trigger pull to ball leaving the barrel takes perhaps a tenth of a second, fast enough that the shooter barely perceives the intermediate steps. What the shooter very much perceives is the result: a loud report, a cloud of white smoke, a significant kick against the shoulder, and, if everything went correctly, a lead ball traveling at perhaps 1,000 feet per second toward whatever was in front of the muzzle.
The flintlock was capable and reliable in skilled hands, but it had limitations that every man on the common this morning understood intimately. It could not be fired in rain. Moisture in the pan extinguished the priming charge, producing the famous misfire immortalized in the phrase, "a flash in the pan." It required careful maintenance. The flint needed to be sharp, the touch hole clear, the lock mechanism free of fouling to fire reliably. And it was slow. An experienced soldier with a smoothbore musket could load and fire perhaps 3 rounds per minute under good conditions, requiring each time that he pour a measured charge of powder down the barrel, spit or place a lead ball on the muzzle, ram it home with the ramrod, prime the pan with a small amount of fine priming powder, cock the hammer, and fire. 3 times per minute, under stress, in smoke, while other people were shooting at him. The courage required by the warfare of 1776 was physical and specific and considerable.
The men assembling on the common this morning represent a spectrum of military experience and readiness that reflects the militia's nature as a cross-section of the community. A few are veterans of the French and Indian War, men now in their 40s and 50s who fought in the 1750s and 1760s under British officers against French forces and their indigenous allies, who have heard musket fire aimed at them and know from personal experience what it does to the body and the spirit. These men carry themselves differently than the others, quieter, more economical in their movements, with an assessment in their eyes that the younger men lack. Several others have served in the Continental Army for periods and returned home when their enlistments expired. They know the drill, can load and fire smoothly, and take their positions in the formation with practiced ease. And then there are the young ones, boys of 16 and 17, some of them still growing into their father's coats, for whom this morning is both thrilling and frightening in proportions they have not yet learned to manage.
The militia officer who calls the muster to order is a man elected to his position by the men he commands, a fact that strikes modern military sensibility as immediately problematic, and that was, in practice, both the strength and the weakness of the colonial militia system. His authority rests on the community's trust rather than on institutional rank, which means he cannot treat his men with the impersonal severity that professional military discipline requires, and that the Continental Army was struggling to impose on its own conscripted and volunteer troops. He cannot have a man flogged for insubordination. These are his neighbors, and the man's wife will see him in church on Sunday, and the community's judgment of how he exercises his authority is a real and immediate constraint. What he can do, and does well, is appeal to the shared commitment that brought these men here, the practical understanding that their family safety and their community survival depend on them being capable of organized collective action when the moment requires it.
The morning's drill is a set of standardized movements, the manual of arms, the loading procedure, the basic formations of 18th century linear warfare. The men arrange themselves in a line, 2 ranks deep, and practice the sequence of commands that governs movement and fire. Shoulder arms, present arms, half cock, prime, charge with cartridge, draw ramrod, ram down, return ramrod, full cock, present, fire. The commands are called in a steady rhythm by the officer, and the men move through them with varying degrees of synchrony. The veterans smooth and automatic, the experienced men competent and careful, the young ones watching their neighbors' hands to confirm they're doing it correctly, the occasional mishandling of the ramrod producing a clatter and a moment of embarrassed self-correction. The goal of drill is not performance. It is the creation of automatic physical responses that will persist under the stress and noise and smoke of actual combat, when conscious thought is too slow and too unreliable, and only the body's trained reflex will serve. The tactical doctrine of 18th century warfare was built around the realities of the flintlock musket, its range, its rate of fire, its accuracy. The smoothbore musket was not a precision instrument. It was accurate to perhaps 50 or 60 yards against an individual target in skilled hands, but the standard military tactic did not depend on individual marksmanship. It depended on massed volley fire, hundreds of muskets fired simultaneously at close range into a similarly massed enemy formation, the volume of fire compensating for individual inaccuracy. The men on the common this morning are learning to be part of that volume, to hold their position in the line, to fire on command rather than individually, to reload quickly and fire again, to maintain the formation under pressure. The individual courage required is real, but the tactical unit is the line, not the man, and a militia that cannot hold a line under fire is not a militia that can win a battle, however brave its individual members. The rifle was a different weapon from the musket, and its presence in the colonial military landscape is worth explaining. The Pennsylvania long rifle, developed by German immigrant gunsmiths in Pennsylvania, adopted by frontier hunters and fighters throughout the backcountry,
was a rifled-bore firearm, its barrel machined with spiral grooves that spun the lead ball as it traveled down the bore, dramatically improving accuracy. A skilled rifleman with a Pennsylvania long rifle could hit a target reliably at 200 yards or more, 3 to 4 times the effective range of a smoothbore musket. The famous rifle companies that served in the Continental Army, recruited from the frontiersmen of Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland, could perform individual feats of marksmanship that astonished European observers accustomed to smoothbore warfare. But the rifle had its own limitation. It loaded more slowly than the musket, its tighter tolerances requiring more force and care to ram the ball home, making the 3 rounds per minute standard of musket fire impossible to achieve. On a formal battlefield, in a line, a rifleman was vulnerable during his longer reload time. The rifle was a weapon of skirmishers and sharpshooters, not of the main battle line.
The question of loyalty sits over this muster like the gray November sky, unspoken but present, felt by everyone. These are not all certainty patriots on this common. Some of the men here have family in Britain. Some have business relationships with merchants in loyalist communities. Some are quietly uncertain whether independence is truly the wisest course, whether accommodation might yet be possible, whether the costs of revolution outweigh the costs of continued subordination. They are here because the community expects them here, because absence would be noted and remembered, because the social pressure of a community at war with the world's most powerful empire is a force that even private doubt cannot easily resist. They drill alongside men they may disagree with politically, because whatever their politics, they share this ground, these farms, these families, this specific piece of the world that the war may reach whether they invited it or not. The Continental Army, the professional force that Congress had authorized Washington to build, was different from the militia in ways that its commanders understood and struggled with constantly. The Continental soldier was an enlisted man, serving for a defined term, paid a wage, subject to military discipline, organized into regiments with trained officers and standardized equipment. He was supposed to be what the militia was not, a professional, disciplined, reliable fighting force capable of standing against the British regulars in open field battle. The reality of the Continental Army in November 1776 fell considerably short of this ideal. Enlistments were expiring faster than they could be replaced, pay was in the devaluing Continentals that soldiers spent or rejected, equipment was scarce, training was incomplete, and the retreat through New Jersey had shaken confidence in ways that Washington's dispatches to Congress described with barely controlled desperation. The militia and the Continental Army needed each other, the militia providing local defense and supplementary manpower, the Continentals providing the sustained professional force that the militia, by its nature, could not. Women who watched their husbands and sons and brothers march to musters and occasionally to actual war were not passive observers of the revolution. The women of colonial America contributed to the military effort in ways that the official records largely ignored, but that the practical management of the war depended on. Camp followers, the wives and daughters and female servants who traveled with armies, performed essential labor, cooking, washing, nursing the sick and wounded, carrying water under fire at critical moments. At home, women managed farms in the absence of the men who had gone to war, making agricultural and economic decisions that their husbands' presence had previously made, demonstrating in practice the capabilities that the law of coverture officially pretended they lacked. Some women served as spies, using the assumption of female invisibility and harmlessness that the era's gender conventions created, moving through British-occupied areas with intelligence that they carried in their heads and their hidden pockets. The revolution was fought by women as well as men, in ways that the history has been slow to fully acknowledge. The muster breaks at midday, the men dispersing back to their farms and their trades and the afternoon's work. The military emergency absorbed back into the civilian life that will continue until the moment it cannot.
Your father walks home with a neighbor, their conversation covering the morning's news, the report of British movements, the speculation about whether the militia will be called up for active service this winter, the assessment of certain men's performance at the drill, that is simultaneously a military evaluation and a community judgment. The loaded musket goes back to its place above the farmhouse door, not stored away, not locked up, but present and accessible, because in 1776 the distinction between the farmhouse and the theater of war is a matter of miles and luck and the uncertain movements of armies, and a man who has to search for his musket when the moment comes has already lost something important. The Hessians, German mercenary soldiers hired by the British Crown to supplement their forces in America, were a source of particular anxiety and particular hatred in the colonial mind. Approximately 30,000 Hessian soldiers served in the Revolutionary War, recruited primarily from the German states of Hesse-Kassel and Hesse-Hanau, whose ruling princes hired them out to the British at a per-soldier rate that made the arrangement financially advantageous for everyone involved, except the soldiers. They were, by most accounts, well-trained and disciplined professional soldiers, considerably more reliable in formal battle than the militia they sometimes faced, and their presence in America was experienced by colonial Americans as a specific affront. The use of foreign mercenaries against people who considered themselves British subjects was cited in the Declaration of Independence as one of the King's specific offenses. The Hessian garrison at Trenton, sleeping off their Christmas celebration on the morning of December 26th, will be on the wrong end of Washington's famous crossing in 5 weeks. But tonight they are still the threat, and the men on the common this morning drilled partly with them in mind. The indigenous nations of North America were active participants in the Revolutionary War, not passive bystanders to a European conflict. Different nations made different choices, some allied with the British, who offered territory protection and the promise of limiting colonial expansion westward. Some allied with the Americans, calculating that the new nation might be a more manageable neighbor than the Crown. Some attempted to remain neutral in a conflict whose outcome would affect them regardless of their participation. The Six Nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, one of the most sophisticated political alliances in North American history, split along these lines, the Mohawk and Cayuga largely supporting the British under the leadership of the Mohawk war chief Thayendanegea, known to colonists as Joseph Brant, while the Oneida and Tuscarora sided with the Americans. The Revolution fractured the Confederacy in ways that its political architecture had not been designed to survive, with consequences that extended long beyond the war's end. The militia muster this morning is one small piece of a conflict that is continental in its scope and its stakes.
African American men, both enslaved and free, participated in the Revolutionary War in complex and sometimes contradictory ways that the popular mythology of the Revolution has been slow to fully incorporate. Free black men enlisted in the Continental Army from the war's early stages, serving in integrated units in New England and elsewhere, motivated by the same combination of patriotism, economic necessity, and calculation about the future that motivated their white neighbors. Enslaved men faced a different and darker calculus. The British, in a deliberate strategy to undermine the colonial economy and military, offered freedom to enslaved people who escaped their enslavers and joined the British forces. Lord Dunmore's proclamation of 1775 made this offer explicit, and thousands of enslaved people, including some owned by the Revolution's most prominent leaders, took the offer, calculating reasonably enough that the British promise of freedom was more immediate and concrete than the American Declaration's assertion that all men were created equal, which its authors showed no signs of applying to them. The Revolution was, among many other things, a war about the meaning of liberty, fought in a society that practiced slavery, and the contradiction was visible to everyone, including the people most directly affected by it.
The afternoon following the muster has a particular quality, a mix of the ordinary and the heightened that characterizes days when the extraordinary has brushed against the everyday and then receded. Your father is splitting wood in the yard, the axe falling in its steady rhythm, the woodpile growing by increments.
But something in the morning lingers. The smell of black powder from the firing practice, the image of the men in their line, the news exchanged on the common, the weight of the musket in his hands, and what that weight means in a year when the musket is not just a hunting tool. He splits wood. He thinks. The two activities are not incompatible. The physical rhythm of the axe is, in fact, an excellent accompaniment to thought, the body occupied with something familiar and automatic, leaving the mind free to move through what the morning offered. He is a farmer with a musket above his door, in a country that has declared itself free, and is now, with everything it has, trying to make that declaration true.
The last light of the afternoon is fading as your father stacks the final pieces of wood against the house wall, the pile grown by a satisfying measure since morning. The musket is above the door. The fire is burning inside. The stew pot is back on the crane for supper. The children are coming in from their tasks with cold faces and ready appetites. The muster is over. The drill is done. The morning's extraordinary has receded back into the ordinary that surrounds and contains it. Tomorrow there will be more wood to split, more animals to tend, more water to haul, more of the continuous, unspectacular, absolutely essential labor of keeping this household alive through another November day. But tonight there is supper and firelight, and the family gathered around the table. And after that, the banked fire and the long colonial night and the extraordinary stars. And the knowledge, sitting quietly in the back of everything, that these people, these specific, ordinary, extraordinary people, are living inside a moment that will echo for centuries. They do not know this yet, but they are.
Let all of that settle into the deepest quiet now. The muster and the musket, the men in their line in the cold, the axe in the woodpile and the fading light. Let 1776 go soft and warm and far away, the way it always does at this hour, receding gently into the past where it lives, leaving behind only this, the warmth, the quiet, the particular piece of a day that has been fully lived and is now fully done. You have been in 1776 tonight, felt its cold, heard its sounds, stood on that frozen common with those men who were trying to hold something precious together with their hands and their courage and their imperfect, human, entirely admirable best effort. Let them rest now. Let yourself rest now. The fire is banked. The stars are out. The long colonial night is doing what it always does, offering its extraordinary darkness, its deep and uninterrupted quiet, its ancient invitation to simply stop and breathe and be still. Take it, all the way. You've earned it. Sleep well.
Welcome back. Let yourself arrive tonight, with no hurry at all. This is the last chapter, the final night we return to 1776 together, and it deserves to be received slowly, fully, with the same unhurried attention that the colonial world we've been visiting asked of everything it contained. Settle in. Let the warmth find you. Let the quiet of this late hour wrap around you completely. Take one long, slow breath in, and let it go, all the way out. We're returning now to that cold November farmhouse one last time. The fire burning, the family sleeping, the stars overhead, the musket above the door, the salt on the shelf, the animals in the barn, the fields resting in their patient dark. Everything we have come to know over these 20 chapters, present and in its place.
Tonight we don't learn something new. Tonight we simply stay, and we say goodbye.
A day in 1776 is ending, or rather it has already ended, hours ago, when the fire was banked and the candle was snuffed, and the family surrendered to the long colonial night. The day we have been tracing together through these chapters, from the pre-dawn darkness and the fire's first coaxing, through the morning chores and the water hauling and the children at their tasks, and the stew on the crane and the midday meal, and the trip to the store, and the church bell tolling, and the tavern, and the muster, and the slow news traveling through its imperfect channels. That day is done. It will not come again. No day ever comes again. But this one, in particular, belongs to a year whose singularity in the American story has never diminished, and whose people, ordinary, extraordinary, imperfect, enduring, have been with us throughout.
The year 1776 contains multitudes that we have only partially explored in these chapters. We have spent most of our time on a single colonial farmhouse in New England or the Mid-Atlantic, a white family of modest means, farming their own land, navigating the war from a position of relative stability. But 1776 contains other stories that run alongside and beneath and through this one, stories we have touched but not fully entered. The story of the 500,000 enslaved people for whom the Declaration's language of liberty was simultaneously a promise and a mockery. People who heard all men are created equal and understood immediately what it did and did not mean, and who made their own calculations about how to navigate a revolution that was not, in any of its official forms, being fought for them. Their story is part of 1776. It cannot be separated from it.
The story of the indigenous nations, the hundreds of distinct peoples whose homelands the colonial settlements occupied, whose sovereignty the colonial legal system systematically denied, whose populations had been reduced by European disease and displacement and warfare over the previous century and a half, is part of 1776. The revolution that the colonial farmhouse family experienced as a fight for liberty was experienced by many indigenous communities as an acceleration of an existing catastrophe, the replacement of one colonial power with another, less restrained by the Crown's occasional attempts to limit westward expansion. The proclamation line of 1763, which had attempted to restrict colonial settlement west of the Appalachians, was a British policy that the new American nation would feel no obligation to honor. For the indigenous peoples of the interior, the revolution's outcome meant the removal of the one institutional barrier between them and the full force of American expansion. Their story is part of 1776. It cannot be separated from it either.
The story of the Loyalists, the approximately one-third of the colonial population who remained committed to the Crown, who believed that independence was a catastrophic mistake, who would lose their property and their communities, and in many cases their country when the revolution succeeded, is part of 1776. They were not villains in a simple story. They were people with genuine convictions, genuine fears, genuine assessments of the risks of revolution that were not unreasonable given what they knew. Many of them were neighbors of the patriots they disagreed with, people who had borrowed tools and shared meals and helped with harvests and stood at the same church services, and whose political difference was one dimension of a relationship that contained many others. The revolution separated them, bitterly and sometimes violently, and the approximately 60,000 Loyalists who left the country at the war's end represent a specific, largely forgotten grief, people who lost America without ever leaving it in their hearts.
The story of the women, which we explored in Chapter 10, but which runs through every chapter, visible and invisible, is part of 1776. The woman at the hearth at 4 in the morning. The woman at the spinning wheel making homespun as a political act. The woman managing the farm while her husband was at the muster or the march. The woman at the birthing bedside. The woman keeping the ledger of the community's social life in her head, knowing who was struggling, who needed help,
who had enough and who did not. The revolution changed the conversation about women's rights without immediately changing women's rights, but the seeds of that change were planted in the logic of the Declaration itself. And within a generation, women would begin publicly demanding that the principles of 1776 be applied to them as well. Abigail Adams, writing to her husband John in Philadelphia in March of this year, asked him to remember the ladies. He didn't, but she asked.
The story of the soldiers, the men in Washington's retreating army, marching through the cold of New Jersey with worn-out shoes and expiring enlistments, and the particular hollow exhaustion of men who have been defeated and are not sure they have anything left, is part of 1776. These men are not the militia on the comfortable distance of the town common. They are sleeping in the open, eating poorly, sick with the diseases that killed more soldiers than battle in every 18th century war. They are deserting in numbers that alarm their commanders. They are staying in numbers that illuminate something about human commitment that no comfortable modern life can fully replicate. The ones who stay through that winter, through Trenton and Princeton and Valley Forge, and all the terrible distance between November 1776 and October 1781, when it finally ends at Yorktown, those men are doing something that the word courage does not quite contain.
The year is turning. November is giving way to December, the cold deepening, the days shortening to their minimum, the solstice approaching with its ancient promise that after the darkest point, the light begins, slowly, to return. The colonial farmhouse family knows this rhythm in their bodies, in the calendar of their agricultural year, in the theological framework of Advent that the churches are beginning to observe, the season of waiting and preparation before the Christmas celebration that colonial New England observed with considerably less festivity than the Anglican South, the Puritan tradition having been suspicious of Christmas revelry, but which nonetheless marked the turning of the year toward light. Something is coming. Something is always coming in 1776. The news of Trenton, the crossing of the Delaware, the first real victory that will sustain the revolution through the winters ahead. But tonight, in November, they are still waiting. They wait the way farmers wait, patiently, practically, tending the fire, and doing the next necessary thing.
What has this series of chapters been at its deepest level? It has been an attempt to do one specific and perhaps impossible thing, to make the past feel inhabited, to replace the flat textbook abstraction of colonial America with the smell of wood smoke and the weight of a water bucket, and the sound of a church bell across frozen fields, and the warmth of a banked fire in the absolute dark of 3 in the morning. History, when it works, is not information, it is presence, the recovered sense that the past was full of people as specific and real and complicated as ourselves, living with the full intensity of human experience in circumstances we can learn to understand if we are willing to pay the kind of slow, patient attention that the colonial world modeled for us every day of its existence. These chapters have tried to pay that attention. You have come with us. That matters.
The fire in the farmhouse hearth tonight is the same fire, in its essential nature, that human beings have been tending for 100,000 years. The particular iron crane, the specific stone hearth, the exact composition of the family sleeping nearby, those are specific to 1776. But the act of tending the fire, of preserving warmth against the dark, of ensuring that the light and heat survive to morning, that act is as old as our species. When your mother rises in the middle of the night to check the coals, she is doing something that connects her backward through every generation of human beings who ever woke in the dark to tend a fire, forward through every person who will ever do the same. The specific is always also the universal.
The colonial farmhouse is always also the cave, the longhouse, the apartment with the thermostat that someone set before they went to bed. The fire is always the same fire.
The children sleeping in the loft will grow up. This is worth saying because we have spent these chapters with them as children. The 7-year-old tending the fire, the older sibling doing the milking, the youngest in the cradle. They will grow up in a country that does not yet exist, that is being created in real time by the decisions and sacrifices and arguments and compromises of the people around them. The America that emerges from the revolution, imperfect, incomplete, full of contradictions between its stated principles and its actual practices, will be the world these children inherit. Some of them will live to see the Constitution. Some will live to see the country double in size. Some will carry the unresolved contradictions of 1776 into the next generation, where they will compound and intensify until they can no longer be deferred. The children in the loft are sleeping in the seed of the future. They do not know it yet. They are just children, breathing in the dark, warm under their shared blankets, doing what children have always done.
The farmhouse itself will not last forever. Wooden structures in the New England climate, subject to 150 years of freeze and thaw and the relentless entropy of time, eventually give way. The specific house we have been visiting may survive as a historical curiosity, preserved and museumified, its rooms arranged with period-accurate furniture for visitors to walk through with audio guides. More likely it burned, or collapsed or was torn down when a larger house was built in its place in the prosperous 19th century. What remains is not the house, but the landscape, the stone walls at the field edges, the ancient apple trees in what was once the orchard, the slight depression in the earth where the root cellar was. The land remembers what the deed does not record, and what the house no longer stands to tell. If you know how to read it, the colonial farmstead is still there, written in stone and earth, and the particular way the light falls on a November afternoon in New England.
We have learned over these 20 chapters what a day cost in 1776. The water didn't come to you. You went to it, twice, in the cold, carrying it back in a wooden bucket. The warmth didn't come to you. You made it, from wood you had cut and split and stacked, in a fire you had tended since before dawn. The food didn't come to you. You had grown it, preserved it, hauled it from the root cellar, cooked it over a fire for hours. The news didn't come to you. It traveled slowly through imperfect channels and arrived days old and partially accurate, and you received it with calibrated skepticism and did your best with what you had. Everything in a colonial life had a cost measured in direct physical effort, and the people who paid that cost every day developed a relationship to the necessities of life, warmth, food, water, light, community, that the modern world's conveniences have made it easy to forget.
What we gain from this forgetting is real. The convenience that modern infrastructure provides, clean water from the tap, warmth from the thermostat, food from the store, instant news from the phone, is genuinely valuable, genuinely good, the product of centuries of human ingenuity applied to the problem of reducing unnecessary suffering. Nobody should romanticize the colonial water bucket or the colonial morning fire as preferable to hot running water and central heating. They were harder, colder, more exhausting than their modern replacements. The people who lived with them would have preferred the modern versions if they had been available, just as we prefer them. But something is also lost when the cost of necessities becomes invisible, when warmth and food and light arrive without visible effort, without our participation, without the knowledge of what they require. The colonial family knew what warmth cost. They tended it accordingly. There is something in that knowing worth recovering, even if we recover it only in imagination.
The fire is banked. The candle is out. The family is sleeping in the deep, effortless way of people whose bodies have been fully used and are now fully resting. The cow in the barn is breathing slowly in her stall. The chickens are settled on their bars, The ox stands with his eyes half open in the warm amber dark of the barn interior, patient as stone. The fields lie under the frost, dark and cold and full of the slow chemistry of winter. The soil organisms doing their invisible work, the nutrients cycling, the earth preparing for another spring. The post rider is somewhere on the road between here and the next town, his horse's breath clouding white in the dark. The letter from Philadelphia is in the post bag, getting closer. The Continental Army is in New Jersey, cold and tired and stubbornly present. And somewhere on the other side of the world, the light is beginning its long return.
Thomas Paine is writing by firelight tonight. These are the times that try men's souls. He doesn't know yet that these words will travel 3 centuries and land in the hearts of people he cannot imagine, in a country that barely exists yet, in a world he would find incomprehensible and wonderful and alarming in equal measure. He knows only the cold and the fire and the drum he's riding on, and the words that are coming with the particular urgency of things that need to be said. The words will be read to Washington's army at the Delaware crossing in 5 weeks. Some of those men will cross, some will not make it back. The ones who cross will change the course of the war, and the war will change the course of the world, and the world will become the one we live in now, imperfect, incomplete, full of the same contradictions and the same stubborn human aspiration that generated it. It begins here, in the cold, by firelight, with a man writing on a drum.
What do we owe the people of 1776? Not uncritical reverence. They were human beings, which means they were capable of the full range of human failure, and the failures of 1776 were real and consequential and are still being reckoned with. Not condescension either. The comfortable modern habit of judging the past by standards the past did not have access to is its own kind of failure, a way of using history as a mirror for self-congratulation rather than as a window into the real difficulty of being human in a specific time and place. What we owe them is the same thing we owe anyone whose existence made ours possible: honest attention, the willingness to see them clearly, their courage and their limitation, their achievement and their failure, their specific, unrepeatable humanity, and to carry what we learn from that seeing into the lives we are living now. History is not a lesson, it is a conversation. These chapters have been an invitation to that conversation. You have accepted the invitation. That is what we owe each other.
The colonial farmhouse family does not know they are historical. They are simply alive, managing the fire, feeding the animals, raising the children, arguing about the war, worrying about the salt barrel and the axe head and the neighbor's health and the continental currency and whether the militia will be called up before spring. They are not performing 1776 for posterity. They are living it, with the full, unglamorous, daily intensity of people who have no choice but to be exactly where they are. The historical significance of their moment is something that will be assigned to them by future generations, including ours. They are just people, just a family in a farmhouse on a cold November night, in a world that is changing around them faster than any previous generation has experienced change. Just human beings doing their best. Just the same as us, underneath everything that makes us different. Just us.
The night is very deep now. The second sleep has come and gone for most of the household. Your mother has checked the fire and returned to bed. The baby has been soothed and settled. The children in the loft have shifted and murmured and gone still again. The stars are at their highest arc, the Pleiades directly overhead.
Orion rising in the east, the same stars that guided sailors across the Atlantic, that told farmers when to plant, that the indigenous peoples of this continent had read for tens of thousands of years before the first European ship appeared on the horizon. The sky does not know about 1776. It does not know about revolutions or declarations or retreating armies or church bells tolling for the dead. It simply turns, as it has always turned, patient and vast, and entirely indifferent to the small warm lights below it that burn for a little while in the dark and then go out and are replaced by other lights that burn for a little while and then go out in their turn. We are the lights. We burn. We go on.
This is where we leave them. The colonial farmhouse family sleeping in their rope beds under their wool blankets, the fire banked against the cold, the stars overhead, the musket above the door, the salt on the shelf, the fields resting in their patient dark. They will wake before dawn and begin again. The fire, the water, the animals, the children, the work, the day. They will do this tomorrow and the day after, and through the winter and into the spring that is already on its way, the light already beginning its slow return from the other side of the solstice. They will not know, most of them, that they are living in a moment that will be remembered. They will simply live it, the way you are living your moment right now, fully, imperfectly, with more courage and more ordinariness than history usually has room to record. Let them go now. Let 1776 settle gently back into the past where it lives, warm and specific, and still somehow present, the way all things that have been fully attended to remain present after they're gone. You are warm tonight. You are safe tonight. The fire that has burned through all 20 of these chapters has done its work, lit the dark, told the story, kept you company through the long colonial night. Let it go to coals now. Let the ash settle. Let the dark be gentle and complete and full of the extraordinary quiet that comes after a story has been told all the way to its ending. Sleep well, sleep deeply, and when the morning comes, tend your fire.